Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics. New week, lots of news to get to. So, yeah. Okay, it's going to be a doozy. I can already tell you guys. This weekend was chock full of updates with the files, which, yeah, I'm still toying with how to go about this. I'm going to call them the E-files for the beginning of stream here, because I'm not sure what is going on with that whole situation with YouTube. Oh boy, but weekdays up, everybody. Yeah, man. Okay, so I'm gonna just address this too. I think I'm either coming down with something or just in general feel like crap today. Like I feel like such shit. So I was actually in the middle of making my tea when I started the stream here. So hey everybody, welcome. Meta, what up? Meta the cat, Bandit, how's it going? Natch, Pinkerbell, Etch, how are all you guys doing? How is everybody? Hope you all had a fantastic weekend. No, for real, I hope you guys had a good weekend. Yeah, I also did not end up going to that protest. It was yeah. Hey Dahlia, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to stream. Everybody, do me that solid and like the stream on your way in here. Really helps me out. You guys know how that goes, and it just makes me a little bit happier. So, Ghost Dog, what up? How you doing, man? Pepito, Pepito. Isn't it Pidieta? I think is pepper in Spanish. If I am incorrect, please feel free to correct me on that one. Me gusta. Yeah, me gusta muy mucho. So like I was saying, not really feeling that great, so we are going to go through this Epstein stuff. Damn it, I already broke. All right, well. Oh no. Here, let's be careful, guys. Let's be careful, because I heard tell through the grapevine that, yeah, they are kind of trying to bury things that are talking about that. That is why, again, the title is The E-Files, which it kind of worked for that, which I don't want to bastardize the X-Files at all. So looks like YouTube chat is not showing up on Twitch. What's going on here? Wait. Oh, yeah, sorry. I just realized, yeah, I turned off the chat. Oh, crap, I forgot to go back to the horizontal mode over on Twitch. Oh, man, yeah, because on Saturday I was toying with it a little bit. Well, have to figure that out. Yeah, sorry, Meta. Sorry about that. I didn't think about that. Here, give me one second. It's a little stuffy in here. Alrighty, but yeah, I want to chill today for a little bit. I know that usually it would probably suit me to go right into the news, but I'm just gonna say it, guys. I had a little bit of a rough go yesterday, just in general. Everything kind of hit me to, like, as far as the news cycle, and actually feeling just like the overwhelming nature of it. It sucks. It really sucks. So. Hello, I'm Donald. Hello, Donald. I'm not Donald. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you, Donald. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate having you here. Thank you for checking out the channel. I always appreciate people just kind of being curious. So, actually, out of pure curiosity on my end, do you guys like swipe up and like that's where I start showing up, or are you guys just kind of like looking through the feeds and you're just like, what is this high on politics? I'm curious. I have a song for Minneapolis that I wrote. That's cool. That's awesome. You should definitely try and, post that around. I'm not sure if you're on X, but that would be a good place to start posting that stuff. God damn. There's so much to get to. I just looked at my list here. Like, there is so much news about this. And people are already kind of like moving on from what I've seen. It is crazy. See Pep swipe right, or is it left? I don't know. You just moved from Minneapolis. I hate what's going on. Yeah, I mean, you're in Virginia now. Ooh, yeah, you get to deal with some of them property taxes where it's like they do like double property taxes on high price items. Like you actually have to pay for your car like every year, and it's a separate tax than what your registration is. It's crazy. It's a crazy concept, especially for somebody like me who I thought we paid the worst taxes in the entire union. That is not the case. Actually, California, man. California is just, it is crazy, but get some Liquid IV today. Not sponsoring they do not sponsor the show. I really appreciate their product. Also got, man, I just ate like the largest salad of my entire life. Like I was feeling like crap, right? And then right before stream, I kind of got that second wind where I was just like, oh yeah, you know what? I think I'll be okay. But then I was like, oh my God, I am very, very hungry. So I devoured a salad that was essentially made for 2 people. And let's hope that I didn't overdo it. So I'm a little concerned about that. Ghost, it's chill as we speak. Pep is trying to take revenge on Stan. I had a lot of kale. It was one of them kale salads, so yeah. He might be getting a little wrath later. If I get a good one, I will make sure to head on over and give him his just desserts. Oh, well, you know what? Let's not say that. That sounded gross. Careful, too much salad will turn you into one. Fiber locked and loaded. Yeah, no shit, dude. I subscribed and I liked. Hey, Donald, I really appreciate that. Hey, I didn't even get to that. So if you guys, I think I did. Never mind. I lied. I already did ask if you could like, but the sub, that was a little bit extra. So no, I really appreciate that. You are what you eat. Yes. Well, I am trying to be better to myself. I've been pretty consistent about that. Although this weekend I ate like crap and I felt like I swear that's why I feel the way I do today. Is just I ate like absolute shit. Lots of fried food, lots of chicken wings. I don't know what the hell was going on with chicken wings this weekend, but it was just like that's all that everybody had. I'm just like, okay. And then for some reason my stomach was like, yeah, you know what you want? More chicken more chicken wings. So glad I'm not a Trump supporter. What? I mean, okay. So I'm gonna gain a sub and then lose a sub like right away. Awkward. You know what's awkward? Everything about these Epstein files. Like, dude, it is just, ugh. Those bag salads are so good. It's even better to get those high fiber. That's what I actually had some of the high fiber tortilla, like their baked tortilla, like crisps, just to add a little texture to it. It was delicious. It was a avocado ranch chicken salad. Yeah. I tried to be good to myself. Yeah, I guess. All right, well, man, I want more people from the MAGA side in here so I can start asking what they think about the files. Because I saw some of like the clips from like Geeks and Gamers. Actually, Bandit, You might know this better than me. Do you know if he actually like clipped that live stream that was up the other day? I went and watched it after my stream, which I still kind of regret. Rewinded, and I was just like, holy shit, he really is like, he's going he didn't go full victim blamey, but he did just say like, none of this can be confirmed, you know, they're fake files. Yeah, okay, see right there. Right there, the fact that you're just like blanket, they're fake, fuck off, get out of my channel. I'm done. I have no patience anymore for anybody that is going to stand like look at these Epstein files and just blanket go, they're fake. Fuck off. You are protecting pedophiles. I'm done with that shit. You know what? I'll do you the honors. Bye. Didn't check yet. He does have a second channel. Yeah, I know. The pizza restaurant has a non-existent basement. I mean, the pizza thing, it turned out like, dude, I'm dead serious about this. I think that the Pizzagate thing was started by Epstein. Like, I think that he actually might have been Q. Like, everything that has come out now, it seems like he coordinated with whatever Moot, and yeah, it seems that he's the one that kind of put it out there. You guys, all right, yeah, you're fucked. You're done. I'm banning anybody that's gonna say that Epstein files are fake. I'm fucking not putting that on my channel at all. This isn't even like MAGA shit. You're actually, like, you're fucked in the head. You have people that, honest to God, have been saying this shit within your contingent for years, and when it becomes that, when it turns out that it's all true, and the guy that you've been supporting is in it, this is what you do. It's all fake. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe it, so I'm just going to say it's fake. Well, fuck you. You're putting out misinformation. I'm not going to get caught spreading misinformation, even in my chat, so fuck you. You're banned. Woo! That was the first one. Let's go. I think he noticed how the crowd turned on him. They got mad at when he got mad at Trump the last time, so now he just is, yeah, he's trying to keep him happy. Oh, man. Yeah, the audience capture thing has to be fucking wild. My wife is TG. What is he doing? Spinning in her face. Holla holla. I can see I dropped in at a bad time. Oh, yeah. We had somebody here that's just blanket going, oh, yes, the Epstein files are fake. That's something that nobody in any media space, except for the fucking state media space, which even Fox News isn't doing that one, okay? Like, read the fucking room. Fucking A. I know that it's like you heard 3 million files and you were just like, well, I'm not gonna read that. So, yeah, L. Oh, yeah, that was a big L take on his part. So, same people who say the Epstein files are fake are, this week we're on Sock Puppet account saying we love Trump, we love ICE last week. Yeah. No, that's what I mean. Like, it's so stupid. Actually, you know what? Here, I saved this video specifically to watch with you guys because this guy, you know, he's a right-winger. Although I think he's America First now. Like, he's an America First right-winger. But yeah, this guy, he originally had a really good breakdown of like the Charlie Kirk stuff. Now, I'm kind of glad to see that there's at least people in like coming from that side that are just not buying any of this. And they're just like, if you are buying this, then you're just, you are an idiot. Like, you're a useful fucking idiot. So yes, I'm breaking a rule. I'm going to play this one right away. Let's enjoy.
And yes, that is Elon Musk. Emails to E from Musk himself begging to come to the island.
I love this.
2013.
Seeing the right wingers fucking turning is fantastic.
Yes, Elon Musk asked E in an email, what day/night will be the wildest party on your island?
Christ.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody.
Got a
I'm
hell
sure
of
you're
an
all
intro
well
there.
aware of the biggest story in the news today. Yes, the files are back with a vengeance. Yes, the Department of Justice yesterday put out
I mean, that alone,
another
like the idea that Donald Trump hates the Clintons and there he is, yucking it up with them.
massive drop of the e-files. Try not to use that name because it turns out Google, Meta, TikTok, and all the social media platforms are trying to limit and censor this story.
Well, I guess thanks for the
Wonder
sub.
why. Don't know. So we're going to try to work around the algorithm the best we can. And who's implicated this time in the new files release? Well, yes, the usual suspects, of course, Trump, Gates, Clinton. But we've got some new characters to the PDF roster that just popped up. And
I like the way that he is breaking this down too, where he's using the code. That's where I kind of was just like, you know what? I'm a
Elon Musk,
the E thing.
George H.W.
makes sense.
Bush. Pretty wild stuff. And I got to tell you guys, the new files are absolutely disgusting. So trigger warning
I can't get over how much of a loser Elon was that he had to beg for an invite.
as we work our way through these documents. And
It
we're
is-
going to talk about each
it's
person
crazy.
that's implicated. Trump, Gates, Clinton, H.W. Bush, Elon, and a bunch of other people that are having a real bad day today. So that's what we're going to talk about in the video today. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Let's
I mean, H.W. Bush,
jump
that one, holy
get
shit.
into it. We're going to first,
Like,
of course,
Dude, does anybody in MAGA even know what's going on?
We'll start with President Donald J. Trump. Yes, the guy who, as MAGA will tell you, is nowhere in the Epstein files. There's no one who's accused him of anything, right? Let's find out what the new files have to say. So this is going to be the biggest story out of everything that's dropped so far. And also, guys, it's 3 million documents. People are still
What's up, Tony? How's it going?
through. This is just the gross shit that people have found so far. Now, this is a victim
HW. Yeah, HW.
complaint summary from the FBI and the Epstein files that the Department of Justice, by the way, put out yesterday, realized they didn't mean to put this document out, and then tried
I still can't believe this
to
happened.
delete
And then they deleted it, and then he did it again.
it off of
He's
the
going
Department
through
of
and he's
Justice
just like,
website. And
hey, you need to delete some of
I'll
these.
show you right here.
like,
This
dude,
is the
do you
original
not
direct
get the
link to
concept
this
that this is
page the
out?
Department of
Oh,
Justice
shit,
put
I'm
out.
blocking
As
them.
you
I
can
just
see
realized.
now,
My bad.
because I've tried to refresh it. Page no longer found, but the internet is permanent, unfortunately. And I will have to censor a lot of what I'm saying here. Just
Yeah, mind you, I played this first because this was 2 days old. We have all the updated stuff too.
again because of YouTube and the stuff is
Oh,
just
man.
disgusting. So
It's
first
gonna be a
complaint
lot.
here: victim redacted reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform oral S on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing the act. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about it.
MAGA doesn't care. You cried PDF too many. Nah. You don't get to do the boy who cries wolf shit.
The friend said she
No, they were the ones who were crying PDF. They're the ones who did the pivot the second that they started to see that their heroes were implicated.
also-
I'm not fucking even going there.
so abused by E. So, not off to a great start with allegations by a 13-year-old child.
Yeah.
Okay, more allegations from a different victim that says here, at age
I like how the sensible right wingers are jumping ship on this one.
16, while modeling, caller attended 8 parties at E's New York residence. On one occasion, caller reported that she was sexually assaulted by E.
What up, Herman?
On another occasion, 2 twin brothers, Alan and Orrin, and these brothers are going to become very relevant to these allegations here in a second, lured caller and her friend upstairs, but they escaped back downstairs. Caller stated that Orrin Ard, her best friend, and a third brother, Tal, Ard, a 14-year-old girl named Victim Redacted. Caller named other individuals involved in big orgy parties with her, other young girls, and older
Cheers, everybody.
Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton
Local 420.
and Donald Trump. The complainant reported that she was a victim and witness to sex trafficking ring at the Trump Golf Course in Rancho Palos Verdes, California, between 1995 and 1996. Complainant reported Maxwell as the madam and broker for the
That's funny coming from a contingent that talks about Ilhan Omar and, marrying her brother.
sex
Shut the fuck up.
parties, clients of whom included
You guys you never need evidence unless it's something like this where it's like, oh, you can't just believe every accusation, even though there's 3 million pages worth.
E. Robin Leach
Fuck
and
off.
Donald Trump. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's head of security that if she ever talked or went on there what she saw, she would end up as fertilizer in the back 9 holes, like the other C words. This is insane. Complainant claims to have a video of high-profile sex parties, dealings with
Oh, Rowdy, I might have misunderstood. My bad.
cartels, and having witnessed
The goal was to get their supporters to go along with it. as to go with it as it's fine. That's what they are doing, are they
Robin
not?
Leach.
Okay, yes.
Strangle a young girl
Yeah, my bad.
to death at a party. So, yeah, that's all really, really bad. And why is this one so bad for Trump? Well, it turns out because the three brothers listed here that are being accused alongside Donald Trump, who are they? Oh, yes, wealthy Florida brothers face trial over alleged decades of sexual abuse. Prosecutors allege that real estate trio Tal, Allen, and Oren
They're completely without shame. Yeah.
Alexander Ard assaulted and
That's why it's getting easy to ignore 'em.
trafficked dozens of women. So yes, the three brothers who are in this story alongside Trump and Clinton just happen to be being prosecuted for trafficking. So yes, if it wasn't a
He
bad enough day to
Hey,
be
he did the same
MAGA
thing I did, where it's
already,
just like,
yeah, it's
he's
looking
trying,
even
he's
worse,
trying, but
as it
he let
looks
one
like
slip.
President Trump's name appears 5,362 times
Yeah, don't believe any of that.
in the Epstein files. Oh, almost forgot about one of the other people involved there. Yes, Robin Leach. You remember him? Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous.
Lifestyles of the rich and famous.
Leach. Now, why is this interesting?
That's a
that he's being
piss-poor
implicated
impression, but-
alongside Trump and E. That's right, because Leach did an entire episode on E.
Financier Jeffrey Epstein. Jeff
Nice
was
try.
a high school math
Nobody's paying attention to your stupid bullshit anymore
teacher until he
and your stupid fucking racism.
traded his blackboard for the big board in 1976.
Well, would you look at
It's kind of funny to see like people trying to, like this king shit guy.
that? What a surprise. Shocking, I'm sure. But we're not done with Trump yet,
POTUS
because
is
more
guilty as
documentation
heck.
coming out
Peach
that pretty
Creek
much
Media.
shows he's completely blackmailed by our greatest ally. All right.
Seems like
All right,
it.
so what we have here is a FBI
PDF POTUS.
reporting document, and might be a little
Giggling
bit
keys.
hard to
It
see, but I'll
really
read
is,
it for you.
dude.
The interesting
Seriously.
stuff here about Alan Dershowitz. Yes, he's lawyer and friend of Donald
Yeah, bring up trans in sports next. Like, you just got to go through all your little buzz lines.
Trump. Says Harvard Law professor Alan Dershowitz, CHS, learned that
you're done.
Dershowitz influenced many students from wealthy families. For example, Josh Kushner and Jared Kushner were both his students. Dershowitz told CHS that if they were young again, he would be holding a stun gun as an Israeli intelligence Mossad agent. CSH believes Dershowitz was co-opted by Mossad, subscribed to their mission. And as we move over here, it says CHS advised that this was a real collusion story. Trump has been compromised by our greatest ally, and Kushner is the real brains behind the organization and this presidency. And from what we've seen in Kushner's involvement in the new Gaza project and everything going on in the Middle East, that actually does make a lot of sense. So a lot of people are theorizing, why did the Department of Justice release these files? They are so bad for Trump and everybody involved. And what a lot of people think is this. Now, a lot of people were expecting we were going to attack
Dersh
Iran
is so
last
scummy.
week.
I mean,
and when that
the fact
didn't
is we knew
happen,
about
people
this.
wondered why. Well, here's
Dershowitz was the one where like we had depositions of him being implicated in this shit.
the theory is that the reason why these new files just dropped that are super damning to Trump and his buddies is that Trump refused to attack Iran. That is why the files were released.
Yep. And I'm glad that he brought this up because I've been seeing more and more of this within the past few days. It really does look like Trump he fucked over Bibi Netanyahu, because the big narrative that's going around the White House is the fact that somebody purposefully leaked a bunch of the unredacted files.
Today, basically, Trump refused the
And that's why Todd Blanche came out, and when he was giving his speech, he seemed super nervous.
blackmail from our
Which-
greatest ally.
Did anybody
and
else
they
notice
decided
that?
to release the files to punish him. I personally do not believe that, and here's why. Because Trump has demonstrated that he's willing to do literally anything that Bibi says, anything that our greatest ally
No. See, this is where I disagree with him, because he doesn't like Netanyahu. He personally, he hates Netanyahu. He hates how brazen he is.
wants, they get. Why would he all of a sudden
This is where the power thing, trust me, the second that he starts actually thinking about it, where he's just like, you want to wag the dog here? Well, fuck off.
knowing all of this
If there's one thing about Trump that will keep that at bay, it's that.
blackmail that was on him, decide
Now,
this is
will
where I
he
put my
continue
foot
to be, manipulated through all the other means? Yes.
down, this is where I'm going to have integrity. Does that make any real sense to anyone? No, I don't think so. What I think happened is that the Department of Justice, whether on accident or on purpose, released a bunch of files unredacted that were probably supposed to be redacted, and now we're seeing behind the curtain. But that doesn't mean the story is necessarily over, as we see here. U.S. military tells key Middle East ally to prepare for attack on Iran. In addition to military targets, Trump is considering strikes on senior Iranian leaders with aim of spurring the overthrow of the Iranian government as of 18 hours ago. Now, why might we start a war with Iran in the next
All right, King,
couple
shit, your
days?
timeout's over.
I don't know. Maybe
You behave,
another
then you can
big
stay.
distraction that we need. We'll see. All right, moving on to the other big names in the story. The next, Bill Gates. Yes, Bill Gates, disgusting Bill Gates.
And the thing
He
is, I am
also in a lot of trouble.
all of them. Democrat, Republican, don't care. Lock them up.
Yes, Bill Gates accused of
But let's
twisting.
be real. This is not going to, like, nothing's going to happen outside of just like these guys living in shame for the rest of their lives and their obituaries, not, reading that there's some fucking great
The
person.
plot to drug his own wife after sex with
And I would love to see them all locked up.
girls. Let's
But-
see what's going on here. All right, so we're not going to read the whole thing, but I'll summarize it real quick before we get to the main part here. Turns out, Bill Gates contracted an STD after one of his fun little trips to Ease Island, and
It's because the FBI is used to chasing real crimes, not covering up Trump's name and associates and Epstein files. I'm pretty sure a good amount of FBI agents hate Trump.
gave it to his
Seems that
former
way.
wife, Melinda
Thank you for the 5, man. I appreciate
Gates.
that.
He then wanted to concoct a plan to
At Bandit MTC $5. Magagai 1, hey, we were right about the deep state Magagai 2, no, it's a hoax Magagai 1, no eat 1, right? Magagai 2, hey, shut up.
drug
Hey, shut up,
his
idiot.
wife and give her antibiotics so that she
Nice
wouldn't
little
find
skit.
out. And E says down here, to add insult to injury, you then implore me to please delete the emails regarding your STD. You request that I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give Melinda and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to blank, the victim, I'm sure, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. So yeah, I think it's probably time for Bill Gates to get hauled before Congress.
Yep.
Testify and
I agree with
probably
them.
put in prison, just like literally everybody that's involved in this. But I bet nothing happens to him. What do you guys think? All right, but we also have a new character to the story. Let's see who it is. Do you guys remember this tweet? Yes, Elon Musk said,
This is
time to drop
crazy.
the really
I
big
mean, again, 2 days old, so this is old news at this
bomb
point.
at real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, Donald J. Trump. Elon then said, mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. And yes, it did come out, Elon, because, well, you weren't that honest with us, were you? And yes, that is Elon Musk.
No calls for
Emails
violence in my
to
chat.
E from Musk himself begging to come to the island in
No calls for violence and no Fed posting in my chat.
2013. Uh-oh. Yes, Elon Musk asked E in an email, what day/night will be the wildest party on your island? As you can see here, he says probably just Tallulah and me. What day/night will be the wildest party on your
Like Bexy, at least you were like subtle.
island? And yes, here's the conversation between Musk and E, trying to coordinate the time for him to come to the island. But I think the funniest part about the story is that Elon was begging E to come to his island, and he actually gets denied by Maxwell. And she responds to him and says, I'm so sorry,
Got
Elon.
several of my streams taken
Just
down.
missed JE.
Oh,
He actually
okay.
told me he was thinking of winding down the entire operation. Bummer! ! If it starts up again, we'll be sure to let you know. Man, that's rough for Musk, huh? Begging
why
to
he's the
go
goat.
to the
You
File
win?
Island,
Really?
and they won't even let you come.
Biden the goat. I haven't seen that in my chat. I mean, you want what the fuck?
But we also have another new character that we weren't expecting. Yes,
Oh,
another
man.
U.S. president, George H.
This one's crazy.
W. Bush. And this gets really, really
Which, when you
dark.
think back to it, like some of my first like political memories is of this guy like being very like, me and my wife, we like to go to. We go to church, and then like he tried to like even use the inflection of Ronald Reagan a little bit.
Dark. Yes, new Epstein
But
document.
yeah, I don't know. Head of the CIA, behind some of the biggest atrocities in history, allegedly. Yeah,
United States George Bush one or senior
it
allegedly
makes absolute sense in hindsight. Yeah, Mouse's
He
houses.
ordered a
Yeah,
male
it really
victim.
does. Like,
child
sorry, I'm
and
pausing too
witnessed
much.
a type of ritualistic sacrifice. So here you go, trigger
I am
warning.
waiting
and
for
if
this
you got a weak
medicine
stomach,
to
you
kick
probably
in.
want to fast forward through this part of the video. but here it is. First of all, from and to is redacted here, which, why? Why would you redact this, government? I think we should be able to see exactly who's talking here, shouldn't we? There's no victims involved in the from to in this conversation, but
Well, it really does kind of play into like the more vocal you are about like shit like that, the more it kind of it's like, oh, are you just telling on yourself?
I digress.
You know, the whole projection
Thanks,
theory.
blank. I didn't realize Bush R'd him too. Okay. Then it says, I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the victim. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar, but left no scarring. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being...
Yeah, this is fucked up, guys. By the way, since he's not doing it, content warning.
dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating feces from the intestine.
Jesus.
He was also R'd by George Bush 1. Now,
Again,
you might be
that was all in the context of the file.
thinking, there's no way. That is way, way too much. Sacrifices, murders. Well, the problem is the government came out
And you know who's strangely quiet about all this? Alex Jones.
today and admitted
It's fucking insane. This is the stuff, like, this is how he built his career, was talking specifically about that. And crickets.
those things are in
Actually, you
the
know
files.
what?
Any depiction of CSAM or child
I'm
pornography
going to
was
look
obviously
this up real
excluded.
quick. Let's see. What
Anything
is
that would
Alex Jones
jeopardize an
saying about
active
this?
federal investigation. And finally, anything that depicts or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury, also not produced.
So there you go. Government straight up admitted there are pictures and videos of death in this. Okay, so what are we doing here? Now we know children were being sacrificed. And
So what's Alex Jones doing with all this one? What's he focusing on? The one picture that turned out to be fucking AI generated.
we know who the people
Of course.
who
Of
were that are
course,
doing that.
fucking
And the
tracks.
government is still redacting their names and no one's being held accountable for that. Really? That's where we're at? Now, who else is involved in this? Yes, there's more. Here's another one. Trump's Secretary of Commerce and close friend, Howard Lutnick, who just happened to be Jeffrey Epstein's next door neighbor. Now, what makes this next email interesting is that Lutnick supposedly, even though he used to
Yeah, Alex Jones, the same day that he says Trump is totally innocent of any wrongdoing in the Epstein files, is now promoting an AI-generated
Alex
image of
Jones,
young Zoran
maybe the
Mamdani with
frogs are
Epstein.
actually gay.
Alex Jones.
with Epstein as his next door neighbor.
Maybe the frogs.
Cut Epstein off and no longer spoke to him ever again in 2005. But unfortunately, this is an email from December of 2012 to Matthew.
Yeah, he's
Howard
quiet
Lutnick
about this Epstein
that
release.
says, "Hi Matthew
Here,
and Candace.
I'm gonna
Might you
look
be able
for
to give
the
blank a
latest
few more
episode to
details
see if I
regarding
can
lunch this Sunday?
get the
Do you know
transcript.
if it will just be Howard and his wife? Any kids coming along? Will they arrive at J.E.'s Island via their boat? And around what time is good for them? If you could pass along when you know that would be great." So it turns out Trump's buddy Lutnick, no, he didn't cut off relationships with old E in 2005. He was still doing that almost 10 years later. Whoa, shocker. And who else we got? Oh, that's right. You can't forget about Prince Andrew because he's always in these things. Here's a picture of him creepily leaning over the top of a young woman lying on the ground. Ew. Gross. Now, I want us to remember this, because this is going to be a conversation probably for the next video. You guys remember when the FBI director, Kash Patel, said this?
There's no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
This shit, dude. You know that he's going to be on trial soon,
That he trafficked
or
to
right in front of Congress again.
other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
But
So the answer is
are
no.
they going to do anything? Like, is anybody going to hold him in contempt for this shit? He blatantly lied, like under.
For the information that we have.
Was he under oath though? Here,
case.
you know what? I want
So
to make
yes,
sure that
Kash
I'm right
Patel
about that.
said before Congress, there is no
Before I
credible
spout that.
information that E trafficked anyone to anyone. Well, the files are sure showing that was a fucking lie, huh? So I think it's probably time for Kash Patel and Pam Bondi to be immediately fired and all of these people involved hauled in before Congress. And I don't know. Why don't we
Yes,
just
he was under oath. Oh, okay.
arrest all of them? Put them all behind bars and figure it out after.
Shit.
Because it's getting very clear that all of these powerful people were involved in this. So here's where I'm at. I don't really care anymore that the main reason why they're not releasing the files is because they don't want to give up the political blackmail and leverage that they have on people all over the world. And it'll make America in a weaker position leverage-wise over other countries. I don't care. I don't care.
I'm glad that at least guys like him are finally kind of waking up to this shit.
Put out the...
Listen, we can disagree on politics, like, a lot. But once you get to this point and you're showing moral consistency and you're also just like, no, this is the bridge too far, then it's like, I'll applaud that.
Entire files, unredacted, and then arrest everybody involved. No matter how powerful they are.
Actually, kind of refreshing.
Doesn't really matter. It's probably time that we have real accountability and we actually fix the system, because we now know that, yes, all the most powerful people in this country are partaking in child sex trafficking.
Also, thank you for the $2,
now, again,
man.
This is just the first initial drop of what people have worked their way through.
Stand up here.
Already, again, horrific. So I would 100%.
Okay. All right, we're good on that. I'm gonna move on to the next segment here in just one moment. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I wanted to talk about this the 4chan bit here, because for real, man. This is the craziest part, is admitting that some of this shit, you know, there's merit to it. Specifically, like the pizza code. But this is where, like, the Pizzagate thing, it does, because I saw that somebody was trying to say, like, oh, yeah, so that Pizzagate was real. It's like, no. The actual Pizzagate thing was still fake, that Cosmo Pizza thing. But you look at the day that it was released, you realize that with this new information that comes out, this is huge. The individual who anonymously posted on 4chan the morning of Epstein's death, August 10th, 2019, claiming he witnessed weird happenings at the prison before Epstein's death, has been identified in the e-files. Roberto Grivala, an officer at the Metropolitan Correctional Facility in New York, has been identified as an anonymous prison employee who posted on 4chan claiming E left his cell Friday evening shackled in a medical wheelchair, while at the same time an authorized trip van arrived at the prison, which he believed took Epstein away the night before the news broke of his passing. The day after E's death, U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman of SDNY opened a grand jury proceeding and subpoenaed 4chan, Apple, AT&T, and Citibank for records aiming to uncover Grijalva? Yeah, Grijalva. Grijalva's identity following the anonymous 4chan post. Grijalva's name is not redacted on his bank records, including in the SDNY subpoena response from Citibank for his 4chan post, and ties to the same prison officer, Roberto Grijalva, whose statements were released as part of the prison's investigation into Epstein's death. This is huge. We now have validation. The 4chan post from 8/10/2019 is a legitimate eyewitness account from an MCC prison officer that E may have switched out before news broke of his alleged S. Gotta hate that we have to do that, but we're gonna be safe here. Breaking immediately after Epstein, the founder of 4chan launched poll dash a Nazi forum. Chris Poole, known as Moot, was in contact with Epstein, possibly opened up the board. I mean, that's the thing, and that's where like QAnon and all this shit started. So that's where like the theories are now coming out, where they're just like, oh, was Epstein actually Q? Which, dude, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect to have to walk some stuff back, because like I think that somebody in chat earlier said it, where this was the plan, where it's like, yes, get everybody essentially confused about this stuff to where they just buy it. Which, fucking A. Where 4chan was edgy, funny in high school. No, I am nowhere near that. 4chan was, by the time I knew what 4chan was, I was already at that point of like, for what now? And they're just like, yeah, like anime memes, stuff like that. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, Jason Beatrice got his messages deleted. Cool. Man, now I'm starting to see more of that. And then we had that one douchebag that's just like, I got your channel taken down. It's like, my channel's never, it has not been taken down. Knock on wood. Oh, videos. Sorry, I misspoke. He said, I got some of your streams taken down. Oh. That's an admission of something. So here, let's do this real quick. Just in case, you never know. I'm old. No, I am old. I feel it too. Man, especially today. Schumer needs to go. Earthbag, yes. Fuck yeah. He is so useless. I mean, how much more can we say this? How much more can we say? Yeah, Schumer needs to go. Hakeem Jeffries needs to go. And then it turns out, nah, we really can't have that. Now I really am, like, I was one of those guys that was trusting Mamdani and AOC on this one because they're like, yeah, we can't have, we can't lose Hakeem Jeffries, with his leadership position now. That would be a problem. It's like, what? No. Now the candidate was a problem. I'm gonna say, like, he was definitely, when you found out that he was kind of an opportunist, and then some of his ties to like the business community, it's like, oh, okay, so yeah, he wasn't the hero that we thought he was, and I think that might have been the underlying issue that they didn't just want to come out and say, but corporate Democrats have been ineffective. Oh, yeah, they have. Peach Creek Media. They have been beyond ineffective. I'm not trying to be mean and say that's an understatement, but it really is. Like, it's it's crazy how ineffective they have been. All right, let's see. All right, let's try this. Okay, so I just saw that using Epstein in the title is okay, so that shouldn't be an issue, but we'll see. What the hell is going on here? Okay, sorry about that, guys. Had to fix something. Do you still have my Morrissey CD? of all the trolls, that one got me, man. All right, Ruby, that was fucking funny. No, I do not have your Morrissey CD. I use it as shooting skeet. Starlight, hey. I mean, dude, that was hilarious. Alrighty. Here we got a thing about the pizza thing.
It's a good segue to our last piece here, which is just some of the things that you can't even really categorize. They're just,
and like I just did right there, if you can do me a solid and hit the like button, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolute depraved, disgusting, like beyond belief type of
yeah,
activity.
my second wave's not hitting. God,
it, right? This is all the little glimpses that we get. And we've talked about this before, because I mean, it really does. The birthday book was very eye-opening for me, or like page after page of the most
Devil's Advocate.
disgusting,
Thanks, man.
disturbing,
What's up, man?
dystopian references. Where that was.
Oh yeah, I gotta share that.
We
Here.
both were. Oh, Eyes Wide Shut is the documentary. Like this is real life, and I genuinely, I believe.
I hit the like. Have a good day. Thanks, Ruby.
Now.
I'll sub if you want to return.
In the strongest possible way, that being a billionaire, being extraordinarily powerful, being extraordinarily influential, well-positioned in these ways, it destroys your soul. It destroys your soul. It's not only
Kyle
bad
is having a nuclear
for
meltdown over
society,
everything.
it
I'm
is
gonna
bad
play
for
one of his
you
videos coming up
personally.
a
And
little bit later today.
as you said, this type of depraved behavior, it's not new. This is something you see repeated
Bear
over
Dog, what up?
millennia with the
How's it going, man?
top elites of their time, where the best I can psychologize is that
These files have been messing with my wife and I this weekend. Evil's so powerful. I've been having trouble with it.
because they have so much, and
Yeah,
because they also
I think
see
that
them
I think anybody that sat down and like got either the news broken down or just read them, like read the some of the redacted stuff, or unredacted stuff. Jeez, sorry, my brain is just cooked. Yeah, it's insane. Even if it's all like, there's no way. Like, because think about it this way: with all of it, there's no way it's all fake. Obviously,
themselves as being
like just statistically, and if even 1% of that shit's real, it's enough where it's just like, okay,
this distinct,
like this is
class of humans that are separate and above.
Yes, and we knew this, guys. Why is anybody surprised that there was a billionaire class? Like, this is where, even with Q doing their shit, I always was kind of like, yeah, you guys are like muddying the waters here. Obviously, the billionaires live a different, like they have a different existence. They live with like under different laws, and they have different, ways of getting exactly what they want. And it's not just, oh my God, they have all the money in the world. They could, no. We're talking like this. This is what the money, having all that money is buying them. And this is also a good argument to have, where it's like, no, we shouldn't have billionaires anymore. We really shouldn't. Nobody should have the money to where they can just essentially get away with whatever the fuck they want to get away with.
From all the rest, that first of all, it excuses any sort of
this is giving me a
horror and
headache.
abuse. And Jeffrey Epstein
Do
clearly,
I believe
if you read these
that
emails,
9/11? No, I
specific,
don't.
like
I
Jewish
believe that we knew it was coming, but I don't think it was an inside job.
supremacist ideology that he believes in, which is part of his own mental architecture of why he believes he's justified
I don't
in
even
doing
know,
all
man.
of these things that he does
Oh,
because he's
God.
different. He's special. He's separate. These girls that he's abusing, they don't count in the same
headache
way.
goes
There's
away.
one
Otherwise,
email
I'm
that
gonna have
we
to
were
call
talking
Stream.
about where he's pissed off at Bill Gates asking him for money
No moral billionaires will ever
for
exist.
his projects in Africa. And he's basically like, this is some Catholic bullshit where they believe every human life is equal. That's what he says. Like that, he does not believe that every human life is equal. And he's disgusted that Bill Gates might subscribe to that ideology. So in any case,
Yeah, I can turn up the volume. Sorry, guys.
I think you get that
Here, I'll just put
mentality.
my headphones
You
on.
get this level of decadence. The normal pleasures that you and I engage in,
I was
like
trying.
they don't hit the same, and so you just do this increasingly disgusting and depraved behavior, and end up with, things that I think most ordinary people could not even conceive of. So let's go ahead and put this, some of this together. Again, these are like the glimpses we get in these emails, right? There's this video.
Dude, I used to be into that stuff, and the Building 7 thing, when you watch the towers fall, all that shit falling on top of it. I've watched enough like engineering videos where they just said, yeah, this kind of does like that's why it caved that way, because they were just like, yeah, that's what happens when all that weight like hits that building, and buildings are technically built to fall like that if they needed to.
Of Epstein.
So like when you say controlled demolition, it's like,
In a kitchen, and the girls here are redacted. Girls, women, we don't know.
I go back to the original one. We would have, there would have been so many whistleblowers and just shit like this.
Their age. You can tell from the reflection that it is females, and you can hear their
God
voices.
damn it.
You can see him like chasing them around the kitchen island, in his sweatpants, and they're, giggling, and he's going after them. That's enough of that. Let's put G2 up on the screen. This is another one of these perplexing photos where you're like, why did you let yourself be photographed like this? We don't
Did I watch the
know who
Grammys?
this dude is.
No.
Laying with his belly hanging out in, his underwear, and then two females of indeterminate age, potential victims. We don't know. They're with him.
No one should have enough money to buy, sell, and hurt people.
So you got that one. Let's put this G3 up on the screen. This is from a Harvard professor So
No, the idea that the average American can't think of like a wealth cap where they just need to keep it open to where it's like, I need infinite potential to have all the money. And that means I don't want to tax these people. And I don't even want to mention taxing them because I don't want them to get mad and leave.
So says our spy was captured after completing her mission. This is from the Harvard professor. And Epstein replies, "Did you torture her?"
Jesus, dude. This shit.
Okay.
This shit.
What does that mean? Does that mean what?
Again, and guys like Alex Jones are now mysteriously silent when it's just like, no, dude, you know, like how you, like, again, satanic cabal was part of what you put out there. And it turns out you're right about it. And you don't want to own that? That's weird.
It appears to mean. Is this some sort of a joke? And
Honestly, if anybody's a fan of Alex Jones anymore, they really should be thinking about that. Where it's just like, yeah, why? You know, because he was talking about billionaire, pedophile, like shadow cabal that used ritualistic sacrifice.
Inside joke between the two of you. There were a number of references to torture in all of this. In addition, let's put G4 up on the screen. There was also a lot of language that appears to be coded.
Are they just shit human beings, or they just have a lot of money?
Regarding,
I think that in order to even have that like in your brain where you want to make that much, I think you kind of just inherently have to be a bad person.
Food. I wanted to let you know the crew really appreciated the pizza.
You know what? Of all my takes, I think that is just like, yeah.
Another email read, "This is better than a Chinese cookie. See attached."
That is my hottest take of the day.
Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. This one talks about, yeah, that's the pizza. You mean radiating a soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement. There's one more, I think, in this list as well. "Sorry, I have no stomach for even the slightest aggro. I don't have the stomach for it for any drama, imaginary or real. I'm still fragile off the last one and scared of shadows." This is in response to some videos that were shared where Jeffrey Epstein himself says, "I watched all of these videos, don't send any more." And then Ghislaine is like, "I can't stomach any of this." What the fuck did you send?
Yeah. Like, seriously,
that Jeffrey
man.
Epstein was like, "No."
And meanwhile, Ghislaine Maxwell's still in Club Fed.
More.
Well, and remember that they have some sort of OPSEC because previously it said not for email.
Mm-hmm.
I especially more recently after becoming a parent, like I find a lot of this stuff like extremely difficult to even look at and just think about how people could end up like in this type of situation, and just the casual callous nature in which they would talk a lot about women and use them as tools. I mean, for example, let's put this next one up here from Emily that she was able to find. The Snow White was effed twice as soon as she put on her costume. Don't forget there were previous, references to a Snow White that we previously had made here before on the show regarding just
the idea that it's like
Bailey. We don't know if he was the person who sent this.
And now we have to play with the idea that it's like, oh, he could still be alive.
Email, and perhaps
like,
this was
guys,
just some sick game.
I don't know what we do here, but the idea that they're already talking like there's going to be no justice for this, I think that's why all of us, like, hearing this, the way that Sagar's even taking this in, where it's just like, no, this is fucking depressing. Because I think that everybody collectively just went, holy fuck. Like, we knew that there was a two-tier justice system, but just to see it in action like this is just
set up for him and his friends.
It's too much.
That. Put G6 up here on the screen. This was some guy who was proposing that Epstein would participate in some sort of modeling contest for all of the top girls inside of Russia. And so, like, these are all just like schemes, you know, with power and all of them behind them to victimize and to get women in positions of which they're subordinate to him, in which he's powerful over them. And look, I mean, we showed you guys the Andrew photos, but there's all kinds of creepy shit in there. Like, if you go through, and there are hundreds of these photos, I clicked through the vast majority of them, people in like very compromised,
yeah, it'd be nice,
like weird sexual positions. By the way, the DOJ even accidentally released nude photographs in some cases. That most of them have been released now, but just to show you like their own redaction process. But the unfortunate part is
this is why the theory that they were in the middle of doing redactions and
redacting.
Like, again, this was a leak.
names in many cases of like powerful guys.
I'm starting to kind of buy into that theory.
And then some of these women, their photographs or others are being released without their consent or in a compromising position, and they don't do anything about it. It's terrible. But yeah, I mean, just my overall takeaway is there was some sick, deep, depraved stuff that was happening there. And I mean, this is part of the difficulty where, look, the pizza's like, everyone likes to make fun of Pizzagate and all of that. And sure, it got out of control. However, the original idea of people referring to CSAM as pizza was a thing. That's kind of what the connection became. And you can look, I mean, you can't deny that a lot of these emails are very strange and do not make any sense in the context of actually talking about pizza, because it was internet slang that was.
I think that's why everybody did kind of like glom onto that, where they're like, yeah, wait a minute.
Previously, that you were able to make the relation. I just don't see how you can't connect it, at least in some way. It's kind of like the Podesta thing. Everybody says you're a kook. Go and look at photos from Tony Podesta's house if you've never seen it before. And you're not going to say at the very least a weird shit, or it looked weird as shit in terms of the art in and of itself.
Yeah. Let me read one of these pizza ones again. This is better than a Chinese cookie. See attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand.
What the fuck?
Does that
seriously, guys?
seem like a normal thing that
you draw your own
a couple of billionaires?
Yeah. Remember when nobody believed this?
Sending to each other.
No,
That's
do.
what I mean. You draw your own.
pizza
I do. And I think that's why what they said about how 4chan, him meeting with the leader of 4chan, was coordinated, because they were just like, all right, eventually they're going to catch on to some of this stuff, or like they knew that some of this was going to get leaked, so they were like, let's get in front of this by putting this into like the the public consciousness.
Grape soda.
Yeah, you draw
like this is
your own conclusions about what that means. Like I
so
have no other
fucked
way
up.
to describe it to you. It's just one of those where clearly they were up to some. I mean, don't forget that even in 2019, if you look at his Amazon receipts, which Bloomberg went through, I mean, he was ordering all this like crazy sex shit on Amazon, which is in his receipts.
Yeah.
And on top of Lolita, the revised annotated copy.
Right.
It's like it was so out
Brazen.
in the open.
Yeah.
Not only in terms of his friend group,
Yeah.
but from behind the scenes and all the stuff they were up to. And remember, everything we've shown you today is what they put in email.
Well,
And that's also why a lot of people are kind of shocked, like legitimately shocked
into what he wouldn't put in.
Dude, stop.
And there's
Clearly was something.
a couple other things to say about that. So when was it Todd Blanche that announced the Epstein files release?
If you start doing this call for violence bullshit, I will ban
Anyway,
you.
he
Like,
said
I'm fucking
that,
over this.
They left out any images of torture, death, abuse.
Yeah.
That means they had images of torture, death, and abuse. That, okay, so they still are holding on to that, which, I mean, true, I don't want to see that material, but it seems like potentially there needs to be some investigations there. Right. Nobody was implicated outside of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Nobody else. There's nothing here of anyone that can be charged. I want to underscore again that by the government's own admission, there were 6 million files and they narrowed it down to 3 million files. So we are getting the hand-picked view that they want us to have.
Yes.
So it's really important.
Which again,
to keep
to her point, imagine what they're not showing. Like, can you, if it's this bad, what the fuck are they hiding? How much worse do you get?
That in mind as well.
Like the uncooked chickens, and then seeing the possible, like, just like that little leg there. That dude.
One thing with regard to the Pizzagate thing. So
fine. You
it
know
looks
what?
from the files that Epstein
Get outta
met with the 4chan guy who started the Paul board on 4chan, which was the place where Pizzagate and QAnon.
He asked me to ban him, so I banned him. Little masochist. He got what he wanted. He got his little spanking.
Where they come from, okay? And they met on the same day that board begins. So there's a lot of theorizing about, I mean, this is a tale as old as time, that the culture war is used to distract people from the real problems in society and the globe, which is the power of these very billionaires. So, it's not crazy.
Someone put it kind of funny where they were just like, so you're telling me that Trump did the thing in Minnesota to distract from the Epstein files, and now he's doing the Epstein files to distract from the thing in Minnesota. Got it.
To imagine that they found all of these kooky conspiracy theories to be very useful that were, you know, I mean, Pizzagate was stupid and bizarre. And so
but with the way that he's trying, like he's freaking out behind the scenes and publicly
made it very
too.
easy. And so was QAnon. And so it made it very easy for people to see all of this, the real things that were going on, as preposterous.
Yeah.
Right.
See?
And so the, you know, the New York
It was to prepare you
Times of
to
the
just
world
accept the
and
like
whatever
the most
wouldn't
absurd,
deign to look
and
into
then also
it.
just be like
Media organizations.
have us, the normies, just go like, okay, so you're telling me that this guy in a buffalo hat is telling me that JFK Jr. is coming back to life tomorrow and is going to become the president? Huh?
Involved directly in
like, let's admit, even with QAnon being right about some of this shit, for real, they were kind of also saying some really weird shit that would fucking muddy the waters, were they not?
cover-ups, etc., because it was all painted as like just the, you know, the hobby horse of these crazy fringe conspiracy theorists. And again, like Pizzagate and QAnon were ridiculous things. Were they sort of put out there intentionally so that you know, are making the real part also seem like it's preposterous and like it's just an icky conspiracy theory? That is, you know, one possibility. I'm not saying that's proven by this, but that is one possibility here. Let's put the next piece up on the screen from, this is a Daily Mail write-up of some of the allegations that were contained from a victim in these files. They say Jeffrey Epstein raped underage girls several times a day as part of a sickening routine, detailed in new documents released by the Department of Justice. An alleged victim in a civil complaint filed in Florida in 2010 revealed the process that young girls endured upon their arrival at his Palm Beach mansion. Each girl was brought to his home in private transportation arranged by Epstein, greeted by an assistant who collected her personal information, then led up a remote flight of stairs to a room containing a shower and massage table. If it was her first encounter with the pedophile, another girl would be in the room to lead the way before being dismissed by Epstein, the alleged victim claimed. Epstein would then have his massage wearing only a small towel, which eventually would be removed. He gave his victim specific instructions as to where and how he wanted things done and would order them to strip naked, the complaint released in Friday's Epstein files revealed. So this is, you know, one of the alleged victims. This is what she told the FBI. And I mentioned this earlier, I mentioned it again. We did get a look of that draft indictment before the sweetheart deal is crafted, where you had, what, a dozen plus victims who had come forward and testified in very similar terms to this level of abuse that they had been subjected to, girls as young as 14, who spoke to authorities about this.
Yeah, let me just...
And were betrayed. And were ultimately betrayed.
Because for years, people have said that Dershowitz, for example, has defended and be like, oh, the victim was only step. No. The plea only happened because they picked the oldest girl.
I also found out my step grandma died.
That was involved. But remember, and if you read that indictment, which, by the way, I'd been waiting for it for a long time, but to actually see the original case, look, you can
rest in peace, Bonnie.
read it yourself. Costa is claiming, though,
she had really bad dementia, but that
he didn't have enough to be able to prosecute.
Here, I just gotta send a few texts.
If you read the allegations and all of that made within, you can see that they had a much stronger and bigger one that would have sent him to jail forever. Very different from what he eventually pled guilty to later on.
Thanks. It's actually more for my stepmom.
And that backs up everything that we've said.
Again, she had really bad dementia.
I mean,
she didn't even know her own name.
Had told us specifically about this case and about some of the details.
Yeah,
but
thanks,
to read
guys.
it,
I appreciate that.
And to finally see it all for yourself, I mean, look, it does make it so that all the people who originally defended the plea deal, they look like idiots, in my opinion. Like, if you read through it, it's obvious. And so...
Can my fucking family just catch a fucking break?
I don't know. I guess that's it for all of us today.
Oh, my God.
I hope it was useful to everyone.
Okay.
And I'll just say...
put a lot of work into it.
The victims who have come forward, the survivors, have said they continue to be disgusted with the cover-up. They continue to be disgusted with the fact that victim details...
Can somebody explain the cancer? Oh, my wife, she's going through cancer treatment right now. got some news coming up about that.
Details were revealed. The
R.I.P. Fair Lady.
names of
Thanks,
powerful
guys. I really appreciate
men
that.
were protected
You know, I'm
and
gonna tell my,
redacted. The Department of Justice continues to be in
stepmom that
violation
you
of
guys
the law
are-
that was passed and signed into law by President Trump about
she'll
the
really appreciate that,
level
guys.
that they're supposed to release, the amount of documents they're supposed to release, what is supposed to be contained in there, what they're supposed to redact, what they're not supposed to redact, etc. So we'll leave it at that. And I'm sure, look, it was 3 million files. It's a lot. There will continue to be things that come out. Anything we find noteworthy, we will
she's
continue
okay.
to cover. But we wanted to do as comprehensive an overview as of what we had seen so far and the portrait that all paints.
Exactly. So we did our best.
Oh my God, did somebody really say the Epstein victims are playing the victim card? Are you fucking serious?
Collated a lot.
Guys, again, this is where I just want MAGA to see that's your representative right
All
there.
this stuff. This was all publicly released information, from the DOJ in many cases where people had given statements about it. We made an effort to read those on here. And just wanted to make clear that, these were information that was released, by the DOJ. Being mentioned doesn't necessarily implicate wrongdoing.
Joshua of Steel, did you leave your little bot farm? Did you leave that bot social network so you can come out here and just be like, "Haha, I got one of the humans to acknowledge me." Haha.
And to our best of ability, we've contextualized it here on the show. Okay, thank you all so much for watching. We appreciate it. We'll be back here tomorrow.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button.
Dude, that shit is crazy. All right, we got one more because Epstein pushes Palantir to former Israeli PM. Like, I got to give Breaking Point some major credit here. Their coverage of this has been great. They had a team go through these files and have this prepared for today. So, again, shout out to Breaking Points for the great coverage.
Okay, turning now to the intelligence connections. We've collated all of the most important stuff, and we're going to lead off with an extraordinary bit of
Doesn't
audio
make his
in which
voice
Epstein
any less
appears to have
annoying, but-
secretly recorded a meeting between himself and between Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, talking here to Ehud Barak specifically about the company Palantir. Let's take a listen.
He thought there was two cyber companies. Look out, and even though I know Peter, I've never met Peter Thiel, and everybody says he sort of jumps around and acts sort of strange, like he's on drugs.
Smoking, yeah.
Yeah.
He looks there under drugs.
However, he has a company called Palantir. Pallen. Tier. Palantir is Peter Thiel's.
Holy shit! Just when you think it can't get worse, it gets worse.
Company, and look at
what the fuck.
Palantir, P-A-L-A-N.
Wendy the Mighty, holy shit! Thank you for the $50. I really appreciate that. And that goes
$49.99.
T-I-E-L.
Yes.
Thank you.
How you write Thiel? T-H-I-E-L.
As I said, after this story, I do have updates about my wife's treatment.
Thiel.
Good news. Really good news.
L-L-Y.
No. Thiell.
Okay.
So damn, dude. Oh my God! Just hearing these audio recordings, this really does lend to the he was totally fucking he was massaged.
He thought that Peter would put you on the board of Palantir. Peter Thiel is one of the best. I've never met him. He's going to come here next week. So I wanted to talk to him after I talked to you.
Okay.
He and Andreessen, it's called Andreessen Horowitz. Andreessen Horowitz, that's what they pay Larry $1 million a year. Just to advise them.
Andreas and?
Andreessen, Andreessen, and Horowitz.
And Howard.
Horo, Horowitz.
Dude.
Yes.
We're going to get so many more of these too. You realize 3 million files, and that includes these types of audio recordings?
What they are doing?
They are the
Holy
biggest
shit,
venture
dude.
capital people in Silicon Valley.
What, bigger than Sequoia or Kleiner
These are the new Kleiner Perkins. Everybody, these are the smart boys.
Yeah.
So those two companies right away, in terms of, I said that we
So the Russian honeypot thing seems to have some actual truth
now,
to it. We're going to go into that after
the
this.
next 3 weeks if you're going to leave.
Very important find there,
Incredible.
Ryan. And that was from a multiple hour clip, so I don't even know who went through that. Props to whoever did. But you can see there Epstein advising Ehud Barak. Ehud Barak is the former prime minister of Israel. He's also former head of military intelligence, founded a security company, which of course was invested in by Jeffrey Epstein, which has long been a suspected intelligence, Mossad potential connection. Let's continue.
Spelling, the spelling there also
Spelling,
extraordinary.
yeah, disastrous. But well, I mean, that's part of the crazy part is like the idea this was some sort of genius. He's literally an imbecile. At least from what we could see here, he was just good at one thing, and that one thing was appearing to be very socially connected, and of course his own disgusting predilections. Let's go to the next one. I found this actually.
Yeah, he was good at being a demon.
In the files, this is a exchange between Ehud Barak.
There's narcissism, and then there's whatever Jeffrey Epstein was. Like, this is
and Epstein. I'll set the stage.
Crazy how evil this guy was. Like, I don't understand how there's also people like in MAGA that they can conceptualize evil, right? And the devil, but they can't see this as being it.
This is
also, did you hear about like the pastor that just got caught? That was part of Trump's circle where he was implicated in a pedophilia
head of a
ring
meeting
thing
with the
where
Qatari investment fund.
They took his computer and then they found that he had CP.
And he says, "Hi Jeff, are you going to be in London on Thursday?"
One
Epstein
of the most
replies,
powerful pastors in the country, by the way.
Unfortunately not. You should make clear I don't work for Mossad.
God
Smiley.
damn, my car just slid 30 feet down the driveway. Holy shit.
Ehud Barak says, "You or I?"
That's crazy.
Question mark. And Epstein says, "That I don't." Smiley face.
Be safe.
Okay. That you should make clear, by the way, it's completely unprompted, ahead of a meeting, apparently, with the Qataris for a major investment deal, where he's like, "Hey, just make clear that I don't work for Mossad." So clearly, what do they think? He works for Mossad.
Well, and Ryan made the comment here. He's like, yeah, he doesn't, that's true. He doesn't work for Mossad. It's more like Mossad works for him.
Right. Yeah, that's
I can't take anyone seriously wearing a buffalo
That's
hat.
Ryan's assessment.
Right, that was Ryan's assessment.
Dude, the fact that he even came out, he's like, "I'm not MAGA no more."
So, yeah, I mean, I guess technically correct, right? Whenever it comes to that. This is the next one. In 1999, Epstein anonymously foiled
Just randomly, dude, I'm in the house.
the CIA to obtain all CIA records that might reflect an open or otherwise acknowledged agency affiliation between himself and the CIA. In 2011, he wrote again to see if CIA had acknowledged any links with him in the 12 years since. Now, why would somebody do that if there was no connection at all? By using the lawyer, he had to go through the Privacy Act that ensured that the public would not know that Epstein was the requester of CIA records. This is all from Mike Benz. And all the correspondence would remain between the CIA and Epstein's law firm. So as you can show out, it's pretty crazy that you're even FOIA-ing the CIA back in 1999 asking for any records about yourself. Why would you want any some sort of acknowledgement from the CIA of your potential prior past service? And this is why, remember the year
Ice is melting so
This
fast.
is years after, where many of us who have been researching and studying the Epstein case have suspected when his intelligence connections began in the 1980s. And there was that alleged involvement with the arms traffickers from Douglas Lease to the Khashoggis, Adnan Khashoggi. You had his potential involvement here.
I didn't realize the amount of sick and evil people in this country. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people are struggling
Iran
with.
Contra financing deals back in the 1980s.
It's a lot, man.
The ability to move money around Steve Hoffenberg and the prior association there with moving money offshore, a skill very, very important for the U.S. intelligence community. 1999, before, again, the conviction. So there, the potential of why exactly he's FOIAing his own records, there's multiple things, right? He could be trying to force them to acknowledge their relationship with him. He could be trying to put them on notice.
Pep Talks, hope you're well and are having a good day and be able to take a break and find a good distraction from all the crap going on in the
Or
world.
his relationship now previous.
I played some Final Fantasy this weekend and it didn't work.
But following up back in 2011, there is some, again, this is my own personal
it's almost
suspicion.
impossible
My
to
suspicion,
escape
and
right
this is
now.
backed up a little bit by some other analysis, is that he was furious, potentially.
Although, guys, that gives me a little bit of hope because there are a lot of people that saw, like, just even the little bits of this, and they all feel the same way, where they're just like, dude, this is a lot.
That they had cut association
This is
with
a
him
lot.
potentially around that time after his conviction. Now,
gay?
remember, they
No,
potentially
not gay.
may have gotten him out of the conviction or some sort of intelligence connection, might have gotten him the sweetheart deal. But by
Sorry to
2011,
disappoint.
he's jonesing to either try and force them to acknowledge the relationship, to bring him back in, and or potentially threaten to reveal some of what he knows. But it is open and shut insane, the FOIA record from 1999.
Yeah, devil's advocate, you feeling that too, where it's just like, this is like
prior.
This is a perfect use of heavy. Like when Marty was just like, Doc, this is heavy.
To any conviction, prior to
This
any
is heavy.
investigation. Into
I'm MAGA,
Epstein.
and I do a
That
ton
is
of research, just
clear-cut.
FYI. Include watching many channels, not just MAGA. I had to stop and donate because cancer is a fight worth fighting. God bless.
Clearly
Thank you, Wendy.
shows some
Appreciate
sort
that.
of association.
I also appreciate the fact that, yeah,
that happened to exist at that time.
you are part of MAGA and do not agree with me, but that was super based of you. And also, you know what?
This is not something they're going to acknowledge
Appreciate,
anyway,
like,
even in some
your
sort
honesty.
of FOIA. It seemed to have been putting
Josh
them
Worm,
on
what up?
notice, potentially trying to restart something, but at the very least, it does show
How's it
that
going,
some
man?
sort of connection, at least in Epstein's mind, had believed to have been there for many, many years.
Any details, really? Oh, man, too many. Too many. I'm about to just like go.
Yeah, more than 20 years ago now.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, you know,
It's so bad. It does kind of like, you feel like you need a shower after just reading the little bits of it.
you're the CIA. You don't really want people to know that you're connected
play
with Jeffrey
Warhammer?
Epstein
Nice.
for a variety of reasons. And so could very well have been, you know, a little shot across the back.
Wait, Dawn of War? Yeah.
Of, you know, hey.
Wait, is that the tabletop one? Because I saw that they have a new Warhammer tabletop that just, it's like a small squadron of 5 characters.
This could all
Not
be
gonna
made
stun
public.
lock on that.
And I know that you know, and so
Yeah,
I'm
Trump cut funding to cancer research. Yes,
sending
I
this
know.
in.
And he also made it so all of your medical debts can go onto your credit report.
so that you see it. And
My credit, like literally,
so it's almost like,
I don't want
you
to
know,
go there. I'm going to get into
almost
such
like
a bad
threat.
fucking mood if I
And we
do.
know the way he operates, right? This very manipulative, very strategic, sending himself all those
As
emails
someone who's
into his
generally conservative but not MAGA, do you think there's any political
about-
option?
various dirty.
What do you so? Would you consider like yourself like as somebody who kind of wants like to caucus with like the older conservative GOP, like pre-MAGA, or
secrets of the
I would say honestly, like the far, like you can go with like DSA, because I have a feeling that DSA does kind of like want similar things to what you that would benefit you.
billionaires and other elites that he knows.
It depends on
this
where
is-
you stand on your conservative beliefs.
Could have been similar type behavior.
Dubiv, just so you know, I want to finish this up, but stick around here. I do want to kind of like chat with you a little bit.
Like a threat aimed at the apparatus of the CIA.
I appreciate the fact that you're kind of like politically, I don't want to say politically homeless, but
I think it's very
lack of
important
a better
is
term.
that we know from the CIA's behavior.
You
I talked
hate
about
all
this
politics,
previously.
but more conservative values.
The CIA, in many cases, which involved, let's say, CSAM material. Okay,
So, have you looked into libertarianism?
What they,
and I'm not saying you should.
They would do,
just saying,
is they would almost never have those cases go to trial. Like when their agents.
Politics
were
is a
involved.
mental
Why? 'Cause
disorder.
They can never have their agents go into open court. They're terrified because they don't want their sensitive material to ever be released. Let's say in an open trial, because that would be public. So almost certainly, we know in multiple cases they would pressure the DOJ and the FBI. They go, guys, I know this is heinous. We need to strike a plea deal. This cannot go to trial. This guy needs to go to federal prison, and in exchange, he gets a few years shaved off of his sentence, and we all walk happy. This is multiple instances where we've seen stuff like this. There's a reason why this heinous activity comes hand in glove with a lot of intelligence, because you can usually get away with it, and you can leverage your connections. It gets to the potential.
Well, dude, why is this a shock to anybody? These are literally the plots of like multiple like James Bond films or any espionage film. Like this is almost like
hard deal, but I do think the
you know,
FOIA
101.
is one of the most.
All right, so we have a dude, Batman, the Batman. It's the very first like 10 minutes is about a politician that's getting blackmailed, and then the Riddler fucking does his
Most
thing.
important for our own intelligence, not to mention foreign intelligence. Now, keeping with the foreign intelligence, let's go to D.
Do you feel like when you get your pubes caught in your zipper, it's God trying to keep you humble?
3.
What?
This is, again, directly contradictory of a lot of the stuff that FBI, Kash Patel, and all those had previously told us. So here we are. This is an email I found in the files where Epstein.
God damn it. I didn't know I needed that.
Emails, you can see the Russian. There, he says, "How are you? I need a favor."
Thanks for the laugh, man. That was good.
There is a Russian girl from Moscow. She is attempting to blackmail a group of
Wear underwear? I was about to say, I'm like, wait a minute.
powerful businessmen in New York. It is bad
You
for
run the
business
risk of free balling, dude.
for everyone involved. She arrived New York Saturday last week, staying at the Four Seasons on 57th Street. ... Suggestions? Question mark. So on its face, threatening, right? Why is he
Yeah.
listing her address? He says, "Hey, this is bad for business.
USMC, aren't you just a pleasant person?
I need this to go away."
Or bot, I don't know.
Hey, here's her address, by the way. Here's where she's staying. She's Russian.
Oh, 24. Yeah,
The guy
24.
she's emailing is
I've watched all of
Russian.
24.
I need some help with this. Okay, I need a favor. All right. So this is literally like mob talk. Well, if you look a little bit deeper, it's even crazier. So let's put the next one up here on the screen. So this was Epstein's ties with an FSB Academy graduate. Remember that Russian that I mentioned previously when we were talking about the Peter Thiel case. This guy's name is Sergei Belyakov, who is then the Deputy Minister of Economic Development.
Oh, they're just going
later
for it?
the head of the St. Petersburg Economic
cool.
Forum
I don't need to have
Foundation,
this, second
which
story
runs
up
the St.
then.
Petersburg International Economic Forum, became the norm for female escorts from all over Russia to be present at the forum. Belyakov is a graduate of the FSB Academy, which prepares Russian intelligence officers. At the Dossier Center discovered, he helped Epstein to deal with the Russian
Russia. It's the Russia thing.
model who was blackmailing American businessmen, as well as proposing to arrange meetings with multiple senior officials inside of Russia. For his part, Epstein would then advise him on saving the Russian economy amid imposed sanctions, while also recruiting high-profile guests for the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. So you can see clearly, I need this rush. She's attempting to blackmail people. I need some suggestions. According to Epstein, the powerful men were taking advantage of women like her.
At all kanji.
Belyakov responded
How's it going?
swiftly, sending a profile of her just days later. And he
What's his name? Hargis? Paul. Wasn't Paul Haggis the Scientology guy that? Yeah, I think he was implicated in the Epstein files.
Her colleagues.
I know that there were a few directors that were.
Nobody behind her. He says doesn't appear to be working with anybody else. Deny of the access to the U.S. would be a great threat to her business. So what he's doing is that he is compiling some sort of dossier inside of Russia and sending it over to Epstein. So this is, again, you have a Russian intelligence official. By the way, even in general, you don't become a senior official inside of Russia like this without some sort of patronage, right? From Putin, from anybody, from like any of the oligarch class. Epstein's connection here, and there's so many emails.
You guys remember the days where it wasn't like that in America, but now we're just like that?
With Russian girls that are in there, just in terms of his own depravity. And so this, now we have Mossad at the top that we talked about, CIA, and here's FSB.
Breaking, Ghislaine Maxwell now claims that every time that something illegal was happening at an Epstein party, Donald Trump was in the other room reading a Bible, holding Melania's hand.
And not to mention the Qataris and all of these other people that we have talked about. And that's why I think it's very important. You know, you said the Mossad works for him. In a certain sense, like he was never some clear-cut employee and or asset. He floated above in this universe where he was connected to everybody, including the arms traffickers and everything. And I think that what this does is back up and show where he's using these intelligence.
The thing is, it would need to be an ICE agent because they're not letting politicians in. They're not letting anybody in.
Obviously, on behalf of himself and his powerful businessmen friends were being blackmailed.
That's why the Broadview protests even formed, is because they weren't letting lawyers in.
You have this previous joke,
which,
right? Please don't say I work for Mossad,
illegal.
CIA, FOIA. I mean, I don't know what else you need here to see very clearly. Like, this is in no way somebody who was not connected to multiple intelligence agencies.
Yeah, the Mossad and like the Russian honeypot. Like, goddamn, dude.
Clearly, especially when we continue,
like the fixer, like he was the guy,
and show everybody, all of the.
Does anybody else think that there's other people like him? You think he was truly the only one? I don't. I think that there's other people like him.
Other stuff he was doing out in the open to help foreign governments,
Holy shit,
negotiate
man.
trade deals, peace agreements, ambassadors, ensnaring this. Clearly, it's part of statecraft that was important to his overall social network.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's put the next one up on the screen because this dovetails with this. I mean, we've talked so much about the original quote unquote sweetheart deal, and there had been this, this one allegation, anonymous source to the Daily Beast, as Glenn pointed
Babylon 5 is one of your favorites.
out,
Nice.
that Acosta had said that he was told Epstein.
Yeah, J. Michael Straczynski is one of my favorite comic book artists. I never actually got to sit and watch the whole series, though. I only watched the first
belong to intelligence.
few seasons.
Now we have, because of this release,
I like the way that it was episodic, though, like in
an FBI report that describes
or serialized, not episodic.
the same.
Yeah.
So I'll read you. This is from the FBI report. Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Alan Dershowitz. Confidential human source, CHS, remembered Dershowitz telling Alex Acosta, U.S. Attorney of Southern District of Florida at the time, that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and allied intelligence services. CHS shared phone calls between Dershowitz and Epstein during which he or she took notes. After these calls, Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him. Barak believed Netanyahu was a criminal. Saudi Arabia, and that gets into the internal Israeli politics. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the UAE are allied against Qatar, Turkey, Iran, and Syria. One of CHS's blank, who presumably worked blank, asked CHS a lot of questions about Epstein. CHS became convinced Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. So this is from an FBI report. It does say that some phone calls were shared by the source here to the FBI. So there was at least some evidentiary backup. But, if you put this together with that Daily Beast anonymous report, you start to have more indications here, especially when you put together all of the other reporting that you've done, that Ryan.
Wait, I like the idea of a bunch of people got tired of being part of that system, and even though they were part of it, they decided to start bringing out the information that would make them look bad.
Done of all of the connections that.
The thing is, think of the timing. Donald Trump announces that he's running for president, and then all of a sudden, that's when it's like it all started cascading.
We have the fact that he's FOIAing himself and his CIA connections.
I remember there was a theory that Trump was actually behind the case to get Epstein locked up again.
Etc.
I didn't believe it then, but I'm starting to believe that again, or I'm starting to believe that now.
Another one
again.
Go ahead.
This literally just came across. I just pulled it up from the file. So at one point, somebody had sent Epstein an email.
I don't think I took enough headache
to
medicine.
Steve Bannon, Steve Bannon about Alex
Not going
Acosta.
away.
It mentions some of the Alex Acosta letting Epstein off. Epstein just replies to Bannon, "Do you know Bill Barr? Period. CIA. Period." That's it. That's all he said. And and remember, by the way, Bill Barr was the Attorney General at the time, not at the CIA. However, his father is a longtime, CIA intelligence connected official, and also the person who literally.
Same with George Herbert Walker Bush,
really hired
who was
Jeffrey Epstein,
who is not only implicated, but he is. It's alleged that he did some of the most egregiously heinous shit
whenever he was for his very first job.
I can't even describe it on YouTube.
When he had no credentials or business getting that job.
Correct, as a teacher. Yeah. All right. So just to show everybody again, where this all
eventually the worst will come out. What will Trump do then? I mean, again, if this is the stuff that we're seeing now, and there's worse shit.
Being a high schooler and Jeffrey Epstein was your teacher.
Yeah, actually, no, there were some. They got harassed. That's part of the reason he had to leave.
Yep.
It's sick. There's a report about it actually from a few years ago. Let's continue here with some of this stuff. Let's put D6 up here on the screen. This is from Drop Site. Quote, leadership.
For someone who's so innocent, he acts very guilty.
Would like your help.
He does everything that a guilty person would do.
Indian billionaire tapped Epstein before Modi's visits to the U.S. and Israel. So clearly, some of the Indian billionaires.
Dude, he's implicated multiple fucking times.
Got word, hey, there's this guy.
There are pictures of him with girls that are definitely underage. I do not understand that.
There's a lot of people. Maybe you can help people exactly with
every
what's
Democrat
going on
donor
here.
is in
and
the Epstein list.
Somebody who again is asking for some advice and giving it to the.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how that is not what has been implicated, but yeah, they should get locked up too.
Indian government about how they should.
Bill Gates, all of them.
React with respect to Israel to try and get some.
The fact that you guys are trying to blanket just be like, nope. no Republicans are implicated, and definitely not Donald Trump, even though,
more favorable
he is.
view here.
Also, you already cover up for pedos like it's your fucking job. Like, oh my God, Matt Gaetz.
In the United States.
Yeah.
And it was actually...
you remember him?
Anil Ambani, Dropside is reporting here, an Indian billionaire closely with the BJP government, sent Epstein a message that
This is
leadership
getting buried in India.
was
Yeah.
asking for his...
Oh, yeah. Ironic how India all of a sudden makes that deal with Trump and he lowers the tariffs to 18% after they make the agreement to not use Russian oil.
assistance in connecting with senior figures in Trump's orbit ahead of an upcoming state visit by Modi at the time. Ambani texted
So
Epstein,
many Republican pedos.
hello.
I mean, dude, again, that pastor just got outed, 2 weeks ago?
Was in Delhi. Leadership would like your help from me to help Jared and Bannon ASAP. Please advise. Likely visit to DC by PM in May to meet Donald. Also assistance on that. Epstein and Ambani then proceeded to set up a time for a chat. Few messages later, Ambani said, "Thanks as always." Epstein replied, "Fun." I mean, if you don't know, Ambani, literally one of the
I think Matt Gaetz looks like Lord Farquaad.
richest men in all of India. Literally, there's a famous wedding. I think maybe this guy's son, one of the Ambani family. You can Google it. It was like the most ostentatious wedding, literally in like human history. So that's what we're talking about. And this goes to the point of the global financial elite. Let's put D7 up here on the screen to underscore the UAE connection. So here you have, this was a crazy one from the files. Epstein was messaging contacts in real time as the Khashoggi.
Even after the George Bush Jr., Valerie Plame CIA outing disaster, the Dems have taken no steps to course correct the insanity that continues at the CIA.
Story break.
No, they fucking played into it.
And speculated that MBZ.
No, that's where my whole thing is. It's like, no, they're obviously all working together.
Had set up MBS.
Uncle Paul.
Jamal Khashoggi killed on
Are you
October 12th.
sure?
2nd,
Oh my God.
2019. By the
Oh my God, I haven't thought of Uncle Paul.
12th
Oh, dude, that
story
bit.
crisis. That day, Epstein emailed
I hope
the
Jimmy
contact,
shelved
something
that
smells
one.
bigger to me. I wouldn't be surprised if MBZ set him up. Then messaged somebody else. What I'm told, secondary source, is that one of the assassins put video on his phone and it was hacked. October 13th, Epstein says, can they label him a terrorist?
Sagar still thinks that trickle-down economics theory is real.
Covert op gone bad. Honey trap Turks ? MBZ ? At the same time, a message to Epstein. MBZ asked me to come over and see him ASAP, leaving in the morning. Epstein had sources inside the operation, and clearly
Diego,
he was following this Gulf
real Diego. I appreciate your gumption, dude.
intrigue story very closely, especially because he seems
Know your
to have
place.
been connected to a lot of these folks.
Well, and wasn't Epstein connected
Obviously
to
arriving,
Khashoggi's, was it
hating
his
already.
uncle,
Yes.
who was the
Fucking hater keeps
arms
scrolling.
dealer involved in Iran
Thanks, man. I
Contra, was
appreciate
one of
that.
his earliest sort of like intel connected contacts.
Oh,
So it makes
God.
sense that he.
I'm not
you know,
used
Of
to
course he
that.
knew him.
I'm not used to having somebody like just that's not a regular kind of going
Those
to bat.
contacts
So
close.
thank you.
He's very close with the family. So the MBZ, obviously from the UAE, you got the Saudis here involved, the Khashoggi family as well. Here's
Why did Trump kick him out of Mar-a-Lago? Oh, because he pilfered Virginia Giuffre. Or if you wanna believe the other narrative where it's like I found out that Jeffrey was into some weird stuff and I just said nope, not part of the club anymore.
another one. Let's put this up there on the screen. This is from Emily. Great find from
But then you go and you find that he still had contact with him.
her. She said
Same with Howard Lutnick and all these assholes.
2010 emails from Dan Dubno offering to set up meetings for Epstein with Israeli hackers and DARPA people. I designed this so you'd get your questions answered if you'd help me get mine, he said of a crypto workshop that he was setting up. All of you can just see there's so many indications. And then turning now, I think, to a little bit of his death, you've also seen some of these indications, for example, about why exactly he would kill himself. Let's put D9 up here on the screen. Inside of the files, the lawyers discussed the possibility of cooperation days before his death. Less than 2 weeks before he was found dead, his lawyers had met with Manhattan federal prosecutors, somebody who was about to strike a deal, not necessarily, is much more necessarily potentially a target than really somebody who was, on the verge of committing suicide. So you can see also that he was afraid, of even returning to his cell in one particular instance that you also saw in the files. And this fits with the video that makes no sense that has been released. Remember Pam Bondi's infamous, what did she say? say. He's like, oh, there was an old system at the time that just happened to delete like a minute or so of footage. I'm like, yeah, for sure. That's definitely what it is. We have the videos from CBS about his cell, all of the stuff about the cellmate, about the cameras. I mean, when you put all this stuff together, I don't think it looks like the official story. Anything adds up.
Yeah, so this Guardian story says less than 2 weeks before Epstein's death in jail, lawyers and Manhattan federal prosecutors met and discussed his potential cooperations. According to several documents within the cache of files, on July 29th, FBI and prosecutors met with Epstein's attorneys who in very general terms discussed the possibility of a resolution of the case and the possibility of the defendant's cooperation. An FBI document titled Epstein Investigation Summary and Timeline stated. Another document titled Jeffrey Epstein's Significant Case Notification, which was not attributed to a specific agency, closely resembled this FBI memo, provided several more details. Quote, defense counsel did not make a specific proposal and they did not indicate what the nature of Epstein's cooperation might be, if any. It was suggested defense counsel contact SDNY, Southern District of New York, if Epstein was prepared to accept responsibility for his conduct and or they had a specific proposal for a resolution of this case. So they were at least in talks about some sort of cooperation deal and, you know, obviously never got any further than those talks.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so let's stick with that, and we will go now to foreign.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the...
Jesus.
Megan, are you covering this story?
Here. I wasn't going to play this one because I didn't even know about it, but...
Well, let's take a look and see if you're any different than the rest. What do we got? Anti-ICE riots,
Valhalla.
illegal immigrants, Don Lemon.
I like watching the right-wingers react to this shit, and I like the fact that he's just calling out that MAGA's not talking about this.
Don Lemon, illegal immigrants, Don Lemon, Don Lemon, Don Lemon. So no, yet another MAGA influencer who hasn't done or said a single f***ing word about the new files release. Isn't that amazing? Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And the biggest story in the news continues to rage on this week. Yes, Big E, as we'll call him, to help work around the algorithm.
Hey, wait a minute. No, there's already a Big E that don't
here. And
don't besmirch Big E from the New Day.
And the files.
His intro's cringe. Yes, it is.
And we've had a lot of new wild additions to the stories this week, from things like Elon Musk begging to go to the island and Jay-Z being implicated for disgusting, horrific crimes with Harvey Weinstein, so much so that he has now fled the country, supposedly, and deleted his Instagram. Wow. Absolutely insane story. And you would think this story would be getting covered everywhere. I mean, everywhere. Right? Right? Well, it turns out no. If you only ingest...
See? I love this.
MAGA media.
I love this.
Fox News, for example. You may have not even heard
calling out the
that
fucking
there was even a new Epstein files release, because I actually went through Fox News's pages and all of the MAGA influencers, and they are just eerily quiet on this. That's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Let's jump into this thing.
Get a like from me.
Let's talk about it. Why are these MAGA influencers all so suspiciously quiet? Yes, all the usual suspects. You guys know them. All of the people who've got no intellectual capability outside of simping for Donald Trump and MAGA. None of them got a goddamn word to say about this. Isn't that interesting? And it's a lot more than just them as well. You also got people like the MAGA binder dipshits here who were so proud that they were going to be able to...
Benny Johnson hasn't said dick.
...release what's in the files. Well, what does people like Liz Wheeler have to say now?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure human praying mantis Liz Wheeler definitely covered this story, right? Let's take a look. China's plot, Pam Bondi, 0 indictments, 4 crimes committed by Becca Good. Trump frustrated with...
Hey, who's that conservative...
Pam Bondi. Look at
sorry,
that.
man. I forgot your handle, but the conservative homeless guy here, or I shouldn't say that. The politically homeless guy here. This guy probably fits your mold.
And that's going to be a common story as we work our way through all these MAGA talking heads and influencers. And it's just amazing to me that
my God, she's like Zorak.
How none of them have even heard about this
Space Ghost
story yet.
Space Ghost.
Now, why might that be? Why might all of these pro-Trump MAGA heads be silent right now? Could it have anything
Cassandra
to do with, I don't
Musk
know.
was begging to go to the island, got rejected.
Maybe the pages and pages and pages of multiple victims, accusing Donald Trump of raping teenage girls, running underage orgy sex parties, threatening to murder these girls if they end up saying anything. Just pages and pages, everything highlighted. Trump is implicated in these. So if you want to pause them and go all the way through them, you can. But I mean, as you can see here, it's just dozens and dozens and dozens. So you would think this is massive story. You think, hey, you would absolutely want to cover the biggest
Especially,
news, right? That's what we do.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tucker Carlson's going to cover it.
As social media creators. And
there's a few
also
right-wing creators that I know aren't afraid to cover this shit.
Emails like this that are dropping. So this is a new one that just dropped. You may not have seen yet. Pretty interesting. Jeffrey Epstein talking about bringing girls to an event for Donald Trump. And what do they have to say here? It says, when we come next month, I'm thinking about bringing
Zorak was the best. Zorak the Praying Mantis was the best keyboard player in the galaxy back then.
They're up for anything. You'll love them. Jeffrey Epstein
my favorite episode of Space Ghost is the one with Busta Rhymes.
That's not a good idea. Redacted.
Dude,
why would you
excited.
redact?
He went with it, and man, it worked.
Who this is in this conversation? This isn't a victim. You should absolutely tell us, government. Who is this file? I don't know. But anyway, he responds, why? And Epstein says Trump will be there. He doesn't like black girls. He calls them boogers. Won't go within 10 feet. Now, I feel like someone like Officer Tatum would find that highly offensive, right? Well, I don't know. Let's see what he had to say about the Epstein files. Now, shockingly, Talmud Tatum here actually did. He's one of the very, very few MAGA influencers who did any content on this Epstein release. And what was his video on?
Talmud Tatum.
His video is Trump scores.
Dude, how in the fuck is this guy not like, does he just constantly get burned as like being a leftist? And he's like, I'm not leftist.
Huge win after new Epstein dump backfires on Democrats. So that's actually even worse. Rather than just being a silent little shill, Tatum, of course, because this is what the good guy does, he actually is out here defending the files, saying they exonerate Trump and backfire on Democrats. Interesting take, given all of the allegations of raping 13-year-old girls there is in the new files release. But okay. And here's a new one that just got released recently. You may not have seen. I personally witnessed defendant Trump telling the plaintiff that she shouldn't ever say anything, and if she didn't want to disappear like the 12-year-old female blank, and that he was capable of having her whole family killed. As you see down here, the statement was, I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. This was done under oath. So, Apak Shakur, are you sure that that is exonerating Trump? Because it doesn't seem like it. But what did Donald Trump have to say about this new file drop where his name is in the files over 5,000 times?
What did you think of the latest release of Epstein files, and do you think your critics will be satisfied with?
Well, they should be, because it looked like this guy Wolf, who's a writer, was conspiring with Epstein to do harm to me.
Jesus Christ. This guy, Michael Wolff, was conspiring with Epstein to do harm to me. Yeah, you know what? I didn't do nothing. I didn't do anything wrong. This totally vindicates me.
I was told by some very important people that
Jesus fucking Christ. He really does think that his supporters are the dumbest fucking people on the planet.
The opposite of what people were hoping, the radical.
He has zero respect
Trump
for
actually
any of them.
believes that the recent files release exonerates him. Now, what may actually be true, Trump may not have even any clue that all of these documents are out about him raping teenagers.
I think that's
because he gets all of his news from Fox
News.
Let's see what Fox News has been covering. So yes, Fox News, baby. I'm sure they have covered this story in detail, digging up every piece of evidence they could find. Let's see. All right, we got a bunch about stolen elections, supplying oil, Turkey, Iran, revolutions, anti-ICE claims, Iran, TPUSA, Iran again.
Dude, this kind of explains like some of the chatters coming in here.
Or Minneapolis, Iran. Minneapolis, ICE, Iran. More blaming of Democrats. Minneapolis, Iran, ICE. So it doesn't really matter how far I scroll down here, guys. Not a single story. Now, isn't that incredible? Not a single, not one news story of the new release of the Epstein files on Fox News. Now, this is where you need to understand the PSYOP portion of all this, right? So think about
how many times did Fox News say autopen today?
many people, especially like
A lot.
Republican boomer demographic, exclusively and only get their news through mainstream media. And obviously the majority of that through Fox News. And so if Fox News never plays a single story, doesn't say a word to any of their viewers about this happening, the reality is there's a huge portion of the country that doesn't even know these new files even exist. And that is 100% by design. Now
No, and I've seen this happen where like Dean was talking to a guy just like the other day, and I saw the clip where this guy legitimately had no idea that any of this stuff got released. And he was just like, yeah, well, isn't that old news? He's like, no, this is the new files. And he was just like, well, nobody's really talking about this.
Let's talk about the ladies of MAGA.
Gee,
because yes, the ladies
wonder
of
what-
MAGA
what would
are a
happen if that was the
special
case?
type of disgusting.
Yeah, here we
Because
go.
these women know what happened to all these victims, these underage girls that were being sex trafficked, raped, murdered, we're learning at this point. And not only
Hey.
are they not covering the story and not
What's up, Visora? Shout out Visora. Everybody check out our channel. Sorry, I'm eating. Hey, Pepley will be on for a few hours. Yeah.
announcing the people involved,
Thank
they're
you. I
actually
appreciate that.
actively using their positions to try to protect files who were preying on underage girls. This has got to be some of the most disgusting shit
This could unite us. I think
that's
so.
out there right now. Now, obviously, people
I'm not even kidding, guys. Like, I'm not trying to be overly optimistic, but like now I'm having conversations with more right wingers that, you know, when they even say, hey, listen, I voted for Trump, but this is too much. Like, this shit has gone too far. I am having more and more of those conversations in my everyday life, and then seeing like more content coming out with it. So it's just, it feels like there is a shift.
working for the government like Pam Bondi and Carolyn Levitt, they get up there with their cross necklaces.
It's
on,
intelligence training.
Lie blatantly through their teeth. They're going straight to hell for this. But somebody like Megyn Kelly is interesting because she built her whole shtick at Fox News off being sort of the Republican Me Too woman, right? Always denouncing sexual assault from all the big wigs when the Harvey Weinstein case came out, all over it, right? Well, Megan, are you covering this story? Well, let's take a look and see if you're any different than the rest. What do we got? Anti-ICE riots, illegal immigrants, Don Lemon. Don Lemon.
Oh my God, she really is egregious.
Don Lemon, illegal immigrants, Don Lemon.
Oh, Biden got name dropped in the latest doc?
Don
Really?
Lemon. So no,
All right.
yet another
There it
MAGA
is.
influencer who hasn't done or said a single
This is my defending Biden face.
about the new files release. Isn't that amazing? But maybe it's
Get
because
'em.
Megyn already gave her stance on this. Now, you may remember this one, but Megyn Kelly really wanted to make it clear that as long as you're raping teenage girls,
Not a principal leftist. The only one that got me was Noam Chomsky, which apparently we've known about. Like, somebody reminded me of that yesterday. Like, yeah, that was kind of known that he was like chummy with Epstein. So a lot of people already dipped off the Noam Chomsky train. I was like, oh, okay.
it's okay. Because as long as they aren't like 8.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything.
I don't know, Visora. We did watch something recently about how one of the files talked to one of the guards about the 4chan thing that got posted right before we found out that he was actually, you know, Cade.
Everything, but virtually everything. And this person
What
has
up, Chris?
told me from the
How's things in Greece?
start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like, he liked 15-year-old girls.
So this actually kind of makes sense for her, for why
Keep
she's
in mind that Megyn has a 15-year-old daughter.
She's
As,
not
God damn. I keep
actually calling Donald Trump out for this and why she's completely silent with her platform on all of this. Because like she says there, she's absolutely fine with 60-year-old men raping 14 to 15-year-old girls. And so because Trump's being accused of raping 13 and 14-year-old girls, it's completely fine with Megyn. Now, we also know about Big E's ties to high-side intelligence apparatuses like
barely
Mossad
legal.
and the
I mean-
CIA. And so I wonder what
the fact that she even like tried to mince that, like, that is the manufacturing consent on that end. It is kind of like, oh my God.
Ben Shapiro
It plays into the whole. Yeah, I think they would give their own kids up.
and the Daily Wire have to say about all that. Let's take a look at a couple clips here and
Yeah,
see what
15's
Old
not a
Shapiro
kid.
thinks about this.
Reason the FBI is not releasing them is because those tapes do not include underage people with third parties on Epstein Island. That is not what the tapes are. I also have sources in the federal government.
Oh, okay. So the tapes and the videos and the pictures don't have anything to do with minors, even though the files have already proved that's exactly what's in the tapes and the videos. Take a look at another one.
Less shocked by this than some.
All right, this is
The
kind of
reason
funny.
being,
Wait, who's this?
whenever there's this level of speculation without any sort of supporting evidence,
Let's see who's behind my screen.
it's not a shock to me when all that sort of falls apart. What does this demonstrate? Well, it
Sneeko,
demonstrates
of
that
course.
once a
Fucking
conspiracy
Sneeko.
theory gets going, it becomes utterly unfalsifiable.
There you go. Ben Shapiro's response: the Epstein files are all a giant conspiracy theory. Sure, man. No, like all these tens of millions of files are completely fake. And
No, I mean, I started the show and somebody was saying that.
That's why people like Jay-Z.
And I was just like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing this. Like, it's all fake. It's all a hoax. It's like, Jesus Christ.
You're deleting their Instagram
Trump
accounts
trained-
and their social media.
He definitely trained his minions well in the whole, like, just talk like Trump and then, be as blatant of an asshole as you can.
He is, and fleeing the country. Because this is all one big conspiracy theory. Nice, Ben. This is probably why you're losing 10 to 40,000 subscribers a month, bud. And the fact that we have documents directly from the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Every
saying
accusation is a confession. It really is.
things like this. CHS advised that
That's why him taking the election ballots from Georgia it's like, come on, man.
this is a real collusion
You're
story.
just telling
Trump
us
has
what you're
been
going to do now.
compromised by Israel, and Kushner is there as the real brains behind the organization and his presidency. So yeah, what a surprise that Ben Shapiro's out here telling you that the entire thing is a conspiracy theory. But what about other people at the Daily Wire like Matt Walsh? Yes, tough guy, masculine, don't touch our kids.
That's what I need for my
Drag
cat.
queens, Matt Walsh. Let's
Yeah,
see
like
what
one of
he's had
those
to say
little,
about this whole thing. Yeah, Matt Walsh, I'm sure it's
things that
all
he can
not
just lay in.
immigration, Don Lemon at ICE. I'm sure you're covering the Epstein files, right, bud? No, attacking Miss Rachel, Don Lemon.
What am I talking about? I'll just get a box.
immigration,
He'll be fine.
Bruce Springsteen, gambling, Elon Omar, Somali fraud.
Oh my God.
And yes, no Epstein anywhere to be found on Matt Walsh's content.
Oh.
Why is that, Matt Walsh? Don't you care about kids in America?
Yeah.
Don't you care about these female victims? Don't you care the fact that, the entire elite apparatus is all involved in a giant child trafficking ring now involving, we know, ritual sacrifice of babies? That's not something you think you need to cover, Matt Walsh? Okay. And so, guys, we could do this forever. Pick whatever big MAGA talking head you want. Go to their page. You'll see that they're either completely
Alex Jones is the biggest one for me.
on all of this, or they have some take like Talmud Tatum or Ben Shapiro where they're going to tell you that it's all a big conspiracy or that it's only Democrats in the files. Instead of just, having integrity.
We just saw
integrity because
just
that's
saw that
what
in chat.
MAGA actually sort of ran a campaign on in 2024 was accountability for
don't
the
even have
deep
to say
state
anything.
and
No
the
notes.
Epstein files. And now when they find out their daddy Trump is very disgustingly implicated, now it's all silence. And so none of you have any journalistic or intellectual integrity whatsoever. Nobody should take anything any of these fucking people say seriously ever again. The Megyn Kellys, the Ben Shapiros, the Daily Wire, the Matt Walsh.
Nobody's saying shit about Bill. Dude, we have all said just lock him up.
Just throw it in the trash can. Because again, the fact
No, at this point, Bill Clinton is old news with the list where we're like, yeah, he should be deposed.
that none of them, even
Yeah, the fact that he's, not being held in contempt, that's a problem.
even up to the point of all of Fox News, have said a goddamn word about the new release of the Epstein files.
Dems are not left. They don't know how to separate.
Tells you
Trust me.
everything
Trust
you
me.
need to know.
You can
about
try all you
these
want.
people. So it's going to keep getting more interesting as more files come out. Also tonight, me and Jake Shields are going
Oh my God. Yeah, Jake Shields totally jumped ship too. Yeah, fuck it.
Hey, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, you daily dive.
Let's get the centrist take on
into
it.
the news.
Although,
It is Monday,
man,
February 2nd.
Comrade
I
Phil,
hope you have
I
a
gotta
good
actually
one.
give him some credit. He really kind of just finally did the pivot where he's like, no, this is all insane. Fuck it. I'm supporting leftist policies. Like, we
There's a
can't
lot
do this anymore.
We've got to dive into today, but first, an announcement. Your first Beautiful Bastard drop of 2026 just went live, and I listened to you. A lot of you said that you wanted pieces I felt kind of including Donald Trump himself, and still failing to meet its legal obligation to release all of the Epstein files. That's what you have so many people saying right now after the department has released another 3.5 million pages of documents, along with 2,000 videos and 180,000 images, more than 1 month after the December 19th
Jesus, it's been since 2019.
deadline set by the Epstein
Since you
Files
watched him?
Transparency Act.
Wow.
While Trump officials claim that they have now fully complied with the law, survivors, lawmakers, and watchdog groups say that they're withholding
Oh my
roughly
God.
half of the records being
Visora, I'm not sure if you saw Rowdy's comment. Rowdy just asked, what are leftist policies? You're the perfect person to articulate this.
held by the government. Right, and that it's
He couldn't have asked that at a better time. I am so happy that you.
not even the only
Rowdy,
way that the
good
law
one.
may have been broken. The Epstein Files Transparency Act tasks the government with releasing the files, but also with protecting the victims, right? Which was also one of the DOJ's original excuses for refusing to release the files, even as survivors
Trust me, I will cede to other people's strengths.
called for their release. And when the department published this new batch of files on Friday,
Debbie
they claimed
Johnson,
that
thank
more
you
than
for
500
the,
attorneys and
sub. I
reviewers
appreciate that.
contributed to this effort. But those files, when they were released, they contained the full names of dozens of victims, as well as nearly 40 unredacted nude images of young women and possibly teenagers. Those photos appearing to be part of a personal photo collection, some seeming to have been taken on Epstein's private island, and the bodies and faces of people in them, they were fully visible. And then as far as the names, according to a Wall Street Journal analysis, several women's full names appeared more than 100 times in the files, including more than 24 who were minor.
Yeah, I have an interview with one of the ones that was named like multiple times, and she just
when
said
they
she's
were
like,
abused. You
"This
also have
is
some files hiding someone's
such a
name, but
blatant
then a duplicate
violation."
file somewhere else, making the name public. And some, they had personally identifying details such as bank information and home addresses posted without redactions as well. Right, and overall, you had lawyers representing more than 200 victims saying that they reported thousands of redaction failures on behalf of nearly 100 individual survivors whose lives have been turned upside down by the DOJ's latest release. Right, and they actually had to ask federal judges to order the immediate takedown of the Justice Department's entire Epstein Files website, writing a letter saying the DOJ committed what may be the single most egregious violation of victim privacy in one day in United States history, and saying it is no longer ethical, moral, or responsible to attempt to remedy these violations through DOJ's torturously tedious game, saying this was never a complex undertaking. DOJ has possessed the names of victims that it promised to redact for months. There is no conceivable degree of institutional incompetence sufficient to explain the scale, consistency, and
Do you know how
persistence
often
of the
that's
failures
said?
that occurred. Now, with all that, it does seem that many, if not most of these mistakes have been corrected. Of course, that's not all that reassuring to those whose privacy has already been so flagrantly violated, especially when the department did in fact take a lot of time to heavily redact many of the
Right.
files. Hell, I mean, there's even one image where a redaction box appears over the face of Donald Trump, even though it just seems to be a shot of him giving a public speech, which then, of course, makes a lot of people wonder who the Trump DOJ is really trying to protect here. There, you had Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche,
Come on.
otherwise known as Trump's former personal defense lawyer, saying,
We did not protect President Trump. We didn't protect or not protect anybody. I mean, I think that that there's a.
Did anybody ask like how this numbnut was his attorney, his personal attorney? Like
a hunger or a
this guy, the way his demeanor is just weaselly and just kind of like
thirst for information that I do not think
it's
will be
almost
satisfied.
like you
by
feel
the
like he
review
would
of these
lose any
documents.
case.
Blanche also appeared both confused and angry when a reporter asked if the public might learn the identities of men who abused young women with the help of Epstein.
Is the public going to learn about men that abuse these girls? Like, what does that mean? If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute. That is not the case. I don't know whether there are men out there that abuse these women.
Right, and there you have many saying that that's an insane thing for him to say. Right? Because as much as we don't know exactly who and to what extent others were involved in Epstein's abuse, there is ample reason to believe that there are others who need to face consequences, either for being directly involved in abuse or having knowledge of it and doing nothing. One of the biggest questions for many is whether President Donald J. Trump is one of them, especially as you had the New York Times identifying more than 5,300 files containing over 38,000 references to Trump, Melania, Mar-a-Lago Club, and other related words and phrases. Right, a big jump from the previously released Epstein files that included only 130 files with
But he's not in them.
references. Now that said, some of the new files are copies of emails and other records that the DOJ or the House Oversight Committee released late last year. And then many of the others are just news articles and other publicly available materials that landed in Epstein's inbox. Right, and notably, none of these files included any direct communication between Trump and Epstein. As far as what's new, you did have one file showing that a man who worked for Epstein told investigators that Trump, along with high-profile figures including the former Prince Andrew and Robert Kennedy, had visited Epstein's home. Also, another contains handwritten notes from an interview conducted back in 2019, about 1 month after Epstein died in a cell, and they say that a victim whose name's been redacted remembers being driven to
Everybody check out Devil's Advocate Productions and Visora.
Mar-a-Lago to meet Trump, and that Epstein said
fellow This Space contributors.
Trump at the time, "This is a good one, huh?" Then you have another file showing that Epstein emailed a private investigator in 2001 suggesting that he had plans to call Trump to talk about Virginia Giuffre, or Giuffre being one of Epstein's most well-known victims, with her dying from suicide last year, and she said that she had been lured into Epstein's web when she worked at Mar-a-Lago. There are then also multiple documents, including allegations that Trump raped a child in these new files, but many of these are based on unverified tips received by the FBI. And so some outlets are actually not publishing those at all due to doubts about their credibility. But with all that, you have many arguing that no, we do need to show them, we do need to talk about them because they concern the President of the United States. We're saying that you know, this is a man who had a...
Trust me, again, this is why I can't stand this shit. The idea, oh, well, it's unverified because you know that any Republican would, yeah, Hunter Biden's laptop. There you go.
Well-documented friendship with Epstein. He's been found civilly liable for sexual abuse. And, you know, you can hear him on tape talking about you just grabbed women by the pussy because you're famous. Right? And that is some of these allegations mirror ones made by a Jane Doe in a lawsuit that was filed against Trump back in 2016. And there it was alleged that he and Epstein raped this girl when she was 13 years old, although he denied the claims and the suit was later dropped. And this includes one complaint made by phone in July 2016, which seems to have been made by the same lawyer who represented the Jane Doe. And then there's another document which now appears to have been taken down, which includes a complaint summary from an FBI tip claiming that her female friend was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump approximately 35 years ago, saying she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral sex. And quote, the friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting him. The friend said she was also abused by Epstein. File also says that the investigators, quote, spoke with caller who identified redacted as friend, adding, quote, lead was sent to Washington office to conduct interview. But it's unclear what, if anything, came from this. Also, another tip summarized in the same now deleted file claimed that Trump held, quote, calendar girl parties at Mar-a-Lago where Epstein would bring in children and Trump would auction them off. The claiming that guests included Elon Musk, Trump's eldest children, and Alan Dershowitz. The document also references Bill Clinton, alleging that he attended Epstein parties and that he, Trump, and others appear in videos of what they call criminal activity. But unlike some of the others, no contact information was provided for this tip, and there's no evidence, timeline, or other verification attached. But that, of course, it hasn't stopped them from going viral online, and it's even attracted the attention of politicians with, for example, Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego writing, there needs to be a thorough investigation of each and every one of these claims. Now, that said, in Trump's defense, you had the Trump DOJ releasing a statement saying some of the documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election, and adding, to be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they have a shred of credibility, they certainly would have been weaponized against President Trump already. But with that statement hitting a lot of people kind of odd for a number of reasons, including it sounds like literally Donald Trump's own personal defense in the past. But then also, of course, besides Trump, there are lots of other rich and powerful people who come up in these files, some also in connection to direct allegations of sexual abuse. And so, for example, there are documents describing claims against convicted sex offender Harvey Weinstein. One slide deck appearing to be an FBI presentation of Jeffrey Epstein investigations describing an allegation that Epstein, quote, told an accuser to give Weinstein a massage during which Weinstein told her to take off her shirt, and saying that when she refused, Weinstein threatened to, quote, get women to come force her to. That same slide includes allegations that Epstein told an accuser to give Wall Street billionaire Leon Black a massage while Black was naked, and that Black made another female perform oral sex. It also mentioned Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, although it didn't accuse him of sexual abuse. Instead, it described how one source reported that Lutnick made his money through Ponzi schemes and money laundering. With Lutnick also coming up elsewhere in the files, with emails appearing to show Commerce Secretary Lutnick and his wife accepting an invitation to Epstein's Island in December of 2012, and they planned to arrive by yacht with their children. And very notably, that is several years after Lutnick previously said that he had broke contact with Epstein.
Yeah, it's almost like they're all lying.
Emails also appear to show that Elon Musk has lied about his past dealings with Epstein. Right, Musk has famously claimed that Epstein tried to get me to go to his island and I refused. But one file that appears to show that he emailed with Epstein to try and plan a visit to Epstein's Island in late 2013 and early 2014, asking in one email what day/night will be the wildest party on your
Hello, Vonnie Mage. Hello, hope you're doing well. Thank you.
Island. And with that, I'll say it isn't clear if the island visits actually took place. And as far as Musk, he's continued to defend himself, claiming Epstein hounded him relentlessly to go to his pedo island. So for many, you have them saying that his denials, they continue to sound like an admission that he knew that something fucked up was actually happening there. But then also, as far as other big names, we gotta mention Microsoft billionaire Bill Gates, where there's one new email in which Epstein suggests that he helped Gates get drugs to, quote, deal with consequences of sex with Russian girls, and that he helped help facilitate illicit trysts with married women. Also, another name worth noting is Hollywood filmmaker Brett Ratner. He hasn't been the busiest since he was accused of sexual assault, though he did just direct the newly released Melania documentary. But in the new files, it includes of
course he did.
Series of photos of Epstein's New York townhouse with Ratner sitting with Epstein and a woman who's
Why not?
acted, as well as
At
a
this point,
modeling
why
agent
not?
who was associated with Epstein and who also died by apparent suicide in 2022 in prison, waiting trial on sex trafficking charges. Also, others who came up in the files with some apparent ties to Epstein are billionaire Richard Branson, Google co-founder Sergey Brin, New York Giants co-owner Steve Tisch, chairman of the 2028 LA Olympics Casey Wasserman, and former White House counsel under Barack Obama, Catherine Rumler. And actually, on the subject of Democrats, you had Bill Clinton's name appearing in the new files several times, mostly communications between his staff and Ghislaine Maxwell about travel and dining plans in the early 2000s before Epstein was convicted in 2008. And all of that, as you know, the Clintons, they've denied any wrongdoing, and they've also refused to comply with subpoenas from the House Oversight Committee, meaning that,
like I said, at this point, just being implicated, that's enough for me to just be like, nah, guilty in the court of public opinion.
Vote soon to hold them in contempt. Also, you're seeing things like right-wing outlets like Fox News trying to link Zoran Mamdani to Epstein, sharing what's been described as a resurfaced photo linking him to an Epstein-connected publicist, or with the image showing Mamdani at a luncheon for the movie Get Out, hosted by Petty Siegel, a Hollywood publicist who's already faced backlash for her relationship with Epstein. But anyway, in the photo is also Mamdani's mother, filmmaker Mira Nair. And as Fox News and other right-wing outlets have noted, she is in the files. Right in a 2009 email, Seagal wrote to Epstein about an after party at Ghislaine Maxwell's townhouse that Nair attended for a film that she had directed. But that appears to be the extent of any connection so far, though you've also had fake AI-generated images going around online claiming to show Mamdani as a child with his mother, Epstein, and others, even as there are those who do actually have very well-established links to Epstein. And so outside of the United States, what are the
Funny
most well-known
how those are the ones that they're out there just like, look!
associates of Epstein is the UK's former Prince Andrew, whose
But
title was stripped
the real photos and videos
because of all this. And he
That
also
could be
appears in
AI.
this new batch of the files, at least
we live in a fucking post-truth society now.
100 times. And that includes in the form of these kinds of disturbing photos of him kneeling over a woman on the floor and placing his hand on her
Yeah, I'll play the Kyle Kalinske
stomach.
video
Files
after
also
this.
show that his ex-wife, Sarah Ferguson, emailed Epstein for his advice just 2 months after she told London's Evening Standard newspaper that she would have nothing ever to do with Jeffrey Epstein ever again. And so actually, with all that, you've now had British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and several other officials calling on
enough
Andrew
with
to
that.
testify before Congress.
Donnie's a privileged
And this
communist.
is, you also
Yeah, we get it.
have a guy named Lord Peter Mandelson already announcing his resignation.
You're not lying. It's just I'm over
Starmer's.
Okay. You know what? Then fuck it. Just give up. You're never going to have anybody that like is pushing your policies that if we keep doing the virtue signaling bullshit all the time, every goddamn time.
Party after the new file suggested he was paid $75,000 by Epstein in the early 2000s. Meanwhile, abroad, you're seeing a top official in Slovakia resigning his position after photos.
Meanwhile, you got MAGA here just literally just ignoring all this, saying it's a fucking
emails
hoax.
revealed that he had met with
Whatever.
Epstein in the
Yeah, remember the peanut farm from
years after
yeah,
Epstein was
Carter?
released from jail. Also, the Crown Princess of Norway has now had to publicly apologize for keeping ties with Epstein. Right, and ultimately, the fallout from this, it's been global, and the extent of Epstein's connections, it seems to just keep growing. But of course, some of the questions that still remain is which of these connections knew or were involved, and will they ever face real consequences? So that's a question I'll say that Trump's DOJ no longer appears interested in. Or with Blanche continuing to just push back on this idea that
Dude, why are you screwing out? I've been respectful in chat before. I've donated towards your wife's cancer fund. There's no need for you to act this
there
way.
is anything more to be found out.
There's a lot of correspondence. There's a lot of emails. There's a lot of photographs. There's a lot of horrible photographs that appear to be taken by Mr. Epstein or people around him. But that doesn't allow us necessarily to prosecute somebody.
But with this, you have Democrats slamming the Trump DOJ for still keeping around half of the files locked away. And with that, you had Representative Robert Garcia adding, "This is outrageous and incredibly concerning," saying they are in violation of the law. We are demanding the names of
The
Epstein
DOJ is
co-conspirators
saying
and the
that
men
people
and
shouldn't trust what's being shown in the Epstein files.
Files who abused women.
Uh-oh. Is that really the best PR crisis they got?
Also, other lawmakers have been concerned by Trump's repeated mentions and said, what we've seen is sickening, with serious allegations involving the president himself. If this is what they're willing to release, imagine what they're still hiding. Our investigation is just getting started. And then you also had Bro Khanna announcing that he and his Republican colleague Thomas Massie requested to meet with the DOJ to learn more about the heavy redactions and see portions of the files without these blackouts. And you had Khanna also threatening Pam Bondi with impeachment.
But it is not good enough. If we don't get the remaining files, if we do not get the remaining 302 forms, the remaining prosecution memo from 2019, and if the survivors are not happy, then Thomas Massie and I are prepared to move on impeachment or contempt.
But, words are words, actions are actions, and we're going to have to wait to see what happens from here. Are there some real consequences? Do we get more? Will the day ever actually come?
We're past the point of excuses. If they're still siding with MAGA, they're evil.
Where it feels like those in power actually want to hold people accountable. With all these recent developments, everything that you've seen and heard.
Damn, dude, this DOJ is effing hilarious. I mean, in a catastrophically destructive way, but all I can do is laugh at this point.
What are your thoughts here?
Yeah.
And then there's...
I know that judges are actually starting to kind of come out and just be like, it's becoming a post-law, like, society where soon you're going to have sovereign citizens trying to pull a bunch of this shit. Like, just trust me, it's going to happen. All right. We got, you know what? I'm going to pull this one up because we got.
All right, y'all. Welcome to the show. I hope everybody out there is having a great. This is totally in contravention of the law. So let's start here. In the new Epstein Files leak, we have heavy illegal redactions protecting the perpetrators. So this is now the second time that that's happened. It's on purpose. This is totally in contravention.
I was about to say he killed it. He was crushing it on social media. So
of the law, they don't care. Hey. There's also doxing of Epstein victims again. Supposedly an accident, but this is now the second time that that's happened as well. You have...
Am I ending tonight with sovereign citizens?
Incriminating documents.
Yeah, I have a good one lined up for you guys.
On Trump posted and then pulled down and then reposted, apparently, when they realized the cat was out of the bag. You have Epstein discussing Trump raping underage girls at his house. You have Elon visiting Epstein Island. You have Bill Gates getting STDs from Russian girls. We have allegations of sex trafficking and auctioning underage kids at Mar-a-Lago. We have Melania's close relationship with Ghislaine exposed. Nobody knew how close they were until this new round of leaks.
I mean, just look at those elite parties that they're having, like, publicly. You don't...
And you have the Trump pick for Fed share.
Stop. With the Diddy parties and all this, can we just get to the point where it's like, no, all these elite fuckers, they're all in. Like, they're all in it. Fuck
exposed
this.
in the Epstein file.
This is why we need to cap how much money you can make, so you just don't fucking become degenerate just because you have that much money.
Files as well.
And you get bored.
So many people, it's like 30 people or something like that in the Trump regime are in the Epstein files and have ties to Epstein.
Joe Rogan is turning to misinformation.
Leads to very disturbing questions about the nature of power in our country.
Nice hair, lady.
We also have this. There are more than 5,300 files containing over 38,000 references to Donald Trump in the latest batch of the Epstein files. So I like this reply. Somebody said to me when I posted this out there from the New York Times, there's more mentions of Trump in the Epstein files than Jesus in the Bible. There's around 900 to over 1,200 times in the New Testament they mention Jesus.
No.
Like I said, 38,000 references to Donald Trump in the Epstein files.
All right, that's incredible.
Absolutely incredible. Probably the worst part of these new Epstein files are all of the pages that just say CSAM not scanned. And of course, what that means is it is exactly what you think it is. It is Fredophilia. And it's pictures, it's videos, and there's a hell of a lot of it. And so, of course, they can't release that. So it says CSAM not scanned. Absolutely disgusting stuff. This came out the other day, but Ghislaine Maxwell alleged that 29 friends of the notorious sex trafficker Epstein had been protected by the Justice Department by way of secret settlements. Secret settlements. So this might explain why we haven't seen anybody go to prison for the Epstein scandal, is because it looks like the government cut deals, 29 of them, probably including all 10 co-conspirators. Let's go through the basics real quick. So shout out to CoffeeZilla. He posted a video on his Voidzilla channel here going through it. Let's watch it, then I'll come back and give you a lot more. Here we go.
The FBI just dropped 3.5 million files, and it is incredible. Huge bombshells about some of the most powerful people on the planet. I can't believe they let some of this stuff out. I mean, it is stunning. Honestly, one of the biggest lies we've seen is the idea that the FBI could possibly come to us and say, not only is there not a client list, there was no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Guys, we're about to see planned blackmail to one of the most powerful people on the planet, and that is Bill Gates. Listen, there's a lot we're going to get to, but we have to start with probably the craziest revelation here, which is Jeffrey Epstein emailing himself about Bill Gates. Now, if you don't know, Bill Gates and Epstein had a relationship post-2008. That's a big year. You're going to hear a lot today, because 2008 was the time that Epstein pled guilty for soliciting of somebody under the age of 18. He was a predator at this point. Everybody knew it. Now, eventually, Bill Gates would get divorced when all of this came out. Melinda Gates said it was part of the direct cause for the divorce. She said she met Epstein and said he was evil.
He was evil personified.
So you have to understand, this is like Bill Gates' kryptonite. He's one of the richest men on the planet. He's got this huge philanthropy arm. But this relationship with Epstein has been a huge problem for him. And Epstein appears to have known that because in 2013, Bill Gates appears to be distancing himself from Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says, I assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement. Basically, he's got to shut up about his relationship with Bill Gates. And this is where the blackmail starts, and it comes in the form of like, if I were you, I would do X if I were the type of guy that you should be. He says, in that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we agreed upon, 30 to 40% of an $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's terms. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. Then he lays out what he has on Bill Gates, or what he says he has. Quote, to add insult to injury, you subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails I had regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you could surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your I mean, this is insane. It's completely insane. It's like basically laying out in text form, I would give me millions of dollars, and I can't believe you're asking me to delete the message where you were going to give STD medication to your wife without her knowledge. I mean, it's complete. It's crazy. It's just completely obvious what he's doing here. It's just a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Here's what you should do. But now that coming out after Epstein's death, this looks really bad for Gates, obviously, because you usually wouldn't blackmail somebody for something that's completely false or fake. I mean, maybe he did that. But we also know Bill Gates had affairs. Obviously, Melinda credits it for their divorce. So it's hard to believe there was nothing sketchy going on. Bill Gates, of course, maintains that it was completely above board. He says the fact this allegation was in here just shows how much Epstein was willing to defame people. But Epstein lays it out. He says he helped Bill get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of...
No, that's what we've been saying. The fact that even with all these redactions, it's this bad. Like, guys, I can't even fathom, like, seriously.
With Russian girls, facilitating his illicit trysts with married women.
We, at some point in this, we've already had unredacted mentions of ritual sacrifice, like, allegedly, so...
And to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. Look, guys, this is exactly what we suspected the whole time. Epstein was providing services to rich people and expecting payment via blackmail. Now you might say, and it's
that's why Biden covered it up too. Honestly, the more and more that comes out, like about the Merrick Garland stuff and Kamala Harris's answer on Jimmy Kimmel.
No, that
fuck them.
Epstein ultimately sent that version of an
they were protecting people too.
Email to Gates. All we know is he sent that to himself. He may have planned the.
That's what I'm saying. No, it's time to wipe the board. All of these elites need to be held accountable in a way where it's like, no, we do not vote for any of them. Like, my biggest push is to just be like, you know what? Time for a restart with Congress. Let's just fucking vote them all out and just get all new people, literally every single person out, new people in.
The blackmail and just been
and no special interest
drafting something. But what we do know are two things.
I mean, obviously that has to happen first.
The Wall Street Journal has reported that Gates was threatened by Epstein over an affair. We also know that after this blackmail email Jeffrey sent to himself was written, eventually Gates sent a $2 million donation to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein, which is a bit weird if you had distanced yourself from the guy and y'all had this big falling out.
So he probably did the threatening in person. Like, he did like a rough draft and typed out his thoughts on it. Then he did the threatening in person, and then Gates gave him money. Oh my God, man. This stuff is so crazy.
Now, again, do we know for sure that Bill Gates did all of that? No, of course we don't. But do I think Bill Gates was innocently looking for charity advice from after he already pled guilty?
No. The fact that this is the shit, like, do you understand that every time one of these motherfuckers tries to give an explanation and it's obvious bullshit, and then for people to come out and just be like, yeah, you know what? I feel like it's all a hoax.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I'm not that gullible. And speaking of not that gullible, we've been lied to also by another richest
when it's this obvious
guy on the planet. Jeez, it's a shock.
All of them are broken, not human anymore. I mean, I genuinely do have like this theory that once you make enough money, you lose your humanity. Like, you don't know how to
put
function.
This out. Elon Musk, who has been saying for years that it is a lie
because they just keep going and testing new waters.
In fact, he says he refused to go. From Elon, he says, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island. I refused. He says, anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Later responding to another headline, which said Elon Musk planned trip to Epstein's private island. And he says, this is false. But of course, we start to dig through the files, and we can see on Epstein.
Dog, you're caught in black and white, bro. Stop trying to weasel your way out of it. We've all seen the emails now. He literally was like, can I please come to your wildest party? I would really like to cut loose. I would really like the island experience. Wink, wink. Like, bro, you are
Dude, he sent that at 6 a.m. on Christmas morning.
so caught. And such a loser.
Like
that you had the pedophile billionaire cabal of elites going.
His wife, Crystal, pointed out, too, that it was like, yeah, and they had pictures from that morning where he was with his kids. So it's like,
I don't know if I want this guy there, bro.
So what the fuck got you to go like, yeah, you know what would be nice if I could go to that island that I keep hearing about?
Calendar that Elon Musk has booked.
You guys remember that Sneeko story, how one of the big revelations was that they had a hospitality like industry that takes care of all these people?
In December 6th of 2014. Yeah. But maybe you don't believe that. That's just the word of Jeffrey Epstein. But maybe you'll believe the word of Elon Musk, who was
But yeah, you know what? We can't have them paying higher taxes. What? That'd be crazy.
caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein to go to his island post the guilty plea. Elon Musk writes, "Will be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Good time to visit." Jeffrey Epstein says, "I will send a heli for you." Later, Elon Musk writes to Epstein, probably just Tallulah and me, his ex-wife, what day and night would be the wildest party on your island? The world's richest man is asking the most vile man for the wildest party on his island. And then it gets more explicit. In 2012, remember, this guy said, I refused it. I could never do that, right? It's false. But here in 2012, he says, do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of my sanity this year. I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Guys, he can't even play the I went to go study math excuse, which is what all these guys do. They say, hey, I just went to go talk to scientists. Elon's like, hey, I don't want to do that. I'm looking for a party.
Bro basically wrote down like, Jeffrey, I'm wondering if you have any underage girls to do stuff with my penis.
God, Elon is so pathetic. Yes. He really is he's the most pathetic human being to ever exist.
Basically put down
all the money in the world and he can't buy himself any charisma.
And what a loser. Oh my God. And a criminal.
That's what I'm here to do. And then Jeffrey Epstein writes, understood, I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make your ex-wife uncomfortable. I can't believe these guys are lying to us, and people are swallowing it still, thinking that Elon Musk had nothing to do with this guy.
By the way, I cannot wait for Joe Rogan to completely and utterly avoid this like the plague, or try to spin it, or have Elon Musk to do damage control. Because those are the options. We know he's not just going to cut Elon off and start telling the truth. We know that's not going to happen. In fact, we're going to go through all these different Epstein files. You'll never guess which one email Joe Rogan found. The one about Bill Gates.
Yep.
Shockingly, missed all the ones about Trump, missed all the ones about Elon, missed all the ones about the Republicans. Only found the Bill Gates one. What a hack. What a hack he is.
That's 2012. That's 2014. But guess what? There's another time in 2013. I mean, this seems like a year.
Rogan is so screwed.
Thing with the boys. Here, once again, Elon Musk.
I know that he's losing a bunch of his audience, and even Jake Shields is just like, bro, you've lost the plot if you're still defending Trump, and I gave up.
Right? We'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Again, is there a good time to visit?
Like, did you ever see that one coming?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Where Jake fucking Shields, Mr. MAGA man himself, is now the one that's just like, yeah, you know what? Trump betrayed us. I can't believe I ever supported this guy. This guy's a freak. We need to get him all out. Like
any day, 1st of the 8th, play it by ear if you want. Always space for you. They then plan some more, and you might think, well, if Elon ever told the truth, this is when he has to reject, right? Because he said, I refused. But actually, it appears to be one of those cases where, like, your friend says, like, oh, bro, I dumped her. And actually, it was the other way. Yeah, it turns out Elon didn't dump the dumped Elon. He says, bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the future. Jeffrey Epstein let Elon down. That's actually the real story. Is the reason he didn't go in 2013 was because he couldn't go. Jeffrey Epstein was not there. Guys, I mean, how blatant do they have to make it before we start to just see through it, right? When they issue these ridiculous denials, they're totally associated with the guy after the guilty plea. They lie through their teeth, but they can't even keep their story straight. I mean, that's what's crazy. They're not even competent at this. They get caught in their own lies all the time. Remember, the FBI's official story was they didn't blackmail. Well, before we even had these files, Howard Lutnick was on the record calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer ever.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, get a massage, And
again, like, they're comically bad at this because of their egos.
What happened in that massage room?
Like, again, This is the good thing to come out of their fucking disconnect to the rest of us, where they truly do not understand how to manipulate us, because they do think like they're just like, oh, everybody already thinks like this. You know what? We could totally sell them on the idea that we're not actually implicated, and then it'll just go away.
I assume it was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
God, that guy's such, and he's so gross. Like just his demeanor.
Interesting. Okay, so Howard has a different perspective. Now,
Yeah.
if you don't know, that guy, do you think he's just telling the truth there? Even this guy who's contradicting the official.
It's always worse than we know. I mean, this is way worse.
This guy literally lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy was like, I'm going to tell the truth. Those guys participated. That guy lives next to Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he lied too. I love this video we're about to get into because this guy, Mr. He's the greatest blackmailer ever, does he know something we don't know? Because it's interesting, Mr. I'm his neighbor had to also explain how he had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And he lays it out pretty simply. He goes, yep, I live next to him.
I literally just said how both sides are implicated in this.
But in 2005, I had such a horrible experience that I knew I could
It's weird. The only ones that you can't find in this are principal leftists.
never talk to him again.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
We move in 2005. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant on like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. And there's a massage table in the middle of the room. Massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weirdly close to me. And he says, and the right kind of massage. Now my wife is standing here. So
I'm just gonna smile uncomfortably because that's what I've been taught to do.
And I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go.
Enriquillo Astral, thank you for the sub. I appreciate
And
that.
in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting
This is old news.
person
That's what you got?
ever again.
Well, he could.
Oh my God, they really think you guys are so fucking stupid. And you prove them right every time. You just sit there accepting it. This is old news. I don't even need to hear about this.
Clear, good.
Whatever, man. You support pedos. Off with you.
Right? He says, hey, I may have
Keep supporting pedos, dude.
been his next door neighbor,
Holy
but I met
fuck.
him once before the 2008 guilty plea. Remember I said that was a big deal? And we got invited over, and it was like 5 seconds, and we left, and we realized he was a creep. We were out of there. He made this rude, lewd comment in front of my wife. I would never go see this guy. I mean, he makes it super clear he's gross.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
These other guys, they may have participated.
They participated.
But Howard Lutnick, he could never. No. He's too good of a guy. Well, guess what we found in the all email?
What?
Looky. It's Howard Lutnick writing in to Jeffy Boy in
weird.
2012. Hi, Jeff. We're landing in St. Thomas early afternoon, planning to head over. Where are you located? What's the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Is this the guy you said made a lewd comment to your wife? And, oh, I could never be in front of him. He's gross. Guess what the next email is? My boy's wife messaging in, saying we're headed to
Stop talking about the POTUS being in the Epstein files. MAGA 2026, so pathetic.
Fortune in St. Thomas. Later, the
That's all I
subject
got.
line, Jeffrey Epstein. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass you along. Nice seeing you. They clearly met, and the guy is just lying about it to your face, to the American public's face, and they tried to hide it from us. I cannot emphasize this enough. They're lying
And a lot of
through
people
their
bought
teeth.
it.
You think this guy perfectly remembers a 2005, like walking in the guy's house? I remember exactly what I said to him. My wife and I looked at each other, and he wouldn't remember the 2012. I boated over to his private island for a dinner. Is that what we're really thinking? Is that what we're expected to believe? This is a momentary lapse in his judgment. No, these guys don't even care about being consistent, and they're all throwing each other under the bus.
His mom was listed as being at one of the parties, but
Do you remember Elon Musk saying,
There we go.
time to drop the really big
you know what the fucked up part is? If he's in him and he's implicated, guess what? Fuck him too.
Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made.
You see, this is my favorite part. Is I'm a principled human being that is just like, no, if they are caught up in this, I'm not standing up for pedophilia like you are.
Public. My guy, You
Fucking
also are in
Christ
the Epstein
almighty,
files,
guys.
very clearly doing stuff you like.
Do you understand the mental gymnastics that's going on in my chat right now? Like, they are trying so hard. They're just like, well, Zora Mamdani, well, Biden this, blah, 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 blah. You defend pedos.
Okay, so
You
is
literally defend billionaire pedophiles. Shut the fuck up.
who says, yeah, Bill Gates, he's probably getting blackmailed because he.
And go defend him some more in other chats, because it's getting old.
What did you do on the island over in 2012, Howard? Do we know that?
Trump's
does
a
anyone
pedo.
care?
Yes, he is.
Now, the last thing I want to talk about is some of
Thank you for the 5. Appreciate that.
the most explosive stuff.
Bandit MTC $5. So when Trump said make America great again, he meant when there was no age of consent, I guess.
It's also, again, I have to say, unverified, okay? This is the NTOC, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center. And the challenge with confirming some of this is that these are anonymous tips, or they black them out at least, so we don't know who they are, and anyone can drop a tip. Now, that doesn't mean that you should disregard them. It just means we can't verify them. The other challenge is that the FBI has a heavy incentive to discredit anything with Donald Trump in it, just because he's in the White House right now, obviously. And so I want to be clear, there are notes related to some of these submissions.
Grizzly, did I call you out?
Where they say things.
If you're, I don't know, man, if the shoe fits, there's Cinderella.
Like Clayton was spoken to and deemed not credible.
fuck.
Additional research showed 3 separate redacted. It's hard to tell how much this is the proper due diligence of the FBI, which they should be doing, of course, and not all complaints are credible. But also there's this obvious conflict of interest with the fact that the sitting president is in some of these complaints. But here they are for what it's worth. Complaint summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump.
This is the Katie Johnson one.
Why didn't Biden release him? Because fuck it. Allegedly, he was fucking defending the same people.
Johnson.
It's almost like it's a big fucking club and you're not in it.
Told her whole story.
George Carlin literally said it best.
And it's on video, her testimony. We covered it.
He's a compromised
the
president. Yeah, he
entire
is.
thing, and reacted to
It's
it.
funny because, again, they think that, like, throwing Biden at me, like, I'm not a Democrat. I don't care.
And I think this is
And honestly, he's not the fucking president.
exact same allegation.
The friend
Right
also
now,
said
the guy in the office of the White House is listed as being complicit with burying fucking pedophilia.
she was abused by Epstein. Later, there's very explosive claims about big parties with her, other younger girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton
You guys
and Donald
are
Trump.
still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? What's going on? Like,
There's claims
keep pretending like he didn't do that.
third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a
Oh,
book citing
man.
Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Does
is
it
in the
ever
videos
get
as well.
exhausting defending this guy?
And it goes on.
Like, do you guys like wake up each day reading the news and like that's how your brain works, where you're just like, oh, well, I got now I know what the news is saying. I'm gonna go say that nope, false, fake news. Everything that he does is, everything he touches is gold. He's Don Midas.
Something like this for a while. Some of the complaints are just like very graphic, and obviously I'm going to censor out some of it. But I should also mention the DOJ claims that some of these claims were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had any shred of credibility, they would have certainly been weaponized against President Trump already.
The Katie Johnson one was not from 2020. The Katie Johnson one was from a long time ago. And,
Biden not releasing the files versus Trump being in the files is not on par, bro.
and allegedly the only reason she
They think
dropped
it
that
is.
lawsuit.
Again, they think that the Hunter Biden laptop story was the biggest scandal of the fucking, entire last decade.
which was
But here we are.
against both Epstein and Trump is because of threats.
I agree that if a complaint is timed right before an election, there definitely could be some other motivations to that. But it's also ridiculous to say that anything in the Epstein files, if it were true, would have come out already. Because why didn't we see the stuff about Bill Gates, for example? I mean, that stuff apparently has been sitting in here for a long time. And not only did no one talk about it, the FBI literally covered for it. I mean, they said that this was not the case. There are big claims
MAGA supports
against
pedos.
a lot of powerful people.
Yeah.
Nobody
Objectively, they just do now.
in that file really wants to rock the boat.
It's insane.
Or release the files because then they get in trouble.
Like, I do not know how, like, the cognitive dissonance works, like, that well with them.
And their buddies
It's
get in trouble.
crazy.
And that's a huge problem. So I don't really buy the idea that, if it were true, it would have already gotten out. I don't buy that. That's why we need transparency.
Yes,
That's
the guy who admits that he would just walk up to women, grab them by the pussy. The guy that has called his own daughter, hot at a very disturbing age and, said, if she wasn't my daughter, like, dude, That's who you're defending.
Why it's important these files are out.
He's on tape, literally going up an escalator, talking to an 11-year-old girl saying, you know what, I'll be dating her in a few years. Dude, you guys are supporting that guy who now we are learning that he is just as devious as we thought he was. But keep defending him. Keep being the most useful fucking morons for any regime that I have ever seen. Like, seriously, even the Nazis, even the fucking Nazis at some point would like, you have to think that, well, no, maybe not. Maybe that just actually proves that you really are just that bad.
Fraction of the files. And over the next few weeks, we're going to go through all of the major findings we can from this 3.5 million page document dump. But seriously, think about how discredited.
Literally can never just be like, hey, I think this guy's kind of fucked up. Hey, you know what? That is kind of bad. It's never that. It's always just like these delusional leftists with their TDS. God.
Editing this has been not only to this administration.
Let's go buy another MAGA hat to show I support him. I'm also gonna purchase some Trump coin.
But to so many rich and powerful people,
fucking morons,
who have lied through their teeth happily towards you in order to hide their relationship with this man that many of them held.
I've never seen such willing marks.
Guilty plea. And some of them, now we know, Epstein prepared blackmail for them, and according to reports, threatened.
All right, take a look at this. A document released by the U.S. Department of Justice reveals Jeffrey Epstein was permanently banned from Xbox Live in 2013 for violating its policy on harassment, threats, and abuse. So some people are saying the reason is that. Some people are saying the reason is because he was a registered sex offender. Other people are saying Xbox is owned by Bill Gates. And Bill Gates banned Jeffrey Epstein just to, like, try to get back at him. He banned him from Xbox. But there's a lot more juicy stuff than this. Look at this. Massive breaking. A witness swore under penalty of perjury.
I forgot what I was just watching, but there was a really cool line where he was just like, anything... Oh, I was playing Final Fantasy VII, and at one point, Barrett just says to Cloud, where he's just like, anything that's not in the present is in the past. Because, like, he tried to be like, yeah, past me would have reacted a little different. He's like, past you? He's just like, yeah.
That Donald Trump threatened a young girl, telling her she could, quote, disappear like another 12-year-old female, and then threatened to kill her entire family, according to Epstein-related court records. This allegation appears in data.
If you're going to threaten to report my fucking channel for misinformation when we're just watching shit, and you are just that big of a fucking baby that you're going to just admit that you're going to have a little temper tantrum and fucking report me to fucking YouTube for nothing. All right.
The Epstein file, and then it has the exact file. This is sworn
You do understand this is the reason that they don't take your report seriously, right?
Testimony. If the witness fabricated this account, they would face multiple years in federal prison for perjury. So you have different levels of certainty, right? You have the FBI intake form, which could just be something as...
The ones who complain about getting banned are the ones that are just like, I'm going to make sure that your stream gets reported for misinformation.
Simple as the tip could just be somebody
I'm gonna go tattle.
hurling an allegation.
They don't see it. Their energy is literally just petulant little fucking children. Look at me! Look at me! You're not listening to me! You're not listening to me!
And with no evidence, could be real also, though.
You're stupid! You're stupid!
But then you have stuff like...
Why don't you talk to me?
This, which is a level up in terms of certainty that
fucking
a person was...
Typical MAGA right there.
...willing to say this under threat of perjury.
They're so butthurt. Yeah, they are.
More. So somebody emailed, do you happen to have anyone with influence over Assad? And Jeffrey Epstein responded, quote, not for email. So what you're going to see here is Jeffrey Epstein was so immensely connected. He was acting in this weird way as like shadow emperor of the world.
What's up, Colt?
He had power in
MAGA's coping hard.
Virtually every
Fred Glenn's Sanford. How you doing,
country, one way or another. This is absolutely
welcome to the show.
Bonkers.
Real quick, guys, just going to take this opportunity to ask if you could hit the like button, get the stream out there, bring in some even more MAGA so we can kind of just see them crash out a little bit more.
Here. Let's keep going. Epstein asked the Harvard professor Martin Novak, quote, did you torture her? Did you torture her? And here's the email right here. If you'd like to, you can pause the video and you can see it. Did you torture her? Is what he said. So as I said, going through these files, what became clear to me is that we're not only dealing with a cabal of pedophile billionaire elites who run the world, but many of these people, again, as you'll see, there's reason to believe they're into bestiality, they're into torture, they're into cannibalism, And this extreme wealth that they have, it has rotted their soul and totally blurred the lines between right and wrong, where they act like absolute monsters and animals and dehumanize everybody around them. And there's a lesson in that. There's a lesson in that about billionaires. We shouldn't have any billionaires because apparently they morph into demons when they hit that line of extreme wealth. All right, more. We literally have emails from victims of Epstein stating, quote, the Epstein trafficking ring is still running and being funded today. So you can see it here highlighted in yellow because she was and still is a long-term employee of the Epstein trafficking ring that is still running and being funded today. So this might be another reason why we haven't seen arrests. We haven't seen cases. We haven't seen convictions. It might be the case that there's already deals cut, as was reported the other day, with like 29 people who were involved, could be including the 10 co-conspirators. There are already deals cut, and it could be that elements of the cabal, elements of the cartel, are still running today. All right, more. Previously tarnished by accusations, here's a newly released picture of Brett Ratner with his buddy Jeffrey Epstein and two of Epstein's girls/victims. The director of the $40 million Jeff Bezos Amazon Prime Video funded bomb of a documentary,
Riley isn't being
Disguised
talked about
Bride,
more.
who has been premiering the laughable infomercial.
It's like, for real, that story went pretty, like, well, it should have gone viral, I was about to say, because it didn't get nearly the attention that it deserved. And then to hear this, it's like, yeah, how come he's not being mentioned in any of this?
With Melania for the past week is in the Epstein web with Melania and her orange sugar daddy, another sexual predator in the Trump administration.
Reading the files is like staring into the abyss. It honestly, I was saying this earlier, like how everybody that has been doing any coverage on this, just, we all have the same kind of just like, what the fuck,
The Epstein
man?
circle can't make this.
It's almost like a PTSD where it's like,
shit up. Where's MAGA at? So here's the picture.
this
guy
is just, and again, what's Brett Ratner doing? Getting accolades because from MAGA because he directed fucking Melania, and like this was known. The thing is, Brett Ratner was known to be a creep in Hollywood. So like the fact that we just are like, whatever, it's just gonna keep happening.
The other guy
like,
in the picture,
fuck,
the non-Jeffrey Epstein man in the picture, is the guy who directed the new Melania documentary, which absolutely...
Sasha Riley's dad was confirmed in the files by Snopes, and then that's all verified.
Because there's nothing but
that's what I thought. And I thought, wasn't it his adopted father?
Fluff piece on her, and I'm sure it's packed full of absolute lies. So, not surprising, but like I said, at least like 30 people in Trump's inner circle.
As soon as somebody like makes like 100 million, their brain gets fried, and they become like
are in the Epstein
they really
files.
do.
How about this? Talk about my goat. Larry Summers emailed Jeffrey Epstein to complain about some of his kids' admiration for Bernie Sanders. So they say Jamaica was very good, kids great, though tired of some of their admiration for Bernie Sanders. How are you? That's what from Larry Summers to Jeffrey Epstein. So the only time our boy Bernie is mentioned is where Larry Summers is shitting on him to the world's most notorious pedophile.
Yeah, you listen to those. Yeah, so did I.
Absolutely goated, Bernie Sanders is. Interesting drug price list from the new Epstein file release. So here we have, this was a one-stop shop for all your criminality. If you're a billionaire, or if you're an elite academic, or you know, an elite politician, big-time celebrity, this was a one-stop shop for criminality. So you can go down the list here and you see Epstein had access to coke, Coke Yellow Purge, Coke Pure, ketamine, DMT, LSD, Xanax, Klonopin, Percocet, Vicodin, oxycodone, OxyContin, methadone, morphine, Adderall, MDMA, ecstasy, Cialis, which is Viagra, which, right? So you have this as well. Absolutely horrifying to think about the stuff that was going on that island and at his properties. So here we have another email from Jeffrey Epstein to Redacted. Quote, do you have the photo of you and girls in Paris when you looked fat and R-worded? Could you send? There's bizarre stuff like this littered throughout all of the Epstein files. All right, here is Jeffrey Epstein talking to a huge Democratic donor by the name of Reid Hoffman, who, by the way, has been lying relentlessly about his association with Epstein and trying to pretend like he's exonerated in this when he's not. In the same way that guy on Twitter, @Jason, is also trying to say he's exonerated in this. He is not. None of these people are exonerated. There's emails of all of them, right? So here you have from Jeffrey Epstein, to Reid Hoffman, okay, come to the island or the ranch. Let's play. Yikes. You say that with somebody if you're pretty fucking comfortable.
Several of Joe Rogan's guests have been named in the Epstein files. These are 6 of them: Peter Thiel, Donald Trump, Lawrence Krauss, Steven Pinker, Elon Musk, and Peter Attia.
With that person, and you've probably played in the past. There's also, of course, disturbing videos that came out. Ed Krasenstein posted
this shit right here, man.
This one.
Could you imagine if anybody in chat has daughters, if this was your daughter?
This bizarre video of Jeffrey Epstein chasing girls around his kitchen was released in the latest Epstein files yesterday. Watch this. Again, this is gross. So they were able to, some people were able to find a still shot where you can see a little bit more, and it appears to be a young girl, and she's wearing a robe with nothing underneath. Disturbing. Absolutely disturbing.
And again, fucking, where's Alex Jones? Keep bringing that up.
You could even hear from the laughs that this is somebody who's young. You could even hear from the giggling and the laughter. Jesus Christ. A newly released clip shows Jeffrey Epstein dancing with a redacted girl.
Just remember that this is what MAGA is standing up for.
I'm going to mute it.
They wanted this to not come out. They believe Trump, so yeah.
So we don't get jacked on copyright here. But there's Jeffrey Epstein dancing. The other one is censored a little bit, although you can tell she's wearing some sort of red scarf or something like that, black pants. Cannot tell the age of this one, but I would not be surprised if this one was also relatively young. So there's stuff like this littered throughout the files. All right, these Epstein emails are horrifying, man. Whatever the DOJ has alleged about this network, it's at least 1,000 times worse. So this is weird to me because on the one hand, you have so many emails where people are openly talking about, torture, and they're openly talking about pedophilia, and then you get stuff like this where they appear to be speaking in code. So from Roy Hodges to Jeffrey Epstein, this is in March of 2013. I wanted to let you know, the crew.
Why didn't Biden release this stuff? Because he was likely implicated too. Or if he wasn't implicated, then people that he knew and like the Democratic donor.
Really?
It's not the gotcha that you think it is, dude.
We appreciate.
If you're still supporting Trump and asking that question, then guess what, man? You're clowning yourself.
The pizza today. Thank you for letting us do that. All right, more.
No,
this
it's
is
time
better
to
than
fucking put all these people on blast. The only people that are standing up for this right now are the fucking MAGA, like the MAGA crowd, the people that are still standing up for him.
A Chinese cookie.
It's fucking insane. You guys can cherry pick all the little bits, but then also ignore the fact that it's like, yes, he gave Ghislaine Maxwell a sweetheart deal with Todd Blanche. Like, how was that not enough for you? Fuck off.
Let's go for pizza and grape soda again.
God damn,
no
man.
one can understand. So another one here from Redacted.
Like, how much more are you going to defend these people?
Redacted to Epstein. You mean
anybody defending Trump over this is just a bot. They're not real people. I'm convinced of that. After seeing that story about the bot social media, which we're going to cover that a little bit later because that's crazy. There's a social media network that locked out humans and it's just for bots.
Soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement. Yeah.
Which I wouldn't doubt that a whole bunch of the comment section that's been flooding in today, they're all part of that.
That's the pizza. What the fuck? Then underneath here it says, she looks pregnant. Huh? How about this one?
Yeah, the thing is, now you got Trump. Economy's not doing great, and you're literally standing up for a guy who buried pedophilia. Good job. Good job. You didn't want to vote for Kamala. Fine. You shouldn't have voted at all. But no, you had to go say it with your chest.
Which is Ghislaine Maxwell, too, Jeff.
You thought it was going to be better. Guess what? It's not fucking better.
Jeffrey Epstein. Start from the bottom here, and it says,
here we are.
If you are not too busy, click on a video below to watch it.
Now sit down and listen to all this.
To blank from Jeffrey Epstein. I watched them all. Please don't send any more. And then you have Ghislaine Maxwell chimes.
Oh, it's funny. Inflation just went up again.
In and says, sorry, I have
no, it's not.
No stomach for any even the slightest.
It like if you want to be objective here, no, it's not. When Biden left, it was at fucking 2.7. It just went up to fucking 3.1 again.
Aggro. I don't have the stomach for it, or for.
But gas is cheaper.
Any drama. Imaginary.
Groceries still expensive, but gas is cheaper.
Or real. I'm still fragile.
You guys are so fucking stupid.
Off the last
like it's actually kind of painful, like how stupid people that support Trump are.
one and scared of shadows.
Especially now. Like if you voted for Trump, I could forgive that. Like if you thought he was going to be better than Biden, fine. But if you're still supporting him,
what the fuck were these people
the fuck
doing?
are you
bro?
doing?
What were they doing? So that stuff may be code. The pizza stuff might be code. All right, more.
Oh yeah, unemployment rates are up.
By the way, looks like Pizzagate
Manufacturing fucking jobs are down.
was
Yeah,
real,
okay.
but just not in the way that the right wingers thought it was, where it was like this democratic network of pedophiles. It turns out that code may be real, but it was projection used by Bannon and Epstein and Trump to try to tar Hillary with all the stuff that they were doing in their social circle.
Yep.
Absolutely incredible. All right, how about this one?
No, it's literally the whole like every accusation is a confession.
Disturbing photos in the Epstein files appear to show Prince Andrew on all fours over a woman lying on the ground. So here you can see this. Very disturbing. Don't know what the hell's going on here, but obviously he's been stripped of his royal titles because of his affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein releases 2020 email references Prince Andrew was accessory to the death of a young girl he tortured and instructed to murder. Excuse me? So if you start at the bottom here, back in the 90s, Ghislaine Maxwell recruited a girl from a modeling career. Instead of modeling, she was sold as a slave for sex and torture. Prince Andrew.
It's now being like now you got people who watch InfoWars accusing Alex Jones of being complicit in this.
True.
Because now they're going back to his old videos and saying that when the first time that the Epstein story dropped, he said that that Epstein was bankrolled by China.
Was an accessory.
And then it turns out to be Israel and Russia. Weird.
Death as he tortured her and me to force her murder. I need to get a passport to identify her.
Yes, because if Kamala was in charge.
I will need someone to...
You know what? To be fair, I'm actually going to be fair on this one. Then this stuff might not have come out.
Contact the passport office to get an expedited passport. What the hell is this?
That's fair.
So this is the to and the from are redacted here, but the subject says Ghislaine.
But that's all you can do is go back to when you voted against Kamala, but you're still not addressing the fact that you're still trying to stand up for this guy.
Maxwell. So this is incredibly bizarre. And then
Good
some
job.
people were speculating, hey, is this picture tied to that? Right? I don't know if the dates line up, but is this picture tied to that? There's literal allegations of like torture and murder that are in these things here. All right, this one is absolutely crazy. I couldn't even believe this one was real when I saw this. So this guy at Delete Shitcoin on October 28th of 2022 said the following. CIA and Mossad and pedo elite are running some kind of sex trafficking, entrapment, blackmail ring out of Puerto Rico and Caribbean islands. They're going to frame me with a laptop planted by my ex-girlfriend who was a spy. They will torture me to death. So this person said this, and then literally like a couple days later, he was killed. This is absolutely wild. He tweeted this and died from drowning the exact same day. And there's an article about it here in the New York Post. Drowning death of crypto visionary Nikolai Mushegian. Absolutely insane. Posted this, then was killed. And people are saying, look, is this all the evidence of that the cartel is still in existence? They are still in existence. They are still doing their thing. And of course, it's tied into intelligence agencies. Again, that's the part of this so many people are missing too, is that clearly it was a...
Oh, dude, Trump is so fucking bought by Israel. It's not even funny.
Honeypot operation, and it was a blackmail operation. But Epstein would freelance for different intelligence agencies. He worked with the KGB, he worked with Mossad, he worked with the CIA, but he had so much dirt on so many people, and they could control people with this stuff. So here we have another email from Redacted to Jeffrey Epstein. I simply cannot believe this victory. Talking about
the fact that you're even bringing up Biden right now and you can't pay attention and be outraged simultaneously about two things is telling me that you genuinely don't give a shit. So get out of my chat.
Trump's win against Hillary.
Bye.
No one called it. We all thought she'd win. You must be happy, though. I remember flying back with Donald on his plane the first weekend I went to visit you in
The Russian bot factory is fucking obvious now.
Florida. Was the weekend he met Melania, and he kept on coming out of the bedroom saying, "Wow, what a hot piece of ass."
Yes, because we're not talking about the lost kids that Biden fucking allegedly lost. I don't get right now. We're talking about the Epstein stuff. We'll talk about that later.
Nuts. Anyway,
but you don't get to do this where you're just like, oh, you talk about your Biden kids thing. You're not paying attention, Travis, because obviously you stand up for pedophilia.
Hope you're enjoying Saudi.
Keep
Absolutely
going.
insane. By the way, was this in the documentary? I'm just curious.
Thank you for the 5. Appreciate that.
Was this part in the documentary? Did they talk about this part? I'm pretty sure they didn't. How about this one? Jeffrey Epstein.
$5. Don't forget to watch Pepaganda exclusively on this space. Subscribe to Pep, then go and subscribe to this space. You know you want to.
Cellmate told the FBI that Epstein was
drop a
involved in an orgy with Tony Blair during his interview with law enforcement. I would sure like to investigate the origins of this plan to have convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein lead an annual modeling contest for all the top girls of all Russia. Who pitched this idea? And then this is exactly what it is. It's to Epstein from Redacted. And this person is pitching this idea after he was already a convicted pedophile. They say, hey, why don't you come to Russia? We'll set up like a Miss Russia World or something like that. And you could have access to all these girls. What the fuck? So again, tremendous evidence that he's worked with the KGB, Mossad, and the
Yeah, actually, Etch, again, thank you for the $5 super chat. And also, thank you for the plug.
CIA running a blackmail operation had extreme power and control. So Emily from Breaking Points found this one, unknown sender from Jeffrey Epstein, to Redacted from Jeffrey Epstein. Warm washcloth, loved it. He almost passed out the very instant I applied it. Oh, and the tickle under the you-know-what worked too. Hee. Thank you again, Jeffrey. All your secret tricks will hopefully land me a man one of these days. Hee. Have a great day. What the fuck?
What the fuck? What the actual fuck?
What are we looking at here?
Yeah, that's one that
This one is wild. Just Barack Obama's White House counsel giving Jeffrey Epstein advice on how to
Travis is triggered. It's all right.
answer questions
Let him get it out.
about Donald Trump having sex with a girl
This is what happens when, big MAGA crybabies they have no one to listen to
at
them.
his house. At his house.
They have to go find a random stream and just fucking let it out.
So this is one of the things that we got from the last Epstein files dump is Trump was outed. This is way before he even ran for president. I believe the year was 2011. Trump was outed in a Jeffrey Epstein email that Epstein thought nobody would ever read, where he casually says, yes, Trump is at the house with one of the victims, and they've been there for hours. And so that, without a doubt, that means Epstein's houses were bugged. There's video of Trump doing all sorts of stuff with underage girls. There's video of it. And so this was an instance of Jeffrey Epstein looking for how, and this was on March 30th of 2016. They were trying to navigate, hey, how do we handle it if there are questions about Trump having sex with a girl at my house? Absolutely wild, bro. Just so wild. Midas Touch says, Trump's new pick for Fed chair makes an appearance in today's Epstein files release.
Of course he does.
Bro, there's dirt on all these people.
Of course he does.
They're all compromised. They're all blackmailed. And so, who's...
Meanwhile, Howard Lutnick, implicated in the files. His choice for the Fed chair, implicated in the files.
Are they doing?
Go figure.
Is the question, right? All right, more. An email from Melania to her dear friend Ghislaine. So this was all the way back in 2002. So Melania says, Dear G, how are you? Nice story about J.E. Jeffrey Epstein in New York Magazine.
Who's going to be left when this is... That's why I said it's just time to frickin', do a hard erase on the whiteboard and just be like, all right.
You look great.
Let's try this again.
On the picture. I know you are very busy.
No more money in politics.
Flying all over the world.
At
How was
all.
Palm Beach?
I mean, this is the best thing, actually, to prove that we need money out of politics. Because these are the people that were paying for that shit and are paying for that shit.
I cannot wait.
No, we need to repeal fucking Citizens United now.
Go down. And
you got to use the Epstein files as a means to be like, no. We cannot let these monsters control more fucking, or have more influence than your average fucking voter.
Give me
not anymore.
A call when you are back in New York. Have a great time.
These fucking monsters.
Love, Melania. So yet again, what people are speculating vis-a-vis Melania is, bro, she came out of this world. Did she directly come out of the world of fucking human trafficking that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in? Was she one of these girls?
Ban Act Blue.
And we learned this in the last...
Dude, most people that are on the left hate Act Blue because of how egregious they are with their fucking, democracy is on the edge. Donate $5.
Epstein files dump.
Like,
he had passports of all of these women from mostly the post-Soviet bloc countries after the Soviet Union collapsed. They used that as basically their hunting grounds for underage girls who they would...
At Bandit MTC $5. Save that puppy from Ghislaine and give it a therapy dog.
her dog, her fucking dog is gonna have a therapy dog. Oh man. Thank you for the 5. Dog gets another treat, and he is a happy pooch.
Would kidnap and abduct and sell into sex slavery. And did Melania come out of that world? That's the question. And
dude, you're literally talking about selective fake outrage while not being outraged about any of this, while trying to be like, but Biden, do you understand how much of an ass clown you are?
I don't know, man, but I think the answers are
cool, man.
Kind of clear if you think about it.
If you're going to leave today's chat thinking that somehow you got one up.
By the way, the first time Trump and Melania had sex was
This
allegedly
is your best representation, MAGA, by the way.
Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile plane, the Lolita Express. Do with that whatever you will. All right, more. Epstein and Ghislaine reminisce about their fossil hunting trip with RFK. So from one of Jeffrey Epstein's other emails, or excuse me, from GMAX to one of Epstein's other emails, which is jevacation@gmail.com. Love that. Didn't we go fossil hunting with him and Bobby Kennedy in North Dakota? Dinosaur and fossil hunting with Jack Horner on the ranch found 90 million year old clams and fossils right up your alley. And so multiple times RFK comes up. He was deeper in this world than anybody realized. And there's even speculation about the wife of his that wound up dead, by the way. There's even speculation about that. How exactly did that happen? The story we were told is that she found Robert F. Kennedy's book about all the affairs he had, which went into excruciatingly lewd detail, and that the wife found it and the wife killed herself. But now people are going back and questioning, is that really what happened? Is that really? Because RFK was running in these circles where murder was nothing. This is the craziest, perhaps, of them all. So, creator and past owner of 4chan, a guy by the name of Chris Poole, known as Moot, was in contact with Epstein and then possibly opened up the board, the Reddit for politics, or the politically incorrect Reddit, this like right-wing giant Reddit, after meeting with him. So people are saying the timeline lines up perfectly where this guy may have created this like online right-wing atmosphere, which birthed Gamergate, which birthed like every, MAGA far-right movement online. It may have literally been a psyop created at the hand of Jeffrey Epstein. Sean McCarthy says, pretty stunning. Ghislaine Maxwell was one of them.
Oh, yeah, I heard the entire right-wing online culture war is a psyop designed by Epstein. Yep.
Most active and powerful Reddit mods. Yep. We learned that in the past.
And dude, as I said, they're so useful. They are so fucking useful.
Politics board is where QAnon was birthed. Among other things, the Epstein network.
You want to talk about selective outrage?
Was managing one of the largest online informational
Read something
warfare
that's literally designed to be a psyop and get them mad.
ops in history. Bro, if you are on the right, you were fucking psyoped by Jeffrey Epstein to have the politics that you have right now. You were psyoped by Jeffrey Epstein. Breaking, immediately after meeting Epstein, the founder of 4chan launched the politically incorrect subreddit, the subreddit POL, effectively a Nazi forum. Epstein and Maxwell targeted 4chan and Reddit on behalf of Israel. All right, more.
Makes sense.
Seeing as the 4chan community evolved into the Groypers, and Groypers are the ones now ecstatically praising and defending Epstein, I'd say it might be the most
the pipeline
successful Mossad op of all time.
My God. You literally
apart from JFK.
Yep.
So the 4chan founder Moot is in the Epstein files.
Gotta
and it
love
looks like a meeting with Epstein may have led to the creation of this online right-wing environment which fostered every far right-wing movement and helped to destroy this country. From the Epstein files, in March 2018, Steve Bannon emailed Epstein a Daily Beast article titled, "How Close is Donald Trump to a Psychiatric Breakdown?"
This video is amazing.
Epstein replies that
he did a
Melania,
really good job on this.
Netanyahu's indictment and Jared Kushner's money grubbing are a recipe for tragedy. And this was, again, Epstein was, I believe, arrested in 2019, was killed himself in 2019. I don't think he killed himself.
I mean, right now,
Trump
man.
murdered him. And here he is in 2018.
I don't know how you're still supporting this shit.
Casually talking to Steve Bannon. One of the other things we learned is how...
Again, now knowing like that you're just fucking Mossad agents yourself.
Close.
Like you guys literally got brain trained by Mossad to fucking do exactly what you're doing.
Sloppy Steve and Jeffrey Epstein were.
Good job.
They would text every day, like a giddy high school couple. They would text all day, every day. All right, more. From the Epstein files, Jeffrey Epstein was messaging contacts in real time as the Khashoggi story broke and speculating that MBZ set up MBS. Jamal Khashoggi was killed on October 2nd, 2018. By October 12th, the story had become an international crisis. That day, Epstein emailed a contact, "Smells like something bigger to me. I wouldn't be surprised if MBZ set him up." He then messaged someone else, quote, "What I'm told, secondary source, is that one of the assassins put the video on his phone and it was hacked." October 13th, Epstein again, quote, "Can they label him a terrorist? Covert op gone bad? Honey trap Turks? MBZ?" Then the same night, a message to Epstein, quote, "MBZ asked me to come over and see him ASAP, leaving in the morning." Epstein had sources inside the operation. He was speculating the UAE's Mohammed bin Zayed set up the hit to burn MBS, and someone in his circle was being summoned to meet MBZ the next day. A convicted sex trafficker running point on Gulf Royal intrigue during an assassination cover-up. That's what was happening. And this is all laid out in this set of emails right here. How the fuck was this guy so connected everywhere? So connected everywhere. Like I said, weird shadow emperor type stuff, pulling the puppet strings behind the scenes. Absolutely.
MAGA's lost their humanity after this shit. Yeah.
Incredible.
The fact that you can't differentiate between like troll bots and like actual MAGA too.
Incredible.
That kind of like, I keep trying to tell like my friends where I'm like, yo, dude, like just so you know, your online representation is only that.
Well, all right, more. From Steve Bannon to Epstein 4 months before his death.
Especially now.
Quote, "We need to work around your 38. First, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist." Again, so many texts between Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, Emily from Breaking Points did a whole long thread detailing a lot of the juicy stuff in their back and forths. Okay. Steve Bannon should be like excised from polite society. Nobody should watch his shitty show, The War Room. Everybody should be calling him out as a fraud. He was literally besties with the world's most notorious pedophile child sex trafficker. And now you're supposed to be taken serious like some sort of fucking leader, like some sort of serious political thinker. No, you were in on the conspiracy that you pretend to deride on a daily basis. All right, this is crazy. Richard Branson told Jeffrey Epstein to, quote, "bring his harem" the next time they met, as he gave pedophile PR advice after conviction for procuring minor for prostitution. Like George
The thing is, most people knew about Richard Branson's bullshit.
Carlin famously said, it's a big club and you ain't in it.
Yep.
This is without a doubt.
Yeah, that has recirculated a lot.
A cabal of pedophile billionaire elites who run the world, and they are into disgusting, disgusting stuff, and they dehumanize everybody who doesn't have extreme wealth or power or privilege. How about this? Emails allege that Jeffrey Epstein traveled to Paris with filmmaker Woody Allen in March 2012 for what was described in the correspondence as a pedophile convention. Here's the email right here. Start from the bottom.
I like what Sam said. He's just like, it's not like Woody Allen could really, make his reputation any worse.
From Jeffrey Epstein to
like,
redacted.
Why not?
Paris with Woody Allen. Sorry for all the typos. And then the response is, for less pedophile convention? I think
I just searched Alex Jones in the files, and there's a text between Epstein and Bannon to meet for breakfast.
Philee is the plural. So here they are saying, we're at a convention together. I guess it's the pedophile convention because it's me and Woody Allen together, and you know how we are, right? They just say it. They just say this stuff out loud sometimes. Half the time they're using the, would you like some pizza and grape soda and Chinese cookie? They're speaking in code. The other half the time they're like, I sure do love pedophilia and torture. Did you torture her? Oh my God, bro. Holy shit. From the Epstein files, Epstein forwarded a blind item about Trump Jr. fucking Hope Hicks to several people. The item was apparently sent to Epstein by Sidney Blumenthal. That's crazy, bro. I think that's Max Blumenthal's dad. That's fucking crazy. So Trump Jr. fucking Hope Hicks. Oh, we got more dirty stuff like that coming up in just a little bit. You wait for it.
Oh my God, it gets worse.
Okay, so this story is crazy. So there's this like Norwegian crown princess, and she had a super close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. So look at this.
I heard that guy is like actually getting held to account in his country.
Of Norway was asking Jeffrey Epstein for parenting advice about showing
they got dirt on Alex Jones. It really seems like it, man, because he is. I'm going through all his socials. He's not talking about this at all, which this is his wheelhouse.
Son,
like, what
naked
the fuck?
women.
Why would he be so quiet?
In November of 2012, the crown princess Meta Marit emails Epstein Is it appropriate for a mother to suggest 2 naked women carrying a surfboard for his wallpaper, I believe it was. And the whole correspondence is here. So bizarre. So bizarre. In 2012, he's already a convicted pedophile. And you're asking a convicted pedophile advice as a mom, hey, can I show my son naked girls? Can I do that? What the fuck is this? Ready? So we get, so the son whose mother asked Jeffrey Epstein about naked women wallpaper is the same man now on trial for raping 4 women.
No.
In 2012, Crown Princess Meta Marit emailed Epstein, quote, is it inappropriate for a mother to suggest 2 naked women...
You think he's been working for the CIA the whole time?
...carrying a surfboard for my...
I mean, honestly, at this fucking point, nothing would surprise me.
15-year-old son's wallpaper.
Like, Kyle's... I have to say that Kyle's title for this is great. The Epstein Files just changed the world forever. He is dead on. There's no going back after this.
Epstein, a convicted sex offender at the time.
Because it was like... I hate to say it, though. Like, it was an open secret, but it wasn't open like this, where it's just like, we just assumed, where it's like, yeah, the elites, obviously, they use modeling agencies, high-class escorts, all that kind of stuff. There was just no way to guess what kind of fucking deviance was in this.
To let him decide. That son...
Domino's stock about to crash? Why?
Maurice Borg Hoiby now faces 38 criminal charges, including 4 counts of rape. The trial starts Tuesday. Historians called this the biggest scandal in Norway's 120-year royal history. That was before the Epstein files showed his mother appears over 1,000 times, visiting his Palm Beach house, which was bugged, taking his parenting advice, and having his staff arrange her flights and drivers. Again, stop and think about this. How is this man he's tied in hardcore with British royalty through Prince Andrew, tied in super close with Norwegian royalty. What did they do to this poor kid that they fucked him up this much? Where now he's the criminal of all criminals and he's like raping women left and right, and find out his mom was emailing Epstein, had a close relationship with Epstein. What the fuck did they do to this kid? Was this kid ever on the island? And why is it that all these people with immense wealth and immense privilege, they're all involved in this ring? It is so fucking bizarre. It is so bizarre. All right, speaking about people with immense wealth and power, casual email from Sultan bin Sulayem. Every married man keeps wondering every evening, should I go out and look at what I cannot fuck, or stay home and fuck what I don't want to look at? This is an email from Sultan bin Sulayem to Jeffrey Epstein in May of 2012. Absolutely insane. Here's another one Emily found. Sender unknown on this one. It says, there's an email to Epstein. Do you mind if I fuck someone with a condom? Bitch, what? What are we even looking at? This is raising more questions than it's answering. How about this one? Jeffrey Epstein, quote, animals are fun to watch. Sometimes. Peter Thiel sends a creepy smiley face. Let me repeat that. Epstein says in 2018 to Peter Thiel. Remember, Peter Thiel went on Rogan's show and said, who, me, bro? I just knew Epstein, but I only asked him tax advice or whatever, bro. No big deal. Really? So here he is from Epstein to Peter Thiel. Animals are fun to watch.
Dude, just let him stay.
Sometimes.
Don't fucking ban him.
And
LT, come on,
Peter
man.
responds.
What did he say?
With a creepy ass smiley face.
Like, he was engaging, and people were engaging with him. God damn it, dude.
That's great. That's not a sign that he's into bestiality and Lord knows whatever else. This is from The Athletic. Breaking news. Convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
You found it annoying, LT? I gotta take your mod status if this is how you're gonna be. You found it annoying? Well, it's my fucking stream, dude. And I didn't say to do anything, honestly.
Connected New York Giants chairman and co-owner Steve Tisch with multiple women.
No need to ban, just ignore. Yeah. Yeah.
According to newly released emails, Tisch received scouting reports.
You haven't committed a ban in a long-ass time, and the first one you choose is one that I'm actually fucking pissed about.
Women from...
Like, dude, he was engaging with people. This is how my stream fucking grows, dude.
From Epstein, and the 2 men discussed whether women were pro or civilian or a working girl. The email sent in 2013 were among more than 3 million Epstein-related documents that the Department of Justice released Friday. There are also emails between Epstein and women who wrote about their encounters with Tisch. Holy shnikes. In the Epstein files, Lord Mandelson, the UK's former ambassador to the US, standing in his underwear, talking to a young woman who is wearing a white bathrobe. Lord Mandelson said that the peer had no recollection of the
like, again, the engagement going on, like, fuck,
photograph being taken, and had no idea where it was taken or who had taken it. So this guy, by the way...
Honestly, what annoyed me is the fact that you said it annoyed you. and then that's why you did it.
I believe
LT. That's why people have a problem with that. And I'm people in this.
He had to resign from his
That actually just
position in the UK
that
Labour
made me
Party
very angry.
because he was super duper close with Epstein and Maxwell. And all these people, they were engaged in some jack nasty ass shit, y'all. An email exchange involving Jeffrey Epstein shows how casually threats of violence were discussed after accusations that a third party had lied. Redacted sender to Epstein. Quote, I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with Olga. He lied to you and he lied to me. Jeffrey Epstein. Whoops. Redacted sender. No one believes.
Is MSM even covering the files like this? I've only seen small mentions.
Lie to you and get away with it from me.
No, they're
one.
doing like little
Whoops
bits.
is correct. So again, what we're looking at here is pedophilia, bestiality, torture, sexual torture, cannibalism, murder, all casually discussed. And this one was in 2014, by
honestly,
the way,
an
that they were
LT,
having this
you kind of deserve that fucking crash out right there. And unless you apologize for fucking up there.
conversation. More. Jeffrey sharing some of his favorite Bible verses. So here is Epstein in 2014 and 2 redacted from Epstein. And he goes through his favorite Bible verses here. And, oh, would you look at that? All of them are the most psychopathic Bible verses that are out there. Quote, slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children and women. Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled and their wives ravished. Thou shalt surely smite the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it
What up,
utterly.
Pendulous? How's it going,
Thus said the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate through the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. When thou goest forth to war against thine
Thank you for the
enemies.
Oh, yeah.
At Bandit
8mm.
$2. Remember the Nick Cage movie 8mm?
That was literal. Yeah, that was
and see
pretty much the plot of what we're watching. Oh my god,
ceased amongst the
dude. I remember watching that movie for the first time. It made me feel sick because, like, also spoiler alert for a very old movie from the 90s. Actually, you know what? I won't spoil it. I'll just say that it's got kind of a bummer ending.
Captives, a beautiful woman, and hast to desire unto her that thou wouldst have her to thy wife. So it's basically like pillage, murder, and rape. Do that. That's what we want you to do. That's what God wants you to do. By the way, there's also a disturbing number of correspondence in the files that have come out where clearly...
Well, yeah, now if you're just going to patronize the guy, honestly, I already took care of it, man. Like, yeah, one more time and I'll fucking ban you.
Jeffrey Epstein was a Jewish supremacist where he would always talk
Or
about...
actually, I'll give LT the okay to do that.
The Goyim. Which
Just
is
so
like
you can see
basically
that LT was the one that banned
like
you.
the infidels, but for Judaism, the people who are not the chosen people, the people that are not Jewish. And he
Never
clearly
win.
believed in race science, more on that in a little bit. And he clearly put himself at the top of the hierarchy, and he would talk about, you know, the Goyim who are less than human. It's just crazy. This is absolutely crazy, crazy stuff. Epstein's sex empire was a KGB honey trap. Pedophile financier had multiple talks with Putin after conviction.
Yeah, Daily Mail
with Russian girl.
And they're not letting this one. So here's one of the things that you guys can do, and I found to be very useful. French media and surprisingly, UK media is covering this in depth.
Flown in to harvest compromat on
They're not fucking mincing anything.
Famous figures. So understand something, and this is not
LBC has been reading the like the updated files pretty much for the last 2 days.
Surprising, but it's what's happening. You do have, the Western media is not afraid to talk about the KGB links when it comes to Epstein, which are true, which are real, but they will
don't
not,
poke the mods unless you want to be poked back.
touch the claims about how he's a Mossad agent. The fact of the matter is, he's worked with the CIA, Mossad, and the KGB. He was a freelancer.
Ew, Kyle. Actually, I got to give Kyle a lot of credit. He's doing really good coverage on this.
And he had
like the way that he structured this and the way that he's going through each and every, like, what I would consider important story through this.
All this dirt running a blackmail honeypot operation, and he worked with a number of different intelligence agencies. So, but they're only going to focus on one because they don't want to besmirch Israel in the West.
LT sharpening the sword.
So absolutely, absolutely crazy stuff. All right, more. An extremely personal email from Jeffrey Epstein. This reads like a drunk breakup text to another man. So this was written in 2012. Look at this. Josh, You asked me to share your life with you. I excitedly accepted. I shared my highs, my lows, my dreams, my body, every single part of my body. You came home from work telling me you earned millions of dollars, then fought, screamed with me over 5,000. You wanted peace and quiet. You demanded I share the peace, but withheld the prosperity. You told me often how much I cost you, how expensive I was. It showed little respect to the both of us, but I love you and overlooked it. And you asked me to violate a basic conviction of mine and have an abortion. What the fuck is this? Your mother said it would be in your best interest if I did. You now asked why you should be ashamed now that it is the high holy days. It's simple. You behave just like the goyim. See, what I was just talking about. You do not respect. After the holidays, I will be willing to share a meal.
See $5. LT, what does the scouter says about your bands? It's over 9,000. What? 9K 9,000?
No sex, none. I love you. My Jewish study said that at 13 you should become a man. It's not too late. So 2 redacted from Jeffrey Epstein in September of 2012. So fucking bizarre. So fucking bizarre all this stuff is. Jeffrey Epstein funded a white supremacist YouTube channel. Can't make it up. So Jean-Francois Gariepi is a Canadian neuroscience and far-right political commentator.
It's Gariepi.
He's been in YouTube circles for a long time. There's actually a clip of him talking to Richard Spencer back in the day where he says to Richard Spencer, full disclosure, I got $25,000 from Jeffrey Epstein. And then as Aquila says here, don't even look up his wife that went missing / is dead, talking about Jean-Francois Gariepi. But here you have Jeffrey Epstein funding race science peddlers, junk race science peddlers. That's what he's doing. This one is crazy. Shout out to Jeet here for this. The new
that dude redacted his wife.
Batch of Epstein documents helps illuminate one contemporary controversy. What is Bari Weiss up to at CBS? I think the answer is she is trying to rehabilitate the Epstein network as a bulwark of reactionary centrism.
Yep.
Let me explain.
Yep.
Let's lay out the connections. Bari Weiss,
Jeet. Hey, it's Jeet.
His partner and ideological collaborator, Nellie Bowles, was on very familiar terms with Epstein. And there's countless emails with Bowles and Epstein going back and forth. And Bowles is from a very wealthy, prominent family.
Is a lot.
Okay? And so here's just one of the emails. Announcing her plans for CBS, Weiss said she wants to marginalize the radical right and left while elevating charismatic centrist voices such as Alan Dershowitz.
What the fuck? Agenda Free TV was reporting on Savannah Gouffre's mother missing and more. And he took
Epstein's
the video
former
down.
lawyer and crony. She literally did say that. And of course, another voice being elevated by Weiss is Peter Attia. There's another guy. We'll get to him in a second. But Peter Attia is all over the Epstein files, saying all sorts of horrible shit. In fact, here, I'll read this one for you. You know what the biggest problem is being friends with you? The life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul. Jesus Christ. This is what Attia said to Jeffrey Epstein. And of course, Weiss has brought on Steven Pinker to CBS as part of her new town hall format. And
Never mind, YouTube glitch.
She has used Larry Summers for the free press. But of course, now Summers is too toxic to rehabilitate.
All right.
Steven Pinker also knew Epstein. Weiss presents her mission at CBS as restoring trust by elevating centrist voices, which is accurate enough if we understand centrist voices to mean the type of men likely to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. I completely forgot to mention, Weiss did a lengthy, friendly interview with one of Epstein's closest friends, Woody Allen.
I'm so sick of the fucking way that we all just accepted, yeah, you know what? He groomed his stepdaughter, married her, and then everybody was just like, yeah, Hollywood, right?
That's right.
And then you had people like Scarlett Johansson and all these actors that were just like, I can't wait to work with the great Woody Allen. His movies suck.
Hey, Weiss's project is creating an Operation Paper.
They really are. They're such overrated garbage.
Clip for Epstein's.
Oh my God. Are you telling me that the main character's neurotic and he's trying to get with this, out of his league hot girl who just happens to like his quirkiness? No way.
Cronies taking a group of discredited men and rehabilitating them as necessary pillars of system. Dershowitz and Peter Attia are the
finally home, hell yeah,
von Braun's of reactionary centrism. So this is all just factual. What he's describing here is just factual. Bari Weiss and her wife, I mean,
You totally agree with me there?
Her wife was super close with Epstein. They're trying to rehabilitate all these people.
That's every Woody Allen movie in a nutshell? Yeah, no shit.
In the Epstein circle and bring back this sort of MAGA-adjacent, hardcore Zionist centrism. It looks like Bari Weiss, the whole operation is an op. The whole operation.
Yes, and the thing is, now that we know that the whole 4chan thing was also a psyop, it's almost like MAGA needs to convene and go, hey, okay, so are we going to continue to just be the most useful fucking idiots on the planet and support all this stuff and just parrot everything and just that we're being told by CBS and all the people that are simultaneously kind of implicated in this? Or are they just, I don't know, are they going to stay silent and keep supporting MAGA and then get mad at us when we call them pedo protectors?
Is an Israeli psyop to go soft on MAGA, prop up Israel, and bring back Epstein-adjacent centrism. That's really what's happening here. Absolutely incredible stuff. Haven't seen many people talking about this, but here is the diary of a little girl who was raped, tortured, and used as a human incubator and forced to have abortions. It mentions Mar-a-Lago, Jeffrey Epstein, Jean-Luc Brunel, another pedophile who committed suicide in prison, Ghislaine Maxwell, and others. So the link is right here. I've gone through it. It's real. It's real, and it's disturbing. So a little girl who was raped, tortured, and used as a human incubator. Okay, forced to have abortions, but some, I believe, she gave birth. Okay, more. Todd Blanche today admitted there is death portrayed in some sex films in the Epstein files, which is exactly what Sasha Riley has claimed. Think about it. Some of these men who participated or watched are governing you. By the way, the Sasha Riley thing, I'm going to do a big breakdown of the Sasha Riley claims as well.
It's time.
Couldn't get to it today because we got all these other new Epstein files, but Sasha Riley has a bunch of bombshell claims.
Yeah.
And
I don't think there's going to be much of a fun half because we're going to go into the Sasha Riley stuff.
Now what we're learning is a lot of that
little bit deeper
stuff that was fully redacted. Some of it is death portrayed in sex films. And Epstein was very clearly involved in this like snuff film empire. He was involved in this snuff film empire. And it appears like the people who are into this sort of stuff, again, perhaps not a coincidence, but it's pedophile billionaire elites. It is this cabal of pedophile billionaire elites that seemingly rule over us. And their extreme wealth has fucking rotted their souls to the point where they no longer exist. All right, this is crazy. In 2009, a 21-year-old Gabriela Rico Jimenez was filmed after claiming she had attended an exclusive party. She vanished that night, never to be seen again.
I'm surprised. All right, so
2026.
The last time I tried to play this, my stream went down, so I'm a little nervous.
Victims claim elites did the same. A coincidence, I'm sure, right? So here we go. Look at this. So from redacted to redacted.
He's not playing it? Okay.
I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. While on this yacht, he witnessed African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar but left no scarring. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from these intestines.
Again,
he was
what's MAGA got to say about this shit?
Also graped by George Bush 1.
Like,
what the fuck? So as you can see here, it says to and from is redacted, but you can see here that this involves the NYPD Detective Bureau of Child Exploitation and Human Trafficking Task Force. And so here we go. Look at this. Look at this video.
It's got me near a panic attack. Yeah, unfortunately, this video is going to do it. He's going to show it.
Which people are now recirculating.
Yeah.
They ate humans. Disgusting. They ate humans. I wasn't aware of anything. I mean, about the murders, yes. But
and then she went missing after this and hasn't been seen again.
Eating humans. They smell like human flesh. I mean, again, how do we even process all this? Here's a picture that came out in the Epstein files. You can see Jeffrey Epstein standing here with somebody who's redacted. But if you look around, you see these red circles. It says CIA, 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 CIA. So it's like some storage place that has a bunch of like CIA bins, which again, people are further pointing to, they're pointing to the fact that I guess he also worked with the CIA on top of Mossad, on top of the KGB. Very, very powerful guy here. Disturbing. New Epstein footage appears to show underage girls dancing. Here we go. I'm going to mute it because, again, you could hear the music. But if you look here, all you see is the legs dancing. And let's just say that doesn't look like an adult female, right? That does not look like an adult. It doesn't. So this is a disturbing video, and there's stuff like this littered all throughout the Epstein files. Okay. Now, here is one. I think the investigators online really pulled it off. I think that the sleuths got one here. Okay. So here's an Epstein email from 2009, April 24th of 2009. From Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. Okay. Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. So to Jeffrey Epstein from, again, redacted. Here we go. I am in China. I will be in the U.S. the second week of May. Sent from a BlackBerry. Okay. So late April of 2009. Where are you? I love the torture video. I'm in China. I'll be in the U.S. the second week of May. Ready for this? Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu meets with Yang Jiechi April 23rd, 2009 in China at the exact same time. But ready? It goes deeper. Remarks by President Obama and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu in press availability. May 18th, 2009. So everything lines up here for this email to be with Benjamin Netanyahu. It all lines up here for this email to be with Benjamin Netanyahu, where you have casual talk about the torture video. Looks like Netanyahu sent Epstein a torture video. And Epstein said, I love the torture video. Jesus Christ. That would be way too on the fucking nose, too. That would be way too on the nose. One of the most well-known parts of the Epstein saga is that then U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta said he gave
You're a student in AP Gov, and I'm doing an opinion poll on ICE.
Epstein such a shockingly lenient plea deal because he was told Epstein belonged to intelligence. That was long based on one anonymous source in the Daily Beast tabloid, and Acosta explicitly denied saying this.
It's not going to be a live link, so they'll just have to put it into their browser.
But now there's more evidence and more details. The FBI report...
I'm not going to be able to do it.
...describes a confidential source reporting the same thing to them
If anybody has an interest in doing a political opinion poll, it's going to be labeled over here in Twitch.
Acosta, and claims it was Epstein attorney Alan Dershowitz who said Acosta had to give Epstein a lenient deal because Acosta was told of his ties to Intel, meaning both U.S. intelligence and the Mossad. So further validation on that theory. Emily from Breaking Point says, hell of a December 2018 exchange here between Bannon and Epstein. Epstein says he's getting John Bolton on board with the idea that Qatar is the linchpin in the Middle East. And Bannon says, while he got Bolton his NSA job, quote, he will never cross Sheldon Adelson. This one I find interesting because it's like, you look at a guy like John Bolton, huge warmonger.
Twitch is doing good.
Was involved in foreign policy for decades, right? And here you have Bannon saying,
Six people
I
over
helped
there.
get him his NSA job, which, by the way, I thought you were anti-warmonger, Steve. What's that about? But he says, he will never cross Sheldon Adelson. Why is that? Who was really in charge? Who was really controlling?
I'm wondering how much of my headache is actually from this.
Foreign policy in this country.
It's a different type of headache than I had before. Like now it's like frontal. Before it was more like a sinus thing.
There's an admission from sloppy Steve
Now
Bannon.
I'm just like, ugh, I cannot believe
the foreign
this
policy
is
coming directly
what
from
we're-
Sheldon Adelson.
It's so much.
When he pays his hundreds of millions of dollars to basically buy the government and get whatever policy he wants. Jesus Christ. So here's another one where one of the people that Barry Weiss just hired, that guy Peter Attia, he was caught emailing with Jeffrey Epstein where he's talking about pussy is indeed low carb. Still awaiting results on gluten content, though. And he also said to him, like, the biggest problem of being friends with you is that I can't tell people what you do. And so here you have a guy just got hired at CBS by Barry Weiss, and as you can see here, involved in some dark, disgusting, dirty stuff with Epstein. All right, another one from Bannon and Epstein. They mentioned Trump's new assistant, Madeleine Westerhout, as a new friend of Trump. Bannon calls her a grundoon, one of his favorite pejoratives.
At Bandit Mtxi
Good for that
$2.
too.
And this guy who had so much leverage roped. Thoughtful face emoji.
Epstein refers to her as knee pads, and she is, quote, doing God's work. Epstein then writes, he's much more calm, but the sight of him in the...
Have you guys seen the viral TikTok going around saying that this woman in Texas, in Dallas, Texas, saw Epstein in a blue truck and that he had turned around after realizing he was recognized and kind of ran from her?
The residence in his undies is hard to fathom. I'll give you details when I see you. So this is the text exchange here.
More and more people are coming out thinking that he actually did escape. And then there's this whole thing from 4chan where one of the prison guards said that he saw a transport arranged for it. So
they appear to be saying...
Is this how we all turn into Alex Jones?
That this this Madeleine Westerhout woman was involved in a relationship with Donald Trump where she would suck him off. And then
the thing is, you don't even nobody needs to do the, oh my God. I think it's there's no need there. This is outrageous enough to where and answers pretty much everything that we already thought was going on. So it's just like, yeah.
By the way, this is that girl in question that we're talking about here. I'll zoom in a little bit. The one in the red dress here.
I come back from a
they had a falling
hiatus, but to this.
out at some
Yeah, hey, Jehu, how's it going, man?
point. But the allegation from Bannon
Good hiatus.
and Epstein is that they were engaged in some sort of a sexual relationship. All right, this is crazy. So Kash Patel comes out. Remember this? This was a while ago. But he said, quote, there's no credible information that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked minors. Okay? That's
Again,
what he said.
The fact that he lied under oath.
This is flat out perjury. We now know
Yeah,
that as
it
a
is
matter
flat out
of fact.
perjury.
We literally
Yes,
have
yes.
the fucking passports. We have text messages where
and
he's
that means that he needs to be brought to
buying
be held in contempt.
and selling girls like they're cars or some shit. Okay?
They want to do it to, Clinton.
But he said,
What are we
quote,
doing
there is
here?
no credible information that Epstein trafficked minors. Ready for this? This picture came out in this document dump. This picture right here. Very clearly, these young girls, right? These young girls
Hey,
and
what
this
up,
old,
JR?
disgusting man.
How's it going,
Jesus
man?
Christ. This one, people are speculating about. I don't even know what to believe about this one, bro. But here you have another email where involving Epstein. I have not. He has declined to give me a copy. Melania, not living with him. Nikki Haley, Trump says blowjob, but who can trust him? You, lots, Nick Ayers, mentioned in the Palm Beach house sale, hopefully not anywhere else. So here, there's an allegation that Nikki Haley sucked off Trump. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I can't. I need the Men in Black flashy thingy after reading all this stuff, man. I don't even know what to think about this or what to
Yeah.
say about this. Drops I News says, leadership would like your help. Indian billionaire tapped Jeffrey Epstein before Modi's visit to the U.S. and Israel.
I just got back from the Smoky Mountains on Saturday to all this shit.
New Department of Justice documents reveal Epstein's direct role in fostering ties between Indian, Israeli, and U.S. elites. So again, Shadow Emperor, seemingly Shadow Emperor. There's a new thing that just came out, an audio recording of Epstein talking to Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel. This is after he's out of office. And Ehud Barak's like, well, what should I do now? And Epstein says, look into Palantir. Look into Palantir.
Yeah,
You can make some
we watched that.
money if you invest in Palantir.
Yep.
And then also it appeared to be the beginning of the relationship between the Israeli government and Palantir, which led to this fucking AI-powered genocide that we just watched live streamed in 4K.
Yep.
That could be the literal beginning of getting the technology where they did this AI-powered genocide.
Yeah, now they're using that same technology on us.
It was that audio recording of Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein, and that led to a partnership between Peter Thiel and Palantir and the Israeli government, and we know how that wound up. All right. Trump comes out after all this, and he dares to say, quote, it actually absolves me.
Yeah, I'm totally
The Epstein
absolved.
files, actually, they absolve
The balls.
me. I don't know. He thinks you're fucking stupid.
No, that's what I mean, though. And that's why I keep repeating that. He really does think that the people that support him are the dumbest people.
He thinks everybody in this country is fucking stupid.
Not just, no, because he even said, smart people don't like me.
Stupid. He could just get away with relentless lies. Then we also have, at least in other countries, there's some justice, there's some consequences.
Yeah.
Like I said, there was one British politician who lost his position as a direct result of this. The Slovakia Prime Minister's national security advisor also resigned over his Epstein links. Okay? So other places there appear to be consequences. Here, of course, Trump's a bull in a china shop and doesn't give a fuck. He's tarnished 1,000 ways to Sunday and just keeps acting like he could just do whatever he wants. How about this? The Guardian. Epstein lawyers discuss possibility of cooperation with prosecutors days before his death, files reveal. Less than 2 weeks before convicted abuser was found dead, lawyers met with Manhattan federal prosecutors. That's wild. So as Trump is president, he gets locked up in a federal facility under Trump, and he just started talking about cooperation with prosecutors, and then he winds up dead. Gee, I wonder what happened there. And then finally, I'll leave you with this, guys. Look at Ben Shapiro. Weasley little Ben Shapiro. The Epstein files don't exist, according to Ben Shapiro. He wasn't trafficking underage girls to powerful men. It's a conspiracy theory, speculation without supporting evidence. Quote, it's debunked. There's nothing there. Ben Shapiro says about the Epstein files. There's nothing there. You should never, ever trust any right-wing commentator ever again. By the way, he just flat out went out and lied about it.
Yeah.
A lot of them right now are lying by omission. Their fucking lips are sealed. They're not saying anything because they know how bad this looks for Trump. They know how bad it looks for everybody involved. They know it totally blows up the MAGA mythology of Trump as the king going after the deep state and trying to bring about justice and get all the pedophiles. No, he is the pedophile. And he's part of that pedophile billionaire cabal of criminals. He's part of it. And so now we know from these leaks and the last leaks, we now know that they haven't even released all the files yet, by the way. It's only like half the files have been released.
Dude.
And Lord only knows. This is the part they were less afraid to release. Who knows what's in the other parts, right? All the CSAM that was kept out, all the torture stuff, the murder stuff, the cannibalism stuff.
Yeah, this is why I'm also going to do the same thing that he's doing, where it's like, nah, we need to start talking about the Sasha Riley stuff.
I mean, this shit gets dark as fuck, bro. It gets dark. But now we know just how bad it is. And now we know.
I'll probably have to do it on a.
Know all the connections with Trump
you
and
know
Epstein
what?
as
Maybe
well.
Twitch. Like if I do a Twitch exclusive over
But
there.
we already know they were best friends for a decade. We already know Trump was on Epstein's plane 8 times. We already know he went to.
I know with that one you do have to be careful because they were essentially getting rid of a whole bunch of information on it.
The island. We know that the first
and just kind of saying like none of it's substantiated, so they were kind of burying
time
it.
Trump and Melania had sex was allegedly on the Lolita Express. We know that Epstein knew the inner workings of Trump's White House in the first term. We know that Trump and Epstein shared a girlfriend. We know that Epstein passed off a girl to Trump when she was 20 years old in 1993. We know that Trump wrote a creepy love letter to Epstein on his birthday. We know that Trump offered Epstein a job in his first term. That's one that's under-discussed. We know that Epstein learned human trafficking from Trump's teenage modeling agency. We know they had private events at Mar-a-Lago where it was just them two there, and there's all sorts of allegations about what happened then. We know there's detailed blackmail material like Trump with pictures with stain on his pants, videos of him with underage girls. We know there's the picture of him holding the giant check where Trump is buying a girl from Epstein. Any one of these things should
That's from the last leak.
bring down a presidency.
Yeah,
any one of these things.
Well, no, any of it would if it was, again, Biden. Or if it was anybody else.
But we're still fucking sitting here and waiting because these
specifically Biden
people have no shame. Trump is just shoving his head in the sand and lying relentlessly. Lying relentlessly. So just disgusting, disgusting stuff. And there you have it, man. And I'm sure more stuff is going to come out over time, and the more we get it.
Yeah, we keep getting fucking more and more information, and it's so fucking overwhelming. It really is. All right. Here we go.
Joining me now is Lisa Phillips, an Epstein survivor. Thanks so much for coming on. Blanche said he wants to make victims whole, but then he also said he can't create evidence to do that. What's your response?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, Chris. Well, Todd Blanche's most recent statement said any investigation into Trump or other men regarding the Epstein files is over. I would like to note how many times this has already been said by Pam Bondi. My response to his comment is like the age-old phrase, this isn't over until we say it's over, meaning the 1,200 survivors fight for our right to see all the files. And I speak out for only survivors. Well, I will also add onto what I said in September. We were there, we saw firsthand who was there, what was done, and Mr. Blanche and Miss Bondi were not there. Second, I'd like to comment on the filing a couple days ago by my fellow survivor sisters to demand the Epstein Files website come down until the survivors' names are deleted. This is a necessary move, hard stop. The law passed on the day of the November press conference. And that law said all documents were to be released by a certain date and no survivor names were to be disclosed. The DOJ has violated all 3 of those requirements. To this day, many documents still haven't been disclosed. Second, the date set for release has long passed. And third, the DOJ released the names of the survivors. This is not okay. They're not abiding by the law. And we're going to keep fighting.
Thank you. Diego finally said it. This is not a stream on that topic. He wants it to
We
be.
get all the files released.
Yeah, let me add a little bit to what you just said. Part of the reason we were told this
If you keep asking the same question, I'm going to count that as spam, and then yes, we will see you on your way.
review took so long is that DOJ said it was trying to protect survivors. The New York Times reports that the DOJ published dozens of unredacted nude
Dude, they're silencing you because you're an annoying asshole. Like you
images on its
don't know when to stop.
website.
We're talking about something else. I am listening to this and wanting to respond to this. I know. Like, this kind of plays into the you guys are just petulant, narcissistic children.
Showing young women are
pay attention to me. You're not paying attention to me. You're not paying attention to me. Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me.
possibly teenagers whose photos were contained in the files
Jesus.
related to Epstein. Additionally, the Wall Street Journal reports they did a review of 47 victims' full names. They found 43 of them were left unredacted in the files. Survivors are trying to, I know, get a judge to address this. But what impact does this have? You thought when you saw that law, presumably you were going to be protected.
Well, we were hoping
Diego
that
cooks up a good roast. I'll be honest. It's the only reason I've let it go on this long.
we would be protected. We were really hoping.
That's why I got mad when I was like, no, don't ban him. We had good engagement. Honestly, Diego was cooking.
So they would do the right thing. But all we're finding is we're just games. They're just playing games. They're playing games with the survivors. They know when they go through the files, they're redacting the names of the powerful men, but they're not redacting the names of the survivors. Like, why would you do that? That to us is very intentional. I have a really good friend who
Trust me, dude. And they're laughing about it.
they put her
Like, they're literally like, this is such a fucking
driver's
just
license
like,
out there and her email address.
it's like they're doing the meme. Like, they're
and
actually
all her
like,
information
they're
when she
memeing.
testified against Ghislaine Maxwell. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
That is a bunch of
It's fucking insane.
information that is
Again, send Ghislaine Maxwell to a fucking club fed. Then on top of it, disrespect the fucking victims, even though you disingenuously use them as the reason that you weren't going to release the file. Like,
so harmful for her
no,
life.
it's fucking
And
insane.
I feel like they're just toying with us when they do those things. It's very deliberate and it's not okay.
So when you consider that the administration didn't release all of this until 42 days after the legal deadline, and yet, as we just said, the names were out there, the photos were out there, more information than that. How do you maintain some level of trust or hope that anyone who committed a crime related to Epstein will face trial?
Because we're all in this fight together. Not only do we have the survivors, which there's hundreds of us that are fighting for this, we have the nation behind us. We have so many people in Congress behind us. This isn't just a survivor fight against powerful men. Even you can see a lot of Trump's supporters are becoming, part of the fight with us. So things are shifting, and the information that is coming out is very damaging. And a lot of names have been dropped. So we are actually getting there. We're getting closer. And like I said in the beginning, Todd Blanche is saying, it's over, we're done. This is all the files that are coming out. We've heard that many, many times before. And as we keep pushing, we are getting more files released.
Yeah.
And so.
But also, this is where we do need to kind of, I don't know, have a backbone, or have the Democrats actually stand up and have a backbone. I mean,
Chris, this is like.
Assuming that they're not all fucking involved too. Like, that's why I wasn't kidding. For every fucking buddy that's in the elite class, we just kind of need a do-over.
Really important stuff. When people are going through these files, you are able to connect the dots on a way deeper level than we ever were able to about 6 months ago. So we're getting there, and I still have hope.
Lisa Phillips, then we will be talking, I'm sure, in the months to come. Thank you so much.
Okay. Fucking Todd Blanche, man. All right, so little break from the Epstein coverage. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Before we go into this, I haven't done this in a minute. Let's chill. Let's fucking chill, guys. Oh my god, we're getting close to the 420. I have a Piers Morgan video with a debate panel that is pretty good, lined up for the fun half, and then I have the sovereign citizen video that I want to play after that. But yeah, man. Oh, hey. Actually, hold on. Before I forget, this is an older video that is fucking crazy.
The Justice Department says the warden of the federal lockup where Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his cell has been transferred out. And we're told the investigation into the many questions surrounding the
This was 6 years ago.
apparent suicide of the millionaire sex offender is not proceeding as quickly as some officials expected. News 4's chief investigative reporter Jonathan Dienst is live in the newsroom to explain. John?
Chuck, we're told some prison staffers have been getting lawyers, delaying some of the questions investigators want to ask them.
This is what was reported on through this leak. We have the name now too of the guard.
In the Caribbean, investigators looking to see if there's any sex trafficking evidence involving Epstein or others at his compound there.
What are my thoughts on other creators like Adam Mockler? He is essentially a mouthpiece for the Democratic Party. Very useful. Same with Midas Touch.
New drone footage of yesterday's FBI.
They would prefer a status quo, but the other thing is, if they see the the pivot even farther left, then they're gonna meet that, and they're just gonna be like, "We were always here." It's kind of like Brian Tyler Cohen,
An NYPD search of
where he pretends like he was somehow like always a Bernie bro, but also not lapping up Biden's nuts.
Epstein's Virgin Island estate. Agents want to know if there's any physical or electronic evidence that could point to accomplices in Epstein's past sex trafficking crimes. This search the latest step as authorities try to build a case against anyone who might have helped Epstein recruit young women. At the MCC today, the warden was transferred out, the move announced by the Justice Department that said 2 others were placed on leave pending the outcome of investigations. Additional actions may be taken as the circumstances warrant. The moves come amid questions about why 2 prison guards apparently failed to check on Epstein for hours when they should have been checking on him every 30 minutes. Investigators also want to know about the decision to take Epstein off suicide watch. His own lawyers apparently said Epstein was fine.
Also, this is titled Jeffrey Epstein's death posted on 4chan before it was publicly known.
After a previous incident believed to have been a possible suicide attempt. The Epstein case has been casting a spotlight on his rich and powerful friends. This woman, Ghislaine Maxwell, facing scrutiny after victims sued her, alleging she was a recruiter, charges she denies.
I made a statement. Thank you.
President Trump, a one-time friend of Epstein, seen here in this 1992 video, tried to connect former President Clinton to Epstein's island resort.
You have to ask, did Bill Clinton go to the island? That's the question.
Clinton's spokesman fired back. Might be loud to hear over Air Force One, but that is the sound of Trump's credibility blowing in the wind. Meanwhile, at the MCC, again, sources tell us Epstein was not checked on for hours. Unclear exactly how many hours he was lying there unnoticed with the bed sheet apparently tied around his neck. Jonathan Dienst, News 4.
Thank you for watching.
Notice how they barely mentioned the 4chan thing. That's a little odd. All right. What do we got? Here, give me a second. All right. Let's chill for a minute, and then I will go into some more news.
This filter blockade is to create a roundabout that will slow traffic down. ICE agents have been driving very erratically in the neighborhood, and the idea is that they can slow the traffic down coming in. That will prevent some of these accidents from happening as well.
So we just came back to the site of where the filter blockade was to find that the Minneapolis Police Department has showed up and they've completely demolished the blockade and threw everything out.
What will you do when ICE shoots up a school? Hey, cops! Hey, cops! What will you do when ICE shoots at you? You have a plan?
You can help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you go straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible.
Sorry, guys, I just realized that
and that's why what you guys do is so
the sound was a little too high.
important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hi, I'm Tina Desiree Berg reporting for Status Coup News. So we are in the south side of Minneapolis. It's Sunday morning, and we stopped to talk to these folks because this is something new that's going on. They're calling this a filter blockade. So they have a setup here and at the other street corner down the street. So the idea
that sign
they are
is very cool. The middle finger. I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about.
Ice vehicles or not, or if they're just residents that live here. They're trying to basically prevent ICE vehicles from being able to drive into the neighborhood in order to do raids. They have been handing out these flyers to people that are driving by so they know what's going on. And they're looking to actually expand these filter blockades across the city into other areas.
Updates about like the
Woo! Woo! Woo!
It does have to be fucking some like special type of demoralizing to just know that everyone fucking hates you. And the only people that are standing up for you are bots on the fucking internet.
looking good.
Another goal of this filter blockade is to create a roundabout that will slow traffic down. One of the things that they've been mentioning...
Honestly, more roundabouts, please.
Is
in most intersections. God damn. I really wish we could just fucking adopt that system. Especially in Chicago.
ICE agents have been driving very erratically in the neighborhood. We have videotaped them after they have caused multiple accidents, so we know that this is the case. And the idea is that they can slow the traffic down.
Dude, you keep claiming selective outrage. I don't see you outraged about any of this shit, so fuck you. Honestly, you and your bullshit.
Prevent some of these accidents from happening as well.
I'm obsessed with this idea that Biden lost all these immigrant kids. Even though I can't really explain myself, and there's probably more of that story. Here, you know what? Fuck it.
So we just came back to the site of where the filter blockade was to find that the Minneapolis Police Department has showed up with multiple trash vehicles. And
Are you serious? One of the main things is that they just didn't go to the houses where these people were, where these kids allegedly,
sort of
were missing from.
thing, and they've completely demolished the
Yeah, okay. It sounds like the federal government just in general.
blockade and threw everything out. Lasted, what, 2.5
I mean, I'm not. There's no standing up for it.
days about
But there, I talked about it. Selective outrage.
Public infrastructure. Why couldn't like 4 of you carry that bench?
Because the thing is, I'm not sure if you just wasted your entire fucking day chilling on this, thinking that I was somehow going to be like, oh no, guys, oh no, Biden might have been implicated in some fucking shady shit.
It's a bench. A fucking bench.
Not a fan of Biden either, there, guy. But notice he can't say shit.
How much of your lives are you gonna spend helping them, huh? Soon as Donnie Boy signs the order, you get a whole new militia in the city. There's more of them than there are of you. Hey, cops! Hey, cops! What will you do when ICE shoots up a school? Hey, cops! Hey, cops! What will you do when ICE shoots at you? Do you have a plan? Will you help kids if they shoot up a school? They have already gone in with tear gas. They're children. You didn't make this? No. A random man in a decal car, he gave it to me, which was really nice. Yeah, Minnesotans, fucking artists, all of them.
That's badass. So someone was just like, here, you want this? Actually, that's kind of what happened with me with that No Kings one, where they were just like, hey, I'm leaving, you want it? It's like, yeah, yeah, I do. I discuss it as much as I'm going to discuss it, so you can either leave or I'll fucking just ban you, because honestly, now you're annoying me. You're a petulant little fucking child who you didn't get what you wanted when you wanted it, so you've just been fucking spamming this shit, which honestly, because you're a petulant little child, you get sent to timeout like a child would.
Watching this video.
Because honestly, man, I'm fucking over your shit. You're sitting here thinking that you got some kind of gotcha because I'm not talking about the kids that allegedly were lost under the Biden administration, even though even fucking Grok is just like, yeah, this is alleged, but it turns out that the federal government wasn't exactly conducting the most fucking comprehensive study on this as far as, you know, trying to really search. It's not like any of you guys were like, this is my favorite part is like, why did it also like, why did we have to wait for all this to happen when now all of a sudden you care about this? Travis, we get it, man. You still support Trump and you're uncomfortable with the fact that he is implicated in fucking covering up for pedophilia, so. Okay, where do we go from here? Bash presses Deputy AG on Epstein files. Yeah, does she actually? CNN doesn't really tend to do much of that, so I would be genuinely shocked if she did like actual journalism. Yeah, this Don Lemon thing is part of the Piers Morgan one that we're gonna watch during the fun half coming up in 20 minutes. But until that 20 minutes hits, we're gonna still get some news. Department of Justice receives criticism over Epstein files.
In case anybody out there had any doubts whatsoever that the Republican Party and Donald Trump are in deep shit as the midterms rapidly approach, consider this. It's so bad that a MAGA Republican congressman based out of Florida is publicly sounding the alarm on Fox News and publicly criticizing Donald Trump for his disastrous management of ICE to MAGA Fox host Maria Bartiromo. But before we unpack all that...
Jesus Christ, down 12 points. Fucking A. That's another fucking story to talk about. Yeah, I don't care about this. I'm kind of done with the commentary space on this shit. All right, yeah. Somebody just reminded me that I didn't really chill, so it's time to chill. All right, time to chill, time to chat. What's going on? Oh, yeah, now I remember why I didn't chill, because fucking Travis was pissing me off. Sorry that, yeah, I think that I let that go a little too long. Travis got me pulling resin out of rolling papers. Well. Well, I kept the engagement up, so. Hope you had fun. Yes, please, chill time. Yeah, you know what? Let's go. Let me turn my music up. Well, that is very low. There we go. Much better. Yuck, 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 yuck. Much better to be pissed off than pissed on. This has to be the darkest story to come out yet. I'm still processing, like, because of how much this, like, how much came out too. Like, dude, I know that I made this observation before, but I think that Todd Blanche really is, like, panicking. You know, that's why he just came out and said, we're not investigating Trump anymore. And Trump was just like, see, I'm vindicated. He took that as a vindication. It's just like, dude, just because they said, like, your government said they're not going to investigate you doesn't mean that you're not like that you're innocent. That just means that now you get to just be like, I'm not going to jail. You know what? To Travis's point about selective outrage, notice how he was saying all that shit and just being like, no, I'm just pointing out your selective outrage. I got you. Meanwhile, having selective outrage, not paying attention to the Epstein drops, not fucking engaging with any of the shit that we were talking about. He was always like, every single point was trying to be a, what about Biden? What about Biden? Roberts has a lot to answer for. Hey, Robin. Yes, he does. Yeah, Justice Roberts has a lot to answer for. Clarence Thomas has a lot to answer for. Plain and simple. Oh, man. All right. Well, since we're chilling, if you guys can do me that solid, hit that like button if you haven't already. Sub to the channel. If you have not already done that, come on, what you doing? You either come in the sink or sink in the cum. Bro. Oh, man. How MAGA works. What about Biden? And asks you for sources, then doesn't believe any of the sources. Yeah. No. And that's why, honestly, a lot of people have been just disengaging. Like, I've been told that, yeah, I should probably just do the same shit where it's just let them do their shit in chat. Obviously have the parameters set up, but like what he was doing there, yeah. I broke a rule by even engaging. I gotta go do some reading homework. Can I multitask this next statement? Sure. My head still hurts, man. Fuck. I might have to call it. Man, I really hope I'm not getting sick. Because, like, I'll be honest, I've felt kind of flu-y, like, all day. Like, I have some flu symptoms. Which, you know what that means? That means, like, I'm not going to be able to see my wife for at least oh my god. Let's see. How long is the quarantine on this one? For flu symptoms. Oh, 2 days. Oh, that's not that bad. Okay. All right, so I can't see her for 2 days, and then I gotta make sure that I don't have a temperature and I'm not symptomatic. So. Yeah, no, oh no, yeah, shit. The thing is, I thought I was gonna make it this season. I thought I was going to actually win a Marvel Zombie. Hair is dope. My son has grown out his mohawk since 2020 kindergarten. Weird question. What's up? What's your weird question? Although Marvel Zombie, kind of. If you have not been here, there's somebody that actually has your name. Thank you for your service. Buy some Dayquil. I got some. I took some Dayquil and I took a ibuprofen.
CHX for your service. Buy some Dayquil.
Oh. Like the headache is settling like in the back of my neck. Like right here. So, I don't know. Maybe it's a tension headache. I'm hoping it's not. It's not. I think I'm sick. It sucks because I kind of negated to say that yeah, I've also got some temperature fluctuating happening where it's hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. Yeah. Maybe buy some. No. What? No. Oh, dang. Yeah. I saw an evil ghost dog in the vertical earlier. Different spelling. Oh, really? I wonder if it was the same guy. Or if it was the same person. Ghost dog, you got 2 accounts? I hope you're not getting sick. Yeah, that would really suck because tomorrow... I mean, you'll find out tomorrow on this space, that's for sure. I mean, I'm going to do my show regardless. That's the nice part about even if I get sick, then I can at least just be like, all right, guys, I'm sick. Bear with me. We're going to I mean, we're likely going to be discussing this a little bit more. I don't know, though. Fuck. This is what sucks, is we got this this giant dump, big dump. We got a big, giant dump, which I haven't even gotten into that, where, you know, Trump allegedly shat his pants, which I think he did, because the way that they abruptly ended the press conference, I was just like, have to get some rest, man. Yeah, no, tonight I'm doing that. Tonight I am not going to be sticking around past the 5-hour mark. Well, let's see. That might be a lie, because how long is this? Oh, it's an hour. Really? This is an hour long? All right. Wait. Melania director Brett Ratner is on Piers Morgan. Discussing what? Responds to his photos?
Now 20 years ago,
Oh. He's really going to try and just be like, yeah, it's not a big deal. His body language definitely shifts from when it looks like he's being asked about Melania. Yeah, so he gets asked about Melania, and then all of a sudden, arms folded. And then, yeah, he gets asked about his Epstein's. Okay, well, fuck it. We'll go into that in a little bit. Like I said. All right. After that, then I'm done. Then I gotta call stream. So it'll probably be right around the 5:15 mark, 5:20 even. So Epstein files were released to distract from the Melania movie at Midas Touch. Yeah, I saw that. I thought that was kind of funny. I thought that was really funny, because now all of a sudden, you know how in like Marvel culture, like the Marvels coming out, where the audience score would get like dragged down, and they would like do that whole thing where they would just like bot the shit. Well, now all of a sudden they missed that concept that was a thing, and it can also be a reverse bot hack. You can raid to letter hack. Oh yeah, I probably will. So Visora will likely raid to me, and then I'll raid to letter hack. Excuse me. Jesus Christ. I'll be honest, man. It was that 11-hour stream that really fucked up my entire, that fucked up my sleep schedule so bad. I got out of stream on Friday. Which was an awesome stream. Make no mistake, I had a great time. Woke up Saturday to the whole Epstein thing, and I was just like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. Here we go. Oh, man. The Epstein files were released. Oh. Interesting. I was there. No one was coherent towards the end. Yeah, no, I was very much out by that point. I was definitely nice and toasted. Again, in just the 11 hours. But yeah, I did go through it. I did a 12-hour stream, so fuck. I didn't even get to do, I should have just broken the record. I should have just gone for it. So I wouldn't have that in the back of my head anymore, but whatever. Okay. I'm going to stop yawning now. We got 10 minutes until the fun half. Ugh. I should probably sit up. That's why I'm yawning. Ugh. Oh, I missed your comment, Garzian. Yeah, you can hear the fart too. I mean, I don't know. I'll be honest, it wasn't as great as I thought, because some of the clips I saw, it was obviously, they obviously fucked with the audio. So I looked at the clip just unedited. You can hear a and that's about it. But it wasn't like that. It was more like a, and I don't know. It sounded enough to where if it was like a shoe squeaking or some shit like that, then you could even be like, yeah, but it was the faces. It was the faces that did it. Where that lady is just like, oh, and then they ended the press conference. I mean, man, all it takes too is just somebody who was there just to be like, yeah, he totally shit himself. That's the thing that really sucks. Is again, post-truth era. Oh, fuck. Yeah, man, those yawns hit hard. Yeah, they are hitting me hard, man. All right, here. Get some of that liquid IV so I can get a little bit of a boost. Oh, man. Let's see. Do I just want to save this for tomorrow? What do we got? The Epstein files, Anna Kasparian, and Tara Palmieri. Sorry. Trump's response, Elon's involvement. Fuck it. No, I want this now. No, no lie. Post-truth. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. It's kind of sad, man. Like, I know that I'm just stating the obvious here, but the fact that, yeah, there's no going back with it either. Like, where do we go from here? What do we do? Like, you got people out here that are fighting for the idea of standing up for these people, saying, no, you know what? Nah, this is all just a false narrative to bring them down. And then simultaneously, out of the other side of their mouth going, yeah, but those Democrats that were implicated were totally guilty. It's just like, it's a fundamentally unserious psyop that I don't know. I think that, yeah. The psyop is real, though. This whole, and the fact that Epstein might have been the start of all this shit is, you know, kind of crazy. Like, the fact that he might have actually been Q. Like, what are we doing? Oh, sovereign citizens. Yes, I got one sovereign citizens video. Hell yeah. I saved this one just for you guys. Let me pull this up real quick. Oh my god, I just realized how much shit I went through today to get this. Here we go.
Get out of the car!
Yeah. Every time. All right. And to anybody that's just like, yep, this is propaganda, it's like, nope, this is sovereign citizens. We all can agree that sovereign citizens suck. They're shitheads that make it a lot harder for us. On the cops, don't really care. Like, yeah, if they're making their job hard, fine. But yeah, let's take a look at the video here.
Get out of the car! Get out of the car right now!
I haven't done anything!
Take a rookie sovereign citizen that refuses to exit their car. A deputy don't play that, and a sergeant shut down. You're going to see a lost window, and someone's going to jail. This is one of those cases.
I don't like see right off the bat. I hate how like giddy he got, where he like gave him little nicknames. Sergeant Shutdown.
How are you? Hi there. Good. How are you? Good. Officer was sent to the Decoy Police Department.
Passenger side approach.
I'd be shocked if R-Poll and 4chan were divergent entities after Gamergate. I mean, dude, seriously, like the amount of evidence that's showing that he was okay. I'm gonna be careful here because the evidence that the head of 4chan was at Epstein's house the day that R-Poll was formed. I mean, is that just a coincidence? Is that what we're doing here?
Pulled you over because you don't have
I
time
mean,
in your car.
God damn it. Because this is what they were banking on, where they're just like, oh, now they can't even be prosecuted. You know what? Now, so now what? Now we just know about this and we're just going to live, you know, there's going to be absolutely no justice.
You need a tag on your car. Is there a reason why you don't have a tag on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I am part of the American
the state republic. And you know that we do not have to have tags and registration anymore. You know that.
Say what you will about the Heritage Foundation. They saw promise on the internet and took full advantage of it. Yep.
Do you have a license? Yes.
Yeah, meanwhile, you know, Democrats, they use their platform to shit on the far left.
But I don't know how much longer
Or the farther left, I'll be fair.
it's active because I already have my other card that you can look up all of my records on. It's set up for you guys to look at everything.
Can I get a 40 for a Southern citizen?
And I just want you to know I'm traveling in my private vehicle. I am not operating
There it is.
in commerce.
There it is.
And that's why I do not need a tag or
Every time.
registration. I don't even have to
Oh,
have
by
a
the
driver's
way, I'm
license.
traveling, so,
As
like, you don't
soon-
have the
I
authority.
just got that, so I haven't had a chance to address my other identification.
Guys.
But this is the new identification. It covers past
I don't know why I get excited when they're just like, oh, by the way, I'm traveling. It's like, yes. It's like, oh, we got us a real sovereign cit.
all of that, and it has all the documents in there.
So I'm at least going to need to look at your VIN on your card?
No, you don't have to look at anything. This is my private vehicle, and I'm traveling. I am
Yeah,
not
that's
operating
not
in
how that
commerce.
works.
I know you're doing
I mean,
your job. I do get it, but a lot of that is going to be changing.
dude, if you just okay at Pep Law, if she, I'm gonna give my Pep Law advice. If she had just, what does Pep Law say? Shut the fuck up. She would have just checked the VIN and made sure that it was registered to the name. Oh wait, she doesn't have registration. Duh. She never registered the car. Ah, wait a minute.
So you said it's going to be...
Wait a minute. So that's why she doesn't want the VIN checked, is because it might not actually be like, oh my God. Because if she never changed it too,
It already changed.
oh, you could get in big trouble for that, because that could be
Right now? As of January
like handled as, you know, you got to prove that your vehicle's not stolen.
1st, no one else is going to ever have to have a driver's license, registration, or tag.
January 1st of what?
Next year, 26.
Okay, we're still in 2025.
But it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
What did she just say about we're not going to have driver's licenses on January 2026? Oh God. Guys, is there like a Reddit thing that this was like, oh my God,
I'm a
we
US
might need to do a
citizen.
deep dive.
I'm an
Fuck.
American state
Fuck.
national.
What is she talking about? January 1st, we don't need driver's licenses.
Okay. I am an American citizen.
Okay, a lot to unpack here. So these IDs that you'll see them present, this American, National, Republic, whatever IDs, you can get those on the internet. They even sometimes put a fingerprint on it with the photograph, and then on the back it says how the police are supposed to interact with them. Those IDs are useless when it comes to a car stop with the police. You need a driver license if you're going to operate a motor vehicle on the roadways. So the ding, ding, ding already hit. We got the traveling, the commerce, the no plate, not being able to check the VIN. All
Oh,
of
she's confused about the real
this
ID?
jargon is just sovereign citizen stuff, and if she doesn't want to call herself a sovereign
Fuck, I still
citizen,
gotta
that's
do
fine.
that.
Call herself whatever she wants to, but it's still under that same ideology.
Just give me a few minutes, but I'm letting you know you're not free to leave at this time, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Just letting you know, make sure you know you're not free to leave. That's it.
They're clearly smart enough to learn. Yeah.
This is what you gave me. She's not a citizen of the
Yeah.
United States.
Just imagine if she actually like knew the actual law.
She's an American state citizen. But this is a non-citizen. You're going to get me any kind of driver's license. I said, okay.
Being humble, learning this today, here, now, damn. Oh, you've never seen these guys? Yeah, this is why I cover sovereign citizens, man. They are something else.
I say we get it out. Go ahead and step out.
I'm not getting out of my car.
Ma'am, step out of the car.
No,
Oh,
for what
and here comes the
Because
window.
Pennsylvania v. Mims
God
says I
damn
can
it.
order you out of the vehicle.
All right, well, I'm going to step off camera here for the
This is the
420
other
celebration,
thing.
and
The dollar
then we're going to
defense
finish
calls
this
to the
video,
person
go
on
to
the
the Piers
speaker.
Morgan
We
one,
see
and
this
then, yeah.
so frequently, and it's
All
a
of
person
today.
who's usually giving them horrible advice. Here's the challenge for her. It looks like Deputy Don't Play That just arrived at the scene, and yes, Pennsylvania v. Mims gives the officers the right to ask them to step out of the vehicle for officer safety.
Ma'am, I need you to step out of the car.
Why? I have not committed any crime.
Step out of the vehicle. Right now, you are committing a crime. You're resisting.
He's saying that me not getting out of my car, he's saying that I'm being resisting. Can you give me just a minute to make
No.
a phone call?
No, you need to step
I
out.
haven't committed a crime.
You need to step out right now.
I'm
You're
in
resisting.
Ocoee, and I am at the Public on Claricona, Ocoee.
Hey, Sarge, this signal 14. I'm about to bust her window. Pepper blaster.
Can you please ask your supervisor to come here?
Get out of the car, ma'am. This is the last time I ask you. I'm about to make you.
They always think that a supervisor is just going to be like,
Come on!
Get out of the car!
What?
Get out of the car right now!
I haven't done anything!
Get out of the car! Get out of the car!
Around
Again,
the Trumps. I've seen it
the
many times.
entitlement. The entitlement.
Or you're gonna get tased.
But why?
I know, I'm gonna see if she gets out.
I didn't do anything. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you?
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting.
You've been resisting this whole time.
I didn't. You were just telling me to get out of my car.
Yeah, he was giving you a lawful order to get out of the vehicle, correct?
I want the fit. And you're violating my constitutional rights. You asked me for my ID. No, I asked you for your driver's license. And I gave it to her as a passport.
And I didn't ask you anything. I told you to get out, and you didn't.
I know, but you didn't even identify yourself.
Okay, you always hear me.
I wonder if she feels this way about ICE. I'm sorry. I just kind of assume with some of these sovereign citizens where it's like,
In the
I don't know.
ponytail, put it up.
Actually, what do we think? What's the political persuasion of a sovereign
One for
citizen?
safety to be tactical. There's some police dynamic things that I'll briefly explain. It's interesting to
I
see
guess
that officer that I
libertarian.
referred to as the deputy don't play that took the lead on this and was the one that busted the window when the primary officer, the female officer, was standing to the back. A lot of times squad dynamics come into play. Is it a senior officer, the person that takes the primary role? A lot of times that causes challenges amongst the officers in the squad. I'm not quite sure why that switch was made. And as a sergeant, when I look at that, I would always wonder why, if something like that would occur, why someone else would take the primary on someone stop. In policing, we have the saying, if you catch them, you clean them, which
Far right
can also incorporate the element of breaching
Go figure.
the window of the car.
Please get your supervisor here. Is he on his way?
Yeah, we got you on his way.
So listen, can you give him my card? And on the back, yes, it has all the information. Those codes right there are for you guys. That's what they're for.
She also said everything's going to be changing soon.
But you
starting
guys
next year,
already
we
know
don't need
this.
licenses.
Yes, and I'm an American state national. I am not a U.S. citizen.
She really believes this. There are people putting this battery
I'm not a libertarian. I'm an Anna-Kasparian. Anna-Kasparian, probably.
in her back, making her walk around thinking that this stuff is legitimate and real. But there
Yep.
have been cases brought by the feds to certain companies selling this kind of false information to people and selling these IDs. And that is something that I hope to see more going forward in the future, because she legitimately believes this nonsense.
I don't have to. Please don't pull my pants down. I'm not.
Right. Relax. Relax.
We're in
Relax.
public and you're
Relax.
Stop.
Stop.
Pull my pants down.
She's not pulling your pants
I
down.
can't pull my shirt up.
Okay, I pulled your shirt up. I'm not pulling your
Don't
pants
pull
down.
my shirt up. Please don't pull my shirt up again.
Okay, I'm doing that because I've already left your arms down. You've already started reaching around. I haven't researched you. Right now, I can't trust you.
Do you want me to turn around and hold on?
I'm stupid. I'm sick of his stupid neckties.
No, I don't.
Yeah, after I found out he doesn't like have a scar or anything that he's like covering, I was like, yeah.
I want you to do exactly what you're doing. Okay, I'm searching you. Make sure you don't have any weapons, any contraband that is not allowed in the jail.
I don't have any. You're taking me to jail?
Yes.
For what?
Obstruction, resisting.
I didn't do any of that, ma'am.
You did.
Can you please
Here he is. Supervisor's here.
It's going to get even more interesting because it looks like Sergeant Shutdown has arrived.
Can I call my daughter to go let the dog out? Please.
Go ahead and get in the car.
I'm allergic to air fresheners.
Okay, okay.
So can I keep my head out? I'm really allergic to air
I'll put
fresheners.
the window down.
Okay, thank you.
All right, as ridiculous as it sounds, I do know people that are like very allergic to scented things like that. I think Sam Cedar might even have something like that.
I did not resist arrest.
You did, like my sister-in-law is.
No, sir, I did
So why
not.
was the window broken out?
Because he just walked up to me, didn't announce who he was, didn't tell me what was going on. He just said, "Get out of your car." And I said, "Well,
So you were dealing with a police officer already, and then
And then he came up on the other side, and I didn't even. He never announced himself.
okay, he doesn't have to. You were already dealing with an officer. So
I have not
another officer
broke
was
any
there.
laws. I haven't
Okay.
broke any crimes.
Okay, you didn't.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, then we should just release you.
Yes, you should. I have not broke any
Okay.
laws.
Here's
I haven't
He didn't have to be condescending.
broke any crimes,
Here's
sir.
the facts. You thought you were going to be able to do whatever you wanted to do, and that we weren't going to yank you out of your car. Actually,
No,
they
I
got
didn't think
you-
that at
they-
all.
All right, now this is starting to sound like it's a fucking power trip thing, and you guys really do not like being questioned. This is where,
got you
again,
out of the car
like,
pretty nice compared to maybe how I would have handled it. because I probably would have put an axe pick through that thing, shoveled out the entire glass, and dragged you out that window. If you are told to exit the vehicle, you exit the vehicle.
He
It's
was
that
scaring
simple.
me. I didn't know who he was or what he was doing.
First of all, it got to the point you weren't listening to the initial officer. Who
I
by the
gave
way,
her my ID
who by
like
the
she-
way,
I mean, honestly, this would work against ICE. Like I said,
is a very nice.
they don't identify themselves. They wear masks. There's no, I mean, literally, it could be anybody. So, like,
officer.
Yes, and I
Okay.
gave it to her. She
especially in an unmarked car, but these are marked police officers with police
never
and
asked for
the
anything.
municipality and all the markings,
Now-
like, and no mask on and badges.
And
Like,
then you were
Listen to
told
her
I mean-
body
several
count.
times to exit the vehicle. Yes or no?
But I asked, did I commit a crime? He didn't tell me what was
You
going
don't.
on.
No. Stop. This is where you make the mistake. Were you ordered out of the vehicle? Yes or no? It's a yes or no.
I
Were
am
you
taking
ordered
the
out of the
fifth.
vehicle?
You guys have violated my
Okay,
constitutional
then you don't
rights.
have to talk to me. You're the one who
Then
asked
I
me to
want
talk.
your superior here, please.
No, he's not coming here.
I
I
would
am
like
the
yours-
superior. I am the
No,
watch
I want
commander.
your superior,
I am the
please.
watch commander.
I want.
I am the watch commander.
I want. Your
I am the
boss.
watch commander.
So this video is actually going to be good if it gets pushed out to a lot of people who think that.
you thought it was one of the cooling collars? No, it's a
gonna get them out of-
neckerchief.
This is what the sergeant's talking about, taking that window out. Not saying that that's the tactic that you always want to use, but you're going to sometimes run into this kind of sergeant that's going to say, I would have done it even more aggressively as opposed to the way the officers did it.
Sir, I am an American State National, and I gave her what she asked me for. She asked me for my ID. I gave it to her. She did not come back and ask for something else. She did. She came back and asked for my VIN. And I said, you know what? I am traveling as a private citizen in my private vehicle. And you guys do not have permission to be in my car.
But we are, because you're under arrest.
But we are. What the
We're
fuck?
towing.
What? Please tell me why I'm
You
under
know-
arrest.
The way he said that,
The
though.
very least resisting.
I didn't resist.
But we are.
They absolutely do. They have a right and an obligation to
I
inventory
hate that
the
the cop
vehicle
made me
because
laugh, but dude, that was fun.
it's going to be impounded. What if there's something dangerous that's inside that could potentially explode? What if there's an animal? Whatever.
God damn
they
it.
need to inventory the car.
This is
and
Travis's
search
wife.
Incidents to arrest. Your car is going to be impounded in inventory.
Unregistered
Could
motor
you
vehicle
imagine that
I
argument?
don't have to have registration to
Yes,
tag.
you do.
I'm an American citizen. I am not a
I'm
U.S.
also
citizen.
an American citizen.
I
We
am
all
an
are
American
American
state
citizens.
national. I am not a U.S. citizen.
Whoever filled your head up with
Well, then, where's ICE, guys?
this stuff, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I
It's not
take the
real.
fifth.
So that's
I
on
take
you.
the fifth.
Okay. And I'm not asking you any questions, so you can plead the fifth. I'm not
You
asking
guys
you
are
any questions.
violating all of my rights.
She is not, she's not doing this whole Fifth Amendment thing very well.
Every last one of them.
Just.
All right. I told you.
They're
The air is
they're power
on.
tripping.
The air
No,
is
I'll be honest, the sergeant in this one sucks. Like, he fucking sucks.
You asked for the window to be down. It's 90 degrees out here, so the air is on.
Thank you for the sub.
Sorry to tow real
Oh, damn. Thank you for becoming a member, man. I really appreciate that.
Okay, cool.
The resource
Welcome
drain
to the
that
club.
these people cause, at least 3 or 4 police cars.
Glad
the
you're enjoying
sergeants
yourself.
occupy. And you hear the radio traffic in the background. There are calls coming out, domestic violence, robberies, all kinds of things that the police
God.
could do more important than dealing with this
Thank
lady
you.
on this
I really
car
appreciate
stop
that.
with this delusion that she is playing this sovereign citizen game.
I don't know. We haven't found it.
They always do that, though. Like, honestly, if it's a more important call, then they'll
A
go.
holster and ammo. So.
Okay.
Like, that's so disingenuous, actually. Like, no. I've had multiple incidents where I got stopped for something petty, where they thought, like, it was just like they thought I was suspicious. There was one time I got called because, like, they got called because I was walking through a park. I was smoking a J, and it's, somebody called the cops on me.
We are not looking for anything. We are doing.
They got another call while they're talking to me. And like, I didn't have the J on me. I'm not sitting there ripping it while they're talking
An
to me.
inventory because you are under arrest.
Because I did do the old flickaroo.
Which part of that don't you understand?
Can you just
But yeah,
have
they
my
started questioning me, and then sure as shit, they get a call, and they're just like, all right, well, we don't want to see you in the park. Go home.
daughter
It's
come
like,
up here and take the car?
Okay. No, we will not. Oh dear God.
It seems that you have to make the process of getting arrested for this more challenging than going
I do like how he's just like,
to
ugh.
the DMV, and then maybe this will change.
My son has a real food allergy, so I have low tolerance for people who claim allergy for their own selfishness. Yes.
You're calling your daughter
Yeah.
your daughter only. You're not calling anybody else. Who are you calling?
I'll call my daughter.
Okay.
One of my friends has like one of those severe peanut allergies. Like if you have like peanut butter cups in the house, he'll like break
If
out.
she can't do it, I have to call Pearl.
Call Pearl?
Yeah. Okay, can I call Lulu? Lulu can call Pearl.
That's the last one. If there's nothing, there's nothing, okay?
It's on there.
I know, but that's the last person we're calling.
Okay. Hey, listen, you're just gonna have to call Pearl. My dogs are still in my house, and I can't reach my daughter. I'm gonna try later, but call Pearl. She knows exactly what to do, and I'm in the.
Not Pearl.
Call her. She just called me. Call Pearl and
In the not too distant future.
tell her. And tell her.
Someday, AD.
Pearl knows exactly what to do. Tell her to come do it. And she's going to have to try to get in touch with my daughter. My dogs are locked in my house, and my daughter's not answering her phone. So I'm here with the officer right now, and she was
Plot
kind of
twist, Pearl's the dog.
have to let me make a call.
You know what? Contact Pearl. Pearl knows what to do.
So I'm calling
Pearl, we need to go get your mother. We're staging a breakout.
you to tell you to call Pearl back
That's right,
and
Pearl.
tell her to do exactly what she knows what to do.
Okay. We're done.
Can
'Cause
I?
No, we're
I
done.
just can't. I
No,
didn't
we're
give her
done.
my.
Again, the power trip sucks, but that was hilarious. Wait, can I just...
No, we're done. Because I have a feeling it's not about your dog.
No.
Okay. Nope, I have a strong feeling it's not.
Busted out window. Getting booked on at least the charges that the officers mentioned, which was the resisting and the traffic charge.
Wait, what?
Spending that time inside of jail, having that on your record, is in no way a win. People continue to...
It sounds like she was telling Pearl to destroy it. It's, I know. That's why I was like,
that
what
it
the
is baffling the numbers of videos that get sent to me. I would feel like there has to be a surge that this contagion gets sent in the other direction where people realize that you're just going to end up getting arrested. And no matter what happens with the charges at the end, you're still going to be arrested because charges get dismissed for an array of reasons. If you know someone who could potentially fall down this rabbit hole, share this video with them. Like this video. Subscribe to...
All right. Let's do it.
I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court.
Did Don Lemon, in your estimation, break the law?
No, he didn't. It's not even close. And I don't do politics. I do just legal.
He broke into an ongoing church service.
You're not a lawyer. Oh, okay. So we get the media figurehead that's disagreeing with an actual lawyer. This will be fun.
Need him as a useful idiot to their push to open immigration at all costs.
Do you think you're the devil himself? No, but I do have a good mirror.
What was really going on with Epstein? Because Epstein was more than just a serial pedophile and a pervert.
Follow the damn money. It always works. And
about just listening to the women?
The picture came out of you with Jeffrey Epstein with two apparently young women in it. What is your response to that picture? More than 3 million pages.
Man, he didn't see that coming.
180,000 images and 2,000 videos were made public
see.
in the latest release of the Epstein files. We're a long way from the waves of high-profile prosecutions we were promised, but at the very least, a series of high-profile
I can't get over how different like he sounds with the painkillers.
men are being publicly humbled by toe-curling details about the
He's
nature
doing well,
of their
though.
relationship with a convicted
I gotta
sex
say,
offender.
like I'll give him that credit.
Lord Mandelson, already sacked as U.S. ambassador over Epstein, is captured in
Follow
his
the damn money works in all languages and currencies, bro.
underpants and accused of taking cash from the paedophile. The former Prince Andrew is pictured on his knees and faces new claims that Epstein sent a woman to sleep with
While
him
Piers is
on
decomposing.
royal property.
I mean,
Richard Branson
he broke his hip, so he's on like a
offers friendly
pretty
PR
steady,
advice on a single
painkiller.
man's right to enjoy women. Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you, he writes, as long as you bring your harem. Elon Musk, who unleashed political havoc by accusing Trump and others of being in the Epstein files, is himself in the Epstein files, asking to be invited to the wildest party on Epstein Island. There's also chilling footage of Epstein himself in a long interview with Steve Bannon.
Scott, what exactly are you going on about?
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars.
Sorry about your reality. Wait, fun. Okay, being perpetually following propaganda is fun. Sorry about your reality because it doesn't coincide with objective reality.
Do you your child's life? Do you think you're the
As you're the only one ignoring what's right in front of you.
devil himself? No, but I do have a good mirror.
Okay.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself? I don't know. Why would you say that? Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody knows. Smart? The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost. No, the devil scares me.
Oh my God.
There's a lot more to come as journalists around the world pour through the 3 million pages of documents. The Trump administration has made so many mistakes over the Epstein files that some people will never be satisfied they have the full story. Promising total transparency and then inventing endless reasons to be anything but transparent was at best a strategic error. There may well have been solid reasons for it, but as an exercise in media management and public support, it was a huge mistake. And funny enough, that's exactly how I feel about the decision to charge Don Lemon. It seems very plausible that he technically broke the law and incriminated himself while embedded with the ICE protesters who interrupted a church service. But what are they actually trying to achieve? President Trump broke the law in the Stormy Daniels case, but convicting him on what most people considered frivolous grounds ended up backfiring massively. A few weeks ago, Don Lemon was a middling podcaster who was only ever seen in clips.
Oh, now he's pissed off because this gave Don Lemon a much higher profile because it did. I said that.
People calling him
I said this was going to have the opposite effect of what MAGA wanted.
a moron. Now he's a free speech martyr, showing up at the Grammys for a bigger standing ovation than Bad Bunny.
Yep.
If Don Lemon's convicted, you'll have to see a lot more of him, which nobody really asked for. And the moral of all these stories is a simple old adage.
Wow, Pierce just really doesn't like him.
Just because
I like
you
it.
can, it doesn't mean you
It's like,
should.
yeah, fuck this guy.
Well, let's hear from my panel. Anna Kasparian, the host and executive producer at The Young Turks. Tara Palmieri, host of The Tara Palmieri Show. Mark Eiglash, who's the criminal defense attorney. And Megan Kelly, the contributor. And host of The Edge, Eric Bolling. Well, welcome to all of you. Mark,
When he was choosing his colors, did he really just go like Barney purple?
Mark Eiglash, let's come to you first of all about the pure
does that?
legality of the Epstein files.
It's like a dermatology office.
Seen Todd Blanche and other people representing the administration who've come out and said, look, it's all out there now. This is what we're going to release. There's 3 million documents.
A hater, hello.
Videos,
That's a hater, hello.
We have determined from our analysis that there is nothing in them
All right, man.
that constitutes
You're on fire
a
tonight.
crime. Therefore, we can't prosecute anybody. Now, it strikes me that might be true. It might be in all these documents, there is no prima facie evidence of a crime. It doesn't mean crimes didn't take place. It just means there isn't the evidence they took place. What is your assessment?
That is a distinction. We know crimes took place. We know there are people who harm children who are not being prosecuted. We know that. Anyone who's intellectually honest knows that occurred. But there's a whole nother level of being able not only to prove it, but beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And prosecutors are saying, look, association with Epstein, not enough. Photos with him and around him, not enough. There's got to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and it falls way short of that. And I applaud them for that, because you don't lower the bar just to get some people you think might have done something wrong. When you lower the bar to get these creeps, which I would love to see them get them, then they're lowering the bar for you, and God forbid you're accused of something.
So you're telling us that the two-tier justice system that we have now been privy to, yeah, you know what? We can't lower the bar for you guys too. That's kind of what I just heard. We can't let you guys have that same tier of justice because that'd be crazy.
Why not just do an investigation? Yeah, why not just do an investigation? Right. If you have a lead, you have tips, you've got survivors, victims of Jeffrey Epstein who have lists of men that they've been trafficked to. Why wouldn't you follow up on it and actually investigate?
Sure. Yeah, they should. And I'm assuming they made that announcement after they looked into it and they don't have additional information that takes you to the highest burden under the law. If they fell short and they're just going knee jerk, we don't have a couple of photos of somebody actually doing something, then yeah, they should be condemned for that. But I'm assuming that they did look into it. And if there's not enough proof, then they shouldn't just go because maybe or probably someone did something.
Wait a second, though. You're assuming that they did these follow-up investigations.
Yeah, Diego, I know.
Those follow-up investigations
They used to sponsor me.
be inside of the Epstein files?
Maybe in the future.
Didn't you see correspondence?
Just so we're clear,
I honestly have not been focusing on retaining my sponsorship or anything like that. So right now, I'm actually like kind of, I don't need it.
Don't.
I do,
like
but
that. I'm not
don't.
assuming anything. I'm giving you legal analysis to simply suggest if they haven't done a thorough investigation, shame on them. They should. If they're making that
There's a part of me that kind of, I don't know. I kind of felt like weird, like
announcement,
doing the shilling stuff.
Let's assume for a moment,
Take a
not
step back
necessarily
and
that
kind
it's
of
truthful,
reevaluating.
that if they did do a thorough analysis and they don't have proof beyond a reasonable doubt, then that's it. You don't then lower the bar to go after someone you think might have done something absent the proof. That's all I'm saying.
But let's just factor in that there is an Epstein Files Transparency Act, right? And we are supposed to be seeing all of the files related to that. Wouldn't you assume that a follow-up investigation would be included in the Epstein Files Transparency Act? Because when I look through these files, I don't see an FBI that is actually doing any follow-up, calling, the attorneys for the men that are accused. They don't appear to be doing anything to follow up on these.
You don't know. You have no. Listen, with utmost respect,
we
you may
all
be
do.
right.
We have the files.
No, now he's just fucking.
Go and I'll go.
Now,
You go and then
We
I'll go.
have the files.
There's
We have the
only
files.
been
Where else would they be?
There's only been an effort to cover everything.
was he on Diddy's legal team?
Up from the FBI. The FBI has literally told us that there are no Epstein files. And then it turns out there's 6 million Epstein files, of which we've only had access to 3 million, which are, of course, heavily redacted. Epstein responded to an email that was redacted, and his response to that email was, loved the torture videos. Why did they redact the name of the individual who sent Epstein torture videos? Why can't we know who that person is? And why hasn't that person been prosecuted? What are the torture videos? There's a lot that's being uncovered in the Epstein files that make it clear that wrongdoing and criminality occurred, and there were no charges, and the FBI was part of the cover-up.
Well, if they were, then shame on them, and they should be held accountable. What I do take exception to is that they committed the worst thing that you can do, and that is include victims' names in documentation, and it should not have been done. There are over 40 victims whose names were not redacted, and the best they can say is oopsie. To me, that is offensive and outrageous.
They made sure to redact the names of the perverts that were sending torture videos, though. They made sure to redact that.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the
Oxford Natural.
Well, I agree with Anna that you read some of this stuff and you're like, well, where's the rest of that thread? Who are they talking about? What are we getting here? I want to play a clip from Donald Trump. This is on, I think, Air Force One as he flew to Florida on Saturday, responding to news that he's in these files.
I didn't see it myself, but I was told by some very important people that not only does it absolve me, it's the opposite of what people were hoping, the radical left.
Now, Tara, it strikes me that with Donald Trump, having spoken multiple times to David Boies, one of America's most reputed criminal lawyers for the last 50 years, who represented Virginia Giuffre and many other victims and survivors. He has always been adamant to me that from everything he'd seen, he did not believe that Donald Trump did anything criminal in relation to Epstein. However, he did say that he thought other men had, and that they should be chased and prosecuted. So it could be, some of the more I think it's important for viewers, for example, to understand that in these files, there's a lot of truly outrageous, shocking things, much of which was immediately looked at and dismissed as fantasy. And then there's other stuff which is clearly well documented, is coming from the mouths of the people who have been reported on, which is a different kettle of fish when it comes to how you report these things. I do think it's important to clarify that, because some of the stuff that's been in there about Trump is literally people just ringing in who probably hate him, who want to cause him trouble, saying outlandish things which are not true. So that is also part of the mix here, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure there are some tips in there that are just, that are, you know, anyone can call into the FBI and say things, right? As for David Boies, I've been talking to survivors, and a lot of them are really upset to see how closely connected he was with Jeffrey Epstein. If you look,
Yeah, but there was the few that were like, they went to a grand jury and then had sworn testimony.
Emails, actually.
Those are a little harder to ignore.
David Boies and Jeffrey Epstein exchanged a lot of emails, and David Boies was Virginia Giuffre's attorney, so he knows for a fact that there were many other men that were involved in this case. As for President Trump, I mean, we know that there was one Jane Doe, Katie Johnson, who filed a complaint 3 times against him ahead of the 2016 election. I think any of these tips that have been sent in, they should have been investigated. I don't see any phone calls to the president or his attorney, Alan Garten. There's only one email that includes, I think it's Brad Edwards, one of the lawyers for the victims, trying to reach Alan Garten to speak to President Trump. But I don't see any interaction between the FBI and President Trump's attorneys, as they would be, I would assume, would be part of the investigative process when you're going through all the tips that are against him. I don't think anyone can deny the fact that they were friends for a period of over a decade during the height of Epstein's sex trafficking.
No, and the fact that they keep like mincing like this whole, oh, well, what could be proven in a court of law? It's like, dude, no. How about what can just be proven in a court of public opinion? We have eyes and we have brains that can just go, yeah, you know what? Trump was always kind of a perv. Like I've been saying, he literally said that his, you know, if his daughter wasn't his daughter, he would want to fuck her. And she was at a pretty young age at that point, which again, I'm surprised that wasn't a bridge too far. The fact, again, the escalator with the girl walking, you know what, in a few years, how old are you? 11? Oh, I'll be dating you soon. It's just like
operation, and many of the survivors remembered seeing him. It's, you know, what
the fact that like it's always been kind of understood that, you know, a lot of these modeling agencies also kind of ran like high class escort services too. But you know, just worst kept secrets in all of this fucking debauchery.
Okay, but let me bring in Eric here, because I think it's interesting, the timeline on all this, because I've taken a position from the early days.
I mean, hell, with that Kyle Kulinski thing, we just saw that it's still going.
There are 2 types of deniability here. There's the plausible deniability, which is people who ceased contact with Epstein once he was convicted of a sexual crime involving a minor. And then there are the people that carried on consorting with him after that. And one of those is Elon Musk, who's gone on a kind of tear on his own social media platform, X, you know, vehemently denying he ever accepted any invitation to go onto the Epstein Island or go to any of the parties, any of these things. And yet we're seeing emails in this dump of documents where he clearly would like to. He's asking which night is the wildest. You know, he's planning to come. The fact that he didn't in the end seemingly go to any doesn't mean that he wasn't keen to. And this was years after Epstein's conviction. So I think Elon Musk has some difficult questions to answer that he's apparently very keen not to answer, as he tries to present himself as the knight in shining armor that wanted to blow the lid on all this, which is, well, why did you actually have this kind of relationship with Epstein, knowing he's a convicted pedophile?
So, Piers, I think what we're looking at right now, and I'm listening to Tara being outraged about Donald Trump, very conveniently not mentioning a former president, Bill Clinton, who, you know, may or may not be claiming he didn't have any involvement with any underage girls, yet there are pictures of him swimming in hot tubs with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Literally. But here's the thing. If you're going to ignore all the hot tub, you know, Trump pictures, how are you going to fucking sit there and act like you care about the Bill Clinton ones? Like, we can play this game too.
Maxwell and some very young looking ladies, not sure if they were underage or not.
Clinton.
So, but allow me just to finish.
He's not the president of the United States right now.
May I just please So the fact that he's a seated president is different from a former president is shocking. Here's my point. Not that you're being biased at all. My point is the media right now, the people who consume media on the last 3 or 4 tidbits of information. And what's happened is these guys, some of these guys, and I've been an advocate for getting all of the files out without redactions, or as few, as few possible redactions as for national security safety as possible. And I'm telling you, what I'm feeling is Elon Musk is saying, I wasn't there, had nothing to see. I had Alan Dershowitz on my show Friday.
Of course he did.
A couple of days ago. And he now is...
You literally got the people that are fucking in these...
Claiming there was no sexual trafficking. There was no underage girls. And I said, Alan, Bill Clinton's on the call logs. We have pictures of him at the island. And he said something like, yeah, but that doesn't make him guilty. No, it doesn't. But an investigation might. My point is...
That's what they said at the start of this.
Let's keep digging. Let's not let them change the narrative, including Donald Trump. Don't let him say, I never did anything. I don't know. I would like to know what every one of these creeps
I agree.
that ended up on that island were involved.
Eric, yeah. Look, I agree. I mean, Anna, it seems to me you've got to go where the evidence is. The good thing about this latest dump is there's so much of it. Journalists around the world are pouring through it. Obviously, it's taking a long time. But like I said, in relation to Elon Musk, for example, we can see a direct conflict between what he is saying publicly and what we are reading with our own eyes about what he intended in terms of these parties and so on. And my sense about people that do that is, well, if they're not being completely honest about that, then are they being honest about other things? I don't know the answer, but it certainly starts to raise a lot of eyebrows.
I know the answer. The answer is no. They're not being honest about other things. Come on, Pierce. I mean, you're a smart man. You're not naive. I mean, even if they weren't implicated in the Epstein files, anyone who takes what the rich and powerful have to say at face value are being, unbearably naive. But look, I would just be wary of anyone who's attempting to...
Yeah, I forgot that I didn't have that on.
Make this very serious issue a partisan issue, because make no mistake about it, people from both sides of the political aisle have been implicated in this. So I think we need to take a step back and look at the bigger picture here, which is what was really going on with Epstein? Because Epstein was more than just a serial pedophile and a pervert. He was an incredibly powerful man who was, by the way, in multiple instances in the files that were just released, talking about his work for Mossad, talking about his work for the Rothschilds. I mean, it just goes on. And so can we discuss the blackmail operation that was taking place and which government that's a special ally of the United States put him up to it? And do we really want to be allies with a country that kidnaps young girls for rape just so they can have dirt on American politicians and control our foreign policy? That's the bigger underlying issue here that no one's talking about.
Yeah. Well, let me bring Eric back in. I mean, Eric, I would say, Eric, also, just before you respond, I mean, the Bill Gates stuff is fascinating too, right? Because there you've got a situation where they found a draft of an email that Epstein appears to have constructed for one of Gates's senior aides who fears he's going to get fired. And it's basically a blackmail note. Now, we don't know if it ever got sent by the aide to Gates. We do know that they came to some settlement, some arrangement, apparently. But in it, it makes all these, scandalous allegations, which would have been from his chief aide, who would have known, to Bill Gates, to presumably try and either leverage a payoff or to avoid being fired. He accuses him of getting an STD from a Russian prostitute, I think, at one stage, and then getting medicine to try and, stop his then wife getting it and so on. All pretty tawdry, sleazy stuff. Now, again, we only know partly this because we don't know if that ever got sent or how true that material is, but is there. Deeply embarrassing for Bill Gates. There's also, as Anna touched on there are much wider geopolitical dimensions to this, not least Vladimir Putin, who has a relationship clearly with Epstein. What was going on here? The big question about Epstein is, where did all his huge amounts of money come from? Could it be, because we haven't really worked this out yet, could it be he was being paid by the Russians to compromise a lot of very high-profile American people. It could well be, right? Or British members of the royal family.
Oh, shit. Thank you for the gifted subs. 10 gifted subs from Real Diego. Fuck yeah, dude. Thank you.
Or British politicians.
I will add Larry Summers in that mix, too. Very liberal darling on the left, former Harvard,
Hey,
former Obama Treasury
got a gifted
Department,
membership.
former Harvard University professor, president, had to resign from AI based on what was in the AI board, what was in the Epstein files.
Why is he trembling?
I will add something. Anna said something very important. Where did
Yes, we are going to hear this 10 times.
all the money come from? How did he make all these connections? If you watch the Bannon interview within...
Yeah, Pinkerbell, I was going to make a baked potato, and yeah, my potato's bad.
Released Epstein files. It struck me, and I
just bought that thing, too.
I've known Bannon for 100 years. I've never known Jeffrey Epstein. He's not a smart man. He wasn't
bad produce.
Smart man. He wasn't an intellectual by any means. He was a useful idiot to a bunch of groups. And I don't know who, and I think therein lies some of the most important information that could come from an additional investigation, FBI, CIA, whoever, but dig into further where those funds came from. Not a smart man. Listen to his answers. It's almost pedestrian.
The stream will get big, I can tell. Thank you.
Yet he somehow amassed $60 billion of worth.
Appreciate that.
And had the strings to pull at some of the most influential people on the planet.
That was very, very nice. Wow. Thank you.
You've seen their vibrant ads illuminating me is in the UK.
I gotta say, I think it's because I deal with like all the trolls and shit too, where I'm just like, oh wow, that like compliments. Holy, what?
Forgettable gift for your family. I really
Take the
recommend.
compliment. Take the compliment.
You check it out. Visit shenyun.com/peers to waive all ticketing fees when you order. That's shenyun.com/peers.
That's what she's.
And you know what's
You did
interesting?
graduate from college.
Well, Tara, what's interesting to me is in the UK, we're
Where are
seeing
you
very
going?
high-profile people dropping like dominoes as a consequence of these files. Now,
That's
Lord Mandelson is finished. He's had the whip from the Labour Party removed last night. He's likely to lose his place in the House of Lords, and so he should. He might well face criminal prosecution for corruption in public office, given the stories about the money that was coming from Epstein in what appears to have been a trade for top secret information about forthcoming policy business initiatives by the UK government when Mandelson was in the government. So there's a lot of stuff going on with him, but he's finished. You know, the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, he's finished. And it's a question really for him that the British Prime Minister now says he should put himself in front of the investigative authorities under oath and say what he actually knows. I think most British people agree with that. So you're seeing a lot of very famous people being dragged down by this in the UK. We're not seeing the same thing happen in the US. We're seeing a lot of names, but we're not seeing
Yeah, it's almost like the guy in charge is protecting his friends.
any consequence so far.
Eric, you got anything to say about that?
Do you think we're going to?
No, I don't, because I think at this point we still haven't even seen 3 million of the files of the 6 million, and they could be withholding them for national interest purposes, which means that will continue to be gaping holes in the various theories that everyone put forward about who was he working for. I've always believed that Jeffrey Epstein was conducting some sort of compromise. For who, we still don't know. And I do think that the United States
files multiple times.
Right. And I do think the United States is still protecting Prince Andrew in these files. I think he's not mentioned. His relationship with Saudi Arabia isn't mentioned very frequently. There's so many connections across the world that we all know about, people who have studied the Epstein story.
Man, MAGA really is like having a hard time with this one.
We still won't be getting in the files. And because we don't have the kind of leadership within our administration, there's no independent counsel leading this. We don't know what we don't know right now. And there are 3 million files being withheld. And I don't think that anyone will face consequences because they haven't.
Right. I suspect we will, but it's going to take more time in America. Mark, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah. Okay. So anyone who had anything to do with his nefarious criminal conduct should be punished. I think that's all wonderful. That's what we all want. The problem also is, when we say their name is in the Epstein file, That now has become associated with, so they must have then been on his plane or been to his island and then maybe participated in having sex with children.
Well, let's put it this way. He at least had interest in, blackmailing that person if they were mentioned. That we can assume that much.
A real problem too.
Or is that a bridge too far?
We got the pitchforks up.
Yeah.
And there are people who are involved in construction projects who are simply meeting people through him. They went on some traveling with him, but had nothing to do with going to his island. I don't like this big net being thrown out there.
Yeah, I had this argument with actually one of our mods.
Catching it, let me finish. And catching anyone who had mere association with him, but had nothing to do with his abhorrent behavior.
Okay, Mark, can I just tell you, as someone who's covered this story and spoken to many, many, many survivors, it was impossible to be around Jeffrey Epstein and not know what he was about.
Mm-hmm.
There were always young girls around. He was a convicted felon, and all of these high net worth people continue to spend time with a sex offender.
That's dangerous. Every single person who was ever around Epstein then knew that he was having sex with children. Is that your position?
When you walked
no,
into his house,
but Mark,
hang on.
This is why, again, Shakespeare was right about lawyers.
Mark, every
I'm gonna be real, man.
Post 2009 knows he's a convicted pedophile.
100%. We're talking before then.
So they can't
people
pretend,
who were just part of the file.
They can't pretend they didn't know what he was.
No, man. Nah, I'm starting to think that this guy might have some fucking skeletons.
Well, of course. No, I'm not talking about.
Let's see who he's represented.
That's indefensible. I'm talking about people before then who were merely in some letter or reference.
Yeah, exactly. We're done with Chomsky. Like,
now is
what the
part
hell?
Of the Epstein
it's
file.
just, yeah.
And then all of a sudden that means erroneously somehow that they were sleeping with children. Get those who did. I want those who did to be punished. But those who are merely associated with him, because the guy was a big networker and a big business guy, shouldn't be thrown to the wolves.
Again.
What is interesting, Richard Branson. Richard Branson. Hang on, Tara. Richard Branson, for example, came out with a statement that was quite interesting. He said that after some initial interaction with Epstein, he then began to have some suspicions, got his team to look into Epstein, discovered the conviction, discovered some other stuff, didn't like it, and ended all contact. Now, assuming that is right, I've known Richard a long time, I'm sure that's probably correct if he's saying that publicly, then that is what a lot of people should have done. But what is clear is a lot of people not only didn't do that,
Blue suit guy skeletons.
Made statements.
Again, he's a rich lawyer. Do you know who was also implicated in these? Rich lawyers.
Whether it's Andrew, whether it's Mandelson, whether it's others, where they categorically...
Nah, this is kind of proving the theory that once you hit like over $100 million, it fucking rots you to the core. I don't know what it is.
Denied having anything to do with him after his conviction, and now we know they were lying. And again, it comes back to what I said earlier. If we
deserve this.
If we know that
they deserve it.
You're right, but my point being, if they're lying about the timeline, then what else are they lying about? Would be my obvious question. Let me just.
Obvious indeed.
I want to read what Elon Musk has said. Just to be fair to him. He says nobody's fought harder for full release of the Epstein files and prosecutions of those who abused children more than I did, knowing full well the legacy media, far left propagandists, and those who are actually guilty would, 1, admit nothing, 2, deny everything, 3, make counter accusations against me. I knew I'd be smeared relentlessly despite never having attended his parties.
Thank you for the $5, man. I appreciate that.
At Bandit and Xi $5. On the negative, 3 out of 10 people are lawyers. Also, 1 million people pass away a month. But look on the positive, that means 300K lawyers.
Being on his Lolita Express plane, all set.
That's all right. Just made the math a little bit less depressing.
On his creepy island, or done anything wrong at all. Nevertheless,
Look at the
extreme
bright side.
pain of being accused of being the opposite of who I am was worth it.
You guys are on fire tonight. I appreciate that.
Protect themselves, especially vulnerable children. I will gladly accept.
I'm feeling a little, under the weather.
To do more to protect kids and give them a chance to grow up and have happy lives. And again, what I would say back to Elon Musk is, okay, let's take you at face value. Only you know so far, but this flies completely in the face of the emails we're reading, which is that years after the conviction of Epstein for paedophilia, you are very, very keen to go to this island that you now scorn. And so the public statements are not consistent with the real-time correspondence that we're all seeing with our own eyes.
I mean, look, to Mark's point, so far, there's nothing in the Epstein files that would criminally implicate Elon Musk. Like, there isn't enough evidence to actually prosecute him for anything. But
no, but public scorning and public shame is something that you earn too there, jackass.
I agree with you in that in the court of public opinion, it's not a good look, as is the case with our Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, who said that he had cut off all communication with Epstein in the early 2000s. And then now we're learning that he was actually communicating with Epstein in 2012. Again, that in and of itself is not enough to prosecute him of any criminality, right? But at the same time, why are you lying to the American people? And more importantly, why were you so keen to, the word you like to use, why are you so keen to...
Sorry, guys, I've been answering text messages.
...reach out to and have communication with Epstein after he had already been convicted and, yes, got that sweetheart deal as a result.
Kind of sucks that my whole family is responding kind of the same way, where it's just like, you know, it sucks, but her dementia was so far, like she was so far gone in her dementia, she didn't even know her own name. And it was, you know, it was not a good reality for her.
Alan Dershowitz, you know, negotiating it.
Like I said, rest in peace, Bonnie.
Still willing to talk to this guy. And by the way, one other thing I want to mention about Dershowitz in particular, because anyone who mentions Dershowitz's relationship with Epstein, as I have done in the past, gets threatened by Dershowitz with a lawsuit. And I never retract my statements because I would love nothing more than to go through that discovery process. But in the files that were just released, you know, there's an email that Norm Finkelstein sent out, essentially condemning Dershowitz because Jane Doe number 3 said this in sworn testimony. Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz was around Epstein frequently. Dershowitz was so comfortable with the
you have a granddad going that way. It's tough.
The sex that was going on that he would,
thanks, man. I appreciate
would
that.
even come and chat with Epstein while,
thank you, Diego.
while I was giving oral sex to Epstein. So my question to everyone who has Dershowitz on as if he's some sort of expert who should be taken seriously, who has an opinion that should be valued in any way, will you please stop having that disgusting man on your show?
No,
I agree.
Anna, I won't.
Agree.
And no, hold on, guys. Hold on. I had him on.
I agree.
I had him for 10 minutes.
Yes.
And I told him point blank, you cannot rewrite history, Alan. We know way too much. You can claim you're innocent all you want, but you can't go and say, therefore, now, all of a sudden, Bill Clinton never got involved in these things. No. He literally said to me on air, go back and take a look.
Yeah, you're a fucking disgrace. Seriously. Yeah, it's all about Bill Clinton. Yeah, we got to really go after Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton.
Okay, that
he's the one who...
Dude, seriously, lay off the testosterone, my guy.
Got that
my God.
disgusting serial rapist a sweetheart deal.
We're going to find out that, like, taking excess testosterone, like, past your, like, 45, it completely rots your fucking brain.
When he lied about the Epstein
Jesus
files.
Christ.
He's a disgrace. It's disgraceful to have him on your show.
Pickles your brain.
He went and refuted all minor sex trafficking. On that, I was blown away. I said, Alan, who are you? Why are you doing this? Pierce, I was down with you and Alan once before where he claimed to know everything. He's still trying to stay in the media this way. I think he's feeling a little bit more confident, but I'm not going to not have him on, Anna. I want to continue to hold his feet to the fire, which I did. Watch the interview, and if you think I wasn't hard enough on him, I'll eat it, but I think I was. Can I just, one final thought, Pierce? We're having a lot of speculation on what happened, what didn't happen. There's an it's not easy. There's a very effective way to find out what really happened.
Is he made of tomatoes?
Follow.
He's very red.
The damn money. It always works. Find out how he made his money. And
what about just listening to the women who have testified? What about the women who have testified? What about the survivors who have testified under oath? Why is their word not enough? Why do we have to follow the money to know what happened?
No one said it's not enough.
I actually think we need. You know what? I think we listen to the women. We listen to the women. We follow.
Wow, he really is just getting like bodied.
the money trail, and we get people under oath, right, with a penalty of perjury. Right. That tends to concentrate the mind, right? Okay, look, I want to pivot to the other big story of the weekend, which is the arrest of Don Lemon, former CNN anchor. Actually took over my office when I left CNN, so I've known Don a long time. You know, I thought about this quite long and hard. Let's take a look at, first of all, a bit of the scene that created the environment for his arrest. This is the original incident.
This is a juxtaposition. This shows you just how divided America is. When you look at the protesters here, and then you look at the people there who are praying, and you know what was the interesting thing? If these two groups could just get together, they might figure out what to do. Instead, I don't know if the people here are interested in talking to the protesters, but perhaps they should come in, pray together, and talk together.
Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is...
Oh my God, he really is getting martyred.
Covering the news.
He's a free
the
speech
First
martyr.
Amendment of the Constitution protects that work.
And Pierce is so mad.
For me and for countless of other journalists.
I'm here
who
for
do
it.
what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
Did you just see that?
So let me start with Mark Eiglash, again from a legal perspective here. So, you know, I thought
Man,
about this long and
she takes her job very seriously.
hard, heard all the different arguments, everyone coming out, a lot of them from partisan traps to very quickly either exonerate or convict him. And I kind of reached the conclusion, as I do with most situations involving journalists in this situation, which is you shouldn't be criminalizing journalists doing their job. You may not like Don Lemon. You may not
Wow, Pierce under drugs makes a little bit of
like
sense.
the way he behaved that day.
Yep.
You may not like the way he's behaved since. But to go after a journalist who was clearly there reporting on what was happening, I think crosses a line that shouldn't be crossed whether you're on the left or the right. And it seemed to me a bit of tit for tat for what happened to some people who were kind of citizen journalists on January the 6th who got put in prison. This is revenge. They're going after now people on the left for doing similar things and so on. I think it's a very slippery slope. But Mark, from a pure legal perspective, did Don Lemon, in your estimation, break the law?
No, he didn't. It's not even close. And I don't do politics. I do just legal. And the First Amendment gives wide latitude for journalists to do exactly what he did, cover an event. So those who say that he did interfere with people's ability to worship, there's a difference between incidental interference and intentional interference. One needs intentional interference to be found guilty of a criminal act. He wasn't there, it appears from the facts,
Ongoing
to
service. That's not
intentionally...
intentional?
Well, hold on. I was just speaking. I wasn't through with my thoughts. He intentionally was there to gather facts, but his intention falls way short, factually, of intending to be there to interfere with people's ability to worship. So again, if there's just incidental interference, that's not enough. And clearly the chilling effect is there too. The message goes out that anyone who's merely present at an event can be arrested, and that's real problematic.
Mark, he was
Okay, Eric?
he was
There was
he was
also
there
an-
to gather facts. He broke into an ongoing church service. He busted in. That's not an accidental. Oh, I didn't mean to break up your. What facts was Don Lemon looking for, Mark? What facts was he looking? He was looking to create a scene, to get the cameras rolling, to get his own face on the evening news, which he did. And I said, the minute it happened, they just propped up Don Lemon, not because they like his journalism, because they need him as a useful idiot to their push.
Know all about that.
To open immigration at all costs. And by the way, Mark, I would argue with you that I think protecting people's right to worship is right up there, if not superseding the First Amendment with
disagree.
the right for
We don't
journalists
disagree.
to cover a story.
We don't disagree on that. The question is, again, and maybe, again, everything is fact sensitive. Was he covering this as a journalist? Was he reporting this on live stream, which I was told? If he was, the question is, do they have proof beyond a reasonable doubt that his purpose was to interfere with people's right to worship, or whether he was there covering it as a journalist that may have interfered incidentally with people's right to worship? And therein lies the
Well, isn't the crucial, isn't
brother.
it? Well, I think, well, let me bring in Anna here, but I think the crucial
Yeah, I don't trust the lawyer. Let's trust the fucking, testosterone out fucking morning anchor.
distinction for me is you can certainly construct an argument that the protesters had a pre-planned intention to disrupt people in their place of worship, right? So the question for me was then, is Don Lemon part of the protest group, or is he tangentially a journalist who knows it's going to happen, goes in and reports on what happens, but is not actually a member of the protest group doing the intervention? And that's where, for me, I felt from a legal perspective, I think it's hard to prove that he is not one removed from this. He's not actually doing the intervening. He's gone in and he's watching and he's observing and he's reporting.
Yeah, I mean, look, first let me just say I really appreciate your analysis on this, Mark, especially from a legal perspective. And I agree with you overall, Pierce. I think that, you know, the evidence that we've seen so far indicates that Don Lemon got a tip that this protest was going to happen. He wanted to cover it. Now, of course, he does have his own biases. There's no question about that. But the real question is, was he there to participate in said demonstration, or was he there to document it? And obviously, this is going to play out in court. But the point that I agree with you most on is in regard to how counterproductive it was to arrest him in the first place. Let me first note, though, that there was a second independent journalist who was also arrested as a result of covering what happened during this protest. I think that sets a really, really bad precedent when it comes to journalism. Regardless of what you think about Don Lemon or the independent journalist, you should be able to have journalists there to document what's going on. That is their job.
This is one of those things where you put like the actual policy over politics.
But in regard to, you know,
shut up, clutch your pearls harder, motherfucker.
And Tara, it seems to me, Tara,
that's how this works.
that all that's happened out of this is Don Lemon has got absolutely what he's been dreaming of ever since he got turfed out of CNN and started his own business. He's now a martyr. You know, I watched him at the Clive Davis. We got a clip, I think, of him getting a standing ovation from the star-studded crowd at the pre-Grammys party that Clive Davis has every year. Let's take a look.
Oh, this is, okay, not the Grammys. I was about to say, if it's Grammy coverage, then you can't even have that. That's Instagram. That's good.
I mean, Don Lemon's had a long dream. He's had a dream to be at the Grammys or Grammy parties, and that happens. He's the Martin Luther King of the Grammys.
Listen, like, this is part of the job of being a journalist. Like, it's one of the first things you do. You cover movements, you cover protests, you go where things happen. If you had to go into a cave to interview the Taliban, should I be, arrested because I'm in there with the Taliban if I witness violence there? I'm not a co-conspirator. Eric, if you know anything about journalism, you would know that being present at an event does not mean you are, as a journalist documenting it, does not make you...
They weren't protesting, Tara, they weren't protesting. They were trying to worship, by the way. And if you're going to hide behind that cloak of,
so are you saying that journalists should...
A journalist can break into anywhere they want, trespass, because under the guise of I'm doing a story, that's insanity. There has to be a line drawn. They broke into an ongoing church service. All
right.
Those parishioners weren't protesting anything. They weren't supporting ICE. Did the pastor happen to have some sort of connection? Who cares? That doesn't. So under your theory, I, as a journalist, I have a White House pass, hard pass. I'm a journalist to cover Trump. I can go anywhere I want with that, break into I can break into a mosque and find out how many Muslims there are illegal just because I have that pass? Of course not.
I mean, if you were following law enforcement or you were following in a news event, I don't know the exact legality, but I know under the First Amendment there are many, we are covered under the First Amendment. And the second you create these lines, like what about these right-wing influencer journalists, whatever you want to call them, that follow break-ins into Planned Parenthoods? Should they not be allowed to do that?
Fox News' Jason Donner, reporter's notebook inside the U.S. Capitol during the January 6th riot. Hey, Eric, I got a question for you.
They don't break in, Tara. They get arrested outside the Planned Parenthood.
Let me offer some guidance.
Let me
offer some
weigh in
guidance.
on Eric's analogy real quick. Okay, just real quick. Eric, like, let's say you are covering some sort of protest where a group of people break into a mosque as people are worshiping.
They broke into a church is something you say. I mean, the church is a public place. So they walked through the doors that were not locked. So this whole breaking and entering thing is not,
You're there documenting it as a reporter, right? I would be livid if, let's say,
it's not real.
The Biden administration's
It's about
DOJ
done.
decided
Shall I
to
still
arrest
read?
you.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you work in media, you're documenting what's happening. Now, the individuals who took part in the actual demonstration did break a law. They did violate the right to practice your faith, to worship, and they should face consequences for that. I mean, that's what you signed up for, right?
Let me offer some guidance, guys.
That under Pierce's definition of what happened or question about what happened, Don Lemon wasn't there to cover it. Don Lemon was the leader of that, whatever that break-in was.
He was covering it on the live stream.
That's right.
Let me jump in here.
Let me bring Mark in.
He was supportive
Let me bring
of
Mark
it,
in again from a. Let me bring Mark in. Let me bring Mark in. Mark.
Let's change the facts. Let's say that Lemon, while he was there, chanted. He directed the protesters. He blocked aisles. He starts doing that, then he is participating. It's very different.
Yeah.
Absent those
I agree.
facts, he's there covering, and I agree with Pierce on this one.
Yeah.
Again,
Sorry,
you
Eric.
don't
Facts above your
want
feelings.
to have that
I thought that you guys knew about that.
chilling effect when you have journalists going in to cover something, and you get the wrong politics, and then
Say facts about
people get
feelings.
arrested.
I
That's a
don't know.
real slippery slope and a real dangerous scenario.
I would say you
I've got
guys
to
are
leave it there.
opening up
Thank
a
you.
very dangerous can of worms, allowing or covering for journalists. And Tara points out that, there are right-wing little influencers who are dying for the same opportunity that Don Lemon just presented himself with to become, some sort of hero to your side. And if it entails joining protests or quote unquote covering protests, but you're right there with them and also getting cameras in the face of the people that they're protesting against. You
They do that all the
borderline.
time. I mean, Tucker's always going to Planned Parenthood,
anarchy journalism.
and he's, they do that all the time. They're just not being arrested, but they literally do it all the time. Who do you think's covering the Planned Parenthood protests?
Again,
They're just
Tara,
not
the
getting
difference
arrested.
is inside the church. That is a
They
big
go
difference
inside
for
the
me.
Planned Parenthoods, which is like a private property, and they do this, and they don't get
Then
arrested.
then
I don't
think
see how
that's
it's
a
any
problem
different.
as well. I think they're right. I mean, those people, the O'Keefe who goes inside an abortion clinic and tapes. I have a problem with that too.
Okay, well, look, I think the one thing I would say, just to conclude this, is people need to be intellectually consistent, right, in the way they view these things. And if you start getting tribal, where it's okay for your side, but not okay for the other side, to me, you become intellectually dishonest. We saw it all with the Jimmy Kimmel saga a few months ago. We're seeing it again now. We've seen it over the ICE agents. You've got to be consistent. It doesn't matter if it's your side or not. What is your view about people that do X, Y, Z? And then you've got to be consistent each time it's done by anybody. Then I can respect you. The moment people chop and change because of their political persuasion, I lose all respect for them. But that was a great panel debate. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Pierce.
I would jump off.
Thank you.
But I got to see this.
Thank you.
Well, finally, it's fair to say that before it's released this weekend, reviews for the new Melania documentary film from mainstream press were less than glowing. A cheeseball infomercial of staggering inertia, said Variety. Dispiriting, deadly, and unrevealing, said the UK Guardian. Glossy, but curiously impersonal, said the New York Times. However, judging by the box office, the film has been a smash hit. Melania is officially the highest grossing documentary of the last 10 years. And joining me now are
It made $7 million, you dolt.
Melania's director, Brad Retner, and producer Mark Beckham, who's also a senior advisor to the First Lady. Well, welcome to both of you.
Welcome. Thanks for having us, Pierce. Thank you. Long time.
It's been a long time.
Days worldwide. Think about the deal, Pierce. They have the theatrical release, then streaming of the film. And remember, we're going to be releasing a docuseries during the summer, which Brett will unpack a richer story. And then
I'm not sure if he is.
Those two elements, the film and the docuseries, will carry through over the next 3 years. So to correct all of the
You know what it sounds like to
rumors,
me?
it's not
It
40
sounds like to me you guys are you guys in real time are gaming the negotiations for Melania the sequel.
We undersold this one. Amazon MGM took advantage of us.
Brett, I want to just switch gears.
He couldn't even sell that.
Quickly to
the
very serious and big stories in the news, the Epstein files. As you know, a
Okay.
picture came out of you with Jeffrey Epstein.
Let's
with
see, what
two
was the budget?
apparently young women in it. What is your response to that picture? And what is your response to the wider scandal of the Epstein files?
Oh, well, that picture in particular happened around 20 years
8.1 on how big of a budget?
20 to 21 years ago, because that is a photograph of my fiance who invited me to this event, and that's where the picture was taken. I was never.
It is third place behind Sam Raimi's thriller Send Help.
Never been in contact with Jeffrey Epstein before that photo, and I was never in contact with him after. So that's a picture of me and my fiance at some event.
Wow. So who was the fiance, if you don't mind me asking?
She doesn't want me sharing her name in the case, but that's my fiance, 100%. Was my fiance.
But you're not still.
I'm not.
I was
with
going
him
to say you're
anymore.
not still with that.
No.
He's not engaged.
Yeah.
It's the world's longest engagement,
No,
20 years.
20 years ago, I was engaged to her when that photo was taken.
Right.
Yes.
And your position is you never met Epstein before or
Amazon
after that picture?
touts Melania box office success, though film falls well short of turning a profit. Yeah, that's how that works.
At night.
No, never.
What is your opinion of the Epstein file scandal? As this more and more stuff cascades out, more and more people, very high profile people, are dragged in. What is your view of this?
I mean, it's horrible. You see, I've been somehow sucked in, through an image. So there's so many stories about so many different people. It's hard to really follow and track what's truth and what's not truth. You could see where one photograph.
Yeah, and you should be fucking disgraced. And I don't think that was your fiance, my guy.
Kind of puts me, there with him, and then all the stories start to spin out. So I don't really know because I didn't know him. It wasn't really my world. It's not really my world.
Piers,
He is not good at lying.
I could tell you, and I'm not sitting here as his defense attorney. I can tell you that this guy has been in the trenches, making the film, promoting the film, and what's been top of mind for him has been building this number one.
He's so
highest
nervous.
opening.
Oh my God. He's, yeah. Ugh. Fucking A. All right. Oh, let's, we got done with that. Oh boy, I think that I'm also done with like news stuff. Oh, decompression time. Body language 101. I mean, it really was just, yeah, Pierce. I mean, it was totally I just met him once. I met him once, got, this really intimate photo with the guy. And yeah, I never met him after that. And then just maintained connections within the network that Epstein also happened to be in the same network. Got it. Fucking A. Infuriating. Alright, let's do this. Then let's do this. I'm gonna hang for just a minute. When I do end up taking off, though, make sure you stick around because I'm going to be rating Mr. Letterhack since he is live. Which, oh, by the way, I should probably mention this. I will not be live this Wednesday on this space. Letterhack is going to be taking that slot for just that night, though. I will be back the following week, but I will be on this space tomorrow for Pepaganda, my normal show. So, how was that question he wasn't prepared for? I mean, the fact that it's Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan probably said, I want to talk about the movie because it is the box office right afterwards, which, what a time to have a movie come out that you're tied to with Donald Trump and Melania Trump, who are also tied to Epstein. It's just, it seems like, I don't know, that wouldn't be ideal if I was Brett Ratner. Oh yeah, Chris Tucker was implicated in the files, which if you don't know, Chris Tucker and Brett Ratner were pretty tight because of Brett Ratner being the director of the Rush Hour series, which, what was that movie that Donald Trump said should be made? Another Rush Hour? Let's see if there's anything else worth covering. Oh, there is actually. Alright, so got Mercado. Let's see where he's at. Minnesota. I'm gonna assume this is outside the, Is this outside the facility? The hotel. That is incredibly annoying. I was just gonna say. Okay, hold on. I think that's the point, though. Just is. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
These people were brought to our country to vote, and they vote illegally. And amazing that the Republicans aren't tougher on it. The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize.
So he's just saying
the
it.
voting. And we have states.
Hey, Visora, thank you.
That are so crooked.
Welcome, Visora crew. I welcome everybody that was enjoying her stream. Hold on. What the hell? Sorry, something just fucked up on my end. Let me do this. There we go. Sorry, my chat turned off. Yeah, if you were enjoying Visora's stream, welcome. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Also, yeah, we're just kind of covering some random stuff. We covered a lot of the Epstein stuff. I am just...
And they counted
That's a lot.
votes. We have states that I won.
I mean, honestly, the 25th Amendment at some point needs to be invoked. Like, this is getting ridiculous.
That show I didn't win. Now you're going to see something in
Like, he's literally just saying, he's just saying it.
Georgia where they were able to get with a court order.
I'm exhausted of the Epstein stuff. Yeah, fuck
the
that.
ballots.
Yeah.
You're going to see some interesting
Me too.
things come out.
It's a lot.
Democracy Watch. Mark, that was Donald Trump appearing on Dan Bongino's show, his former deputy FBI director, now turned podcaster again. And he says something really significant here. Donald Trump says that we should take over voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting. So before we get into anything else, does the federal government have the ability to nationalize voting in this country?
No. They
no.
don't. So our elections are run by states. They're not run by
Have a lovely rest of the stream. Thank you, Visora. Appreciate
the
that.
federal government.
Is that Minnesota? Yeah. This is, where'd it go? Yeah, this is in Minnesota right now. Mercado is live. Yeah, here. Actually, hold on. Oh, this is outside the new warehouse. Yeah, dude, so, yeah, we just kind of went through this in Chicago, where we found out that there were some warehouses like this. Oh, no, it's not a warehouse. Okay, it's outside the hotel.
All right, bro. Why do you keep coming out? Why is this important, bro?
All right, first of all,
Introduce yourself first.
I'm Cortez Rice, a national civil rights activist from Minneapolis, Minnesota. standing in solidarity with all the families who has been impacted by police brutality, gun violence, and/or racism.
Got a nap. Cheers.
Because it is all
Natch, thank you for hanging. Yeah. Cheers, and I'll catch you. I'll catch you tomorrow.
up in one. Why I continue to come out here is because this is all of our fight. Literally, this is all of our fight. I just left 5051 town hall meeting in Richfield, and one of the organizers had came to me and was like, "We see you out here as a black man. How can we get more black people out here?" And that right there actually kind of shocked me, because when
God, I couldn't imagine, like,
I was in that meeting, it was only
you're driving at 3 a.m. You see the fact that it's like, oh, there's this hotel right off of the highway there, and then you pull in and you're just like, oh, what the fuck?
in the meeting in Richfield.
Then you find out that ICE is there. It's just like, ah.
And mind you, Richfield is where
Where's the next hotel? It's like 20 miles away.
my son was murdered and executed at high school. So
That would suck.
it was alarming
Always film the police. I like that.
that everybody is not participating. It is not standing in solidarity with our community. It's alarming. And on top of that, the fact that a family
Oh, Merck is also a 420. Yeah, he is.
with a 6-month-old baby
Oh, I did not know that he was 420 friendly. Fuck yeah, man. I'm gonna put it out there, see if I can talk to him after all this kind of calms down a little bit.
6-month-old black baby in North Minneapolis,
He's a badass.
Predominantly black neighborhood, was unresponsive, should have triggered everybody. We got national civil rights activists and attorneys, Nakima Levy Armstrong, Chantel Allen from the St. Paul School Board, Monique Cullors, the aunt of
Oh, good night, Robin. I'll see you later.
hold on. Marcus Golden, the aunt of Marcus Golden, Trahern Cruz from Black Lives Matter Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm gonna chill for just a little
We
bit
got black
here, but then I'm gonna send you all over to the letter hack.
People that are standing up
Pretty much do a this space
against this oppression
swapperoo.
to every race, nationality, and religion. This is all of our fight, literally. And I've been saying this. Status Coup, Andrew Mercado, been recording everything that I've been having to say, to the point where DL Hughley shared Andrew Mercado media live
saw
stream of me saying this in North Minneapolis. Yo, we are all being affected. They're talking about it at the Grammys. And let's not forget Don Lemon, Georgia Fort. These is national brothers and sisters that we stand in solidarity with, but journalists, just like you, just like me, just reporting everything that's going on. But even for myself, it hit different because I'm an impacted family. I have experienced losing my son. I have experienced losing my cousin, Walter Bumper Collins, who was murdered by Minneapolis police 21 years ago. My mom's girlfriend was attacked by St. Paul police dogs in St. Paul early in the morning at 6 o'clock while she is taking out her trash.
Follow this space. I'm on tomorrow at noon. I have an exclusive show there called Pepaganda. I do an hour where I just kind of break down either one story, like I do a deep dive, or I'll break it into like a 50-50 and do two.
George Floyd, who I knew personally,
A little bit of a different type of stream.
was assaulted and
Pavino got moved out of Minnesota. Yeah, he did.
executed by Minneapolis.
Yeah, he went back to California, and he's apparently being forced into retirement.
Police, and then my son on top of that. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Where I say I hate for this
It's their way of scapegoating him
to happen to anybody, I literally mean that. I wouldn't wish this
and doing the bare
on
minimum.
my worst enemy. So the people out here are coming together.
Yeah.
In Minnesota, fuck that Minnesota nice shit, excuse my language, but Minnesota is strong. Minnesota is strong. We are standing in solidarity with one another. And I keep on saying this. This is
Oh no, a union pension. What a punishment.
dream of Chairman
Yeah, but his existence in public life is not going to be what I would call peachy.
Fred Hampton Sr., where we pushing the Rainbow Push Coalition, where we all are united in against the oppressors. Literally, black, white, Somali, Hmong, every religion, every race is out here right now in New Brighton, and it's damn near 10 o'clock at night.
Yes, it is.
If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. We should all be out here. Even if you can't be out here, help the legislators push for
What did I miss? I was nothing.
changes in our
Nothing's
community,
just still chatting.
in our state.
Yeah, hit sub on this space. We're doing a sub. Oh yeah, fuck, we're doing a subathon. I forgot to.
Not to
promote
mention that, we'll support your live stream.
Yeah, guys, we're doing a subathon on this space. If you don't already follow over there, please do. Also, hit the sub on my channel if you don't already follow here. I think I'm gonna start wrapping it up here because I've got.
that are actually doing the work.
I finally
We
kind
are
of hit that
literally out
point
here.
where my
It's me
body's
and
just.
you. Bro, I know you for years.
Is he crying? Yeah, he's crying.
It's sad, and me and Jolly was just talking about this last night. And in the Wolf Farmer.
Yeah.
How people want to put other people on the pedestals, and it's just the same thing as the families. It's so sad that
Yeah, noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern.
media put other families
Tomorrow,
on pedestals too at the same time. We all deserve equal justice. We all deserve equal humanity. We all deserve equal love. And this is why I will continue to be out here, literally. Because my brother, even though we are not the same race, George Floyd always told me and my kids, blood don't make you family, loyalty does. And this is why I will continue to stand in solidarity with George Floyd family. When I marched from Minnesota to Washington, D.C., it took me 22 days. And this is a spiritual warfare that's going on. It's good versus evil that's going on. It's not black and white because we are all here together. The Trump administration tried to turn other races against the Somali community. We have to wake up and see and realize what's going on here, literally. And that didn't work. That backfired. Honestly, I feel like Renee Nicole Good murder was planned.
It seems like it.
It literally was almost.
No, it's too convenient. Like what happened with it and what it was distracting from.
Planned.
Although I've been saying this, it's like,
and
it didn't really,
and they continue to
do what they thought it would. Because if that was the case, then it's like, okay, so they did that to distract from Epstein, and then they did Epstein to distract from Minnesota.
Guys in our community shooting and tear gassing. I've been tear gassed left and right. I found live ammunition with clips with hollow tips at the federal building that they dropped. I found bombs, and I have possession of these bombs that I gave to the NLG, the National Lawyers Guild, and Michelle Gross. Yo, I have bombs with the pins still in them that they dropped. Yo, what type of negligence
Yes, Josh, still kicking.
is that they got going on here? These are supposed to be federal agents, and they literally leaving stuff like this behind. You leave a whole clip of 30 rounds with hollow tips in there, AR-15 rounds in a clip on the ground. You leave 9mm SIG magazines that are used for
Yeah, honestly,
federal agents.
I haven't been like rushing out of here because my dinner plans kind of changed.
Right
I
now,
was
or
going to make
Police
a
officers on the ground with hollow tips in there, full
nice
and
baked
a
potato.
full clip, mind you that. You leave
Yeah.
these on the ground.
Not making that
you
anymore.
leave bombs. The flash
Chicken wings it is. I got leftover chicken wings from yesterday, which
when you throw the black
yeah, I hate getting to this point because I love chicken wings, but when you eat too much of one thing, it does kind of spoil it.
ones with the rubber balls. You pull it and it bang. You leave this on the ground. So it's almost like we wanted somebody to pick it. Like they wanted somebody to pick it up. So if they pick it up and they use it, would that escalate everything? Yes. So
Yeah, a lady almost lost her hand because she picked up a flashbang, although that was stupid.
is why
I will say that if you see them throw something, don't have that first instinct of going and grabbing it, because it's not always a gas canister. If it's a flashbang, that will injure you.
The lawyers. Oh yeah. We're not gonna play these games.
So
They are
just know that.
attacking.
But you can know the difference. Flashbangs tend to look like circular, whereas, you see a cylindrical canister, that's going to be the tear gas.
Journalists, they are attacking activists that are standing up for what we believe in, our constitutional rights.
Be safe out there, folks.
Me and Andrew McCarter, we've been around the world, literally standing up for what we believe in right now. And as a veteran, as a veteran, I know Jolly and man, they are disgusted. They are disgusted what America and the Trump administration is doing to us. Again, like I said, it's not about black and white. People keep on saying, and I get all the live streams or the comments from the mega Trump supporters, oh, y'all just need to go home. Ice, baby, and all this.
He's getting the same bot accounts.
Bullshit. Yo.
All right, that
They're
makes me
full
feel a
of
little
fuckery.
bit better.
They have no instance. They have no mind. They
Is
have
Jolly
no
with Sons of
their
Liberty? I
IQ
think
levels
so.
are probably a 6.
I'm pretty sure he is.
You know what I mean? Like,
I know
you
that I've
have
seen him at their events.
no understanding of what's actually going on. You're not even here. You're not even here on how we are being brutalized as a community. ICE federal
Isn't Mercado from Minnesota?
agencies are going door to door, knocking
I just
at
realized
doors,
that. Hold on.
kidnapping our neighbors,
think he is.
and they're trying to kill us. They're literally trying to kill us. They run us over with their vehicles. They're staged, and I just ran ICE agents out of North Minneapolis yesterday. You can look it up on my Facebook. ICE Fremont and Dogland under Cortez Rice. We literally ran ICE agents out of our neighborhood, a predominantly black neighborhood. And they're staged in our parks where we have a ordinance right now, a statewide ordinance where federal ICE agents aren't allowed to stage or hold space in our parks. This is a park that we already been experiencing tragedy, grief, and traumatization, where Amir just got murdered, the young boy that just got murdered over in North Minneapolis from the Falwell Community Park. So we're in this park. This is a park where kids come and sled. Mind you that, and it's early in the morning. It's early in the morning. So this is a park where kids come and sled. And mind you, this happened after 5-year-old Liam was brought back to Minnesota. So what you trying to do, kidnap another kid? You trying to use another kid for hostage? And that's not right, man. Literally, it's not right. I'm so sick and tired of people saying that this is not our fight. I'm scared for my life as a black man. And we have been oppressed for over 400 years. We've been oppressed for over 400 years.
Ex-military, ex-MAGA.
I'm scared for my life as a black
Works with charity to donate vehicles to
because
Ukraine. He went there one time.
White
Nice.
women and white men are being murdered. And these are our brothers and sisters that stand in solidarity with us. When George Floyd was going on or any of these movements was going on, we was not necessarily asking, but the white brothers and sisters.
Yeah, that's why that one guy that was here earlier where he's saying that he was a conservative, that he felt like he was politically homeless because he's not MAGA. I was just like, man.
Our Caucasian brothers and sisters were saying we will be in the front line.
Keep listening with us, and then if you see the problems with this stuff, then yeah, you should feel outraged. You don't have to agree with everything, but you can start kind of pivoting your politics a little bit to be like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we should give this left thing a try.
We will stand up front. We will take whatever.
Oh my God, did you really just rip ass?
Is coming to y'all so that y'all know that we love y'all. Ooh. So I'm going to continue to be out here and let the people know I'm going to stand in front to let y'all know I love y'all. And we need everybody to come out here. This ain't just about a black thing. Like I said, it's not about a Hmong thing, Somali thing, because there's been people that be like, oh, y'all out there fighting for Somalians. No. We are fighting and standing in solidarity with our community because our constitutional rights are being violated. This is why Jolly Good Ginger is out here. This is why DeWolf Farmer is out here. This is why Robbie is out here. This is why us, as independent journalists and civil rights activists like myself, is out here. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything.
Facts. How can they find your work? How can they find your work?
Man, again, Cortez Rice. On Facebook, I'm live streaming. I'm working on connecting all the media sites right now, and I'll be working with The Work Farmer and Jolly Good Gender. They're going to help me connect that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, hell yeah.
But I do have Instagram under UnitedWeWalk_612, and then TikTok, The Real Cortez Rice.
Appreciate
So
you,
now
bro.
let me let me get you.
gotta
Andrew
introduce me.
Mercado, a live streamer here, a brother of mine that's been standing in solidarity with me for 6+ years, mind you that.
Yeah, been going.
6+ years, bro. We've been doing this. Washington D.C., Wisconsin, Minnesota, all over, literally. How do you feel about what's going on here, bro?
Man, it's been dark times. It's been real dark. Seeing what the Trump administration's been doing, it's been terrible. I mean,
All right, he doesn't have good audio.
coming in 2024. That's how I was like, no matter what, Trump can't win because they were running on all this stuff. They were campaigning on everything that we're going through right now. And so to see it in real life and to see it affect so many different communities, it's not just one.
They just
it's
didn't.
like everybody.
Did Anthony turn his mic off?
Native population here, right? The original Americans are
The fuck?
getting fucked with too. So it's literally everybody. So the more people that come out and use their voice, use their free speech, use their
Oh, wait a
First
minute.
Amendment right,
He doesn't usually have a mic when he's live streaming like this, doesn't he?
journalism
Here,
or whatever
let's
you
see.
want to do, you know, make sure you come out and stand in solidarity.
Because we have every right to do so, right?
Right.
Even I met Long Island Audit, Sean Reyes at the march the other day, where it was 100,000
Really?
people.
Long Island
And he
Audit was there? No shit.
saying he said this is a beautiful
Wow, man.
that we are
I know that guy's not exactly a left winger
all
either.
sticking together. I even got pictures of him, and I'm like,
Wow. Man, that's how you guys know. Like the normies, they're starting to come out.
honestly, I was almost like
They're seeing this shit and they're just like, nah, dude.
fan shot because you know
This Epstein stuff is definitely getting to that point too, where like you got people that are just walking away. They're done.
I mean, I know I've been doing this shit for a while, even as an Impact the Family, but to see his work that he do, and he's standing in solidarity with us, it was a beautiful thing. And he agreed everything that, you know, what we're going through, how we sticking up against this fascism, the regime, the Trump regime. When I got here, there was New Brighton police blocking the entrance and the exits, and they still here. When you drive down almost a block and a half, all the entrances and exits of businesses or anywhere that we could park are blocked off. Y'all already knew that we was coming. So
They do that at Broadview too.
again, what side of history are you standing on? Are you with the people? Are you for this ICE? You know what I mean? Like for the federal government. And we already know that they continue to violate our rights. So when I lead marches in Minnesota, and I led a few marches on Lake Street, I say fuck ICE. Everybody say fuck ICE. When I say fuck 12, and fuck 12 mean the police department. Everybody got quiet. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck is going on?
Because they don't know. They're like, fuck 12. Why? What do you have against the number 12?
Yo, let's not forget that black and brown bodies and indigenous brothers and sisters have been executed and murdered and slain by our local police departments. Right now, Chief O'Hara is saying that if his police department don't stand up for us and do something about what ICE is doing to us, he's gonna fire him.
Yep.
He got 600 officers. He's not gonna fire none of them. Let's be real here.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, he's got a good point there.
Chief O'Hara, Tim Watts, Jacob Fry, they've been lying to the media, to local, Worldwide News, I should say. They've been lying to Worldwide News and getting up on 60 Minutes and all this bullshit. Yo, actually have some of the people that's out here, like these brothers and sisters right here. Have some people that's really out here like these brothers and sisters out here.
many people are there?
Yeah, appreciate y'all, man.
Oh, hell yeah.
Man. Man, we've been following you since 2020.
Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah.
You hear this?
Yeah.
Y'all hear what he just said? Since 2020.
Oh, yeah.
You don't hear him saying he been following Tim Waltz or Jacob Fry. Real shit, man. It's because it's literally because of us. We are putting our lives on the line. We are risking our freedom. And Andrew Mercado, yo, he's a veteran, bro. We all deal with all type of stuff that's going on in our lives. But we take the time to continue to stand in solidarity with our neighbors, our loved ones. Our rights is being violated.
We're almost
If
done,
you
buddy.
don't believe that right there,
I know.
then I don't know what else to tell
I
you,
know.
yo.
Exactly.
But
Getting
if
restless.
you don't stand for something, you'll
Ooh,
fall for
we got some
anything.
static.
We thank and appreciate every city,
Shocking.
every state that stands in solidarity with us. This, hey, unfortunately, this right here is a Minnesota thing. Justice for Renee Good, Alex
Go back.
Purdy, and Keith
Go
Porter,
back, go back.
and all stolen lives who've been executed and slain by ICE agents. But again, let's not forget about our local and state police departments that have been violating our rights and killing us for years.
Absolutely.
All power to the people. Again, I love y'all.
Appreciate
Minnesota
that.
strong.
Thank
Fuck
you.
Minnesota night.
Cortez Rice.
Andrew Mercado, I love you, bro.
Appreciate
You already
that.
know that,
Oh, yeah.
bro.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Real shit.
You good? Oh, you got your bone. Okay. I was like, what are you doing? Thanks for the sub. J Money, I believe that was actually Diego today. Hollywood or Homewood Suites. There's no trying. Fucking A. I'm sorry, that's a little funny. Alright, I'll keep this on for another minute or two, and then I'm gonna start wrapping up the show here. Alright, folks. It's been fun. Today was a lot. Like, a lot. This Epstein stuff is disturbing beyond anything that I was even expecting. When you got, like, the worst conspiracy theories turning out to be, like, they got some traction in this, you know, like the ritualistic sacrifice, like, being alleged, just... It's a lot, but all right, folks. As I start wrapping up here, just know that the letter hack is still live, and you guys will be joining. Oh shit! Is he dipping off right now as I speak? You better not. I swear to God. Well, regardless, I hope he's still live when you get there, so you guys can at least follow. Letterhack is a friend of the show, also one of the curators of this space, so, you know, always appreciate what he do and what he has done for me personally and professionally. You know, he's a solid fucking guy. That's one thing I will say, and I know I'm biased, obviously, but we got some solid fucking people over on this space. When it comes to, like, having integrity and, you know, being a worker collaborative, that's definitely what you want to see in that type of media. So, let's do this. We're done. I appreciate Mercado Media. Shout out Mercado Media. I'll link him real quick before I go too. There we go. I'll actually just link the video so you guys can check it out. Thanks for the stream. Good night, everybody. Yes, and you are welcome for the stream. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. And thank you, Diego, again, for becoming part of the community and just vibing, man. It was great to meet you. Awesome first stream for you to be on. It was pretty heavy. But with that being said, guys, I've been saying that a lot. I am going to head on out. Please, as I said, stick around for the letter hack. Sorry, I couldn't find my outro. All right, bye guys. Love y'all. See you tomorrow at noon or 1 p.m. Eastern on this space for Pepaganda and 4 o'clock for High on Politics. All right, see ya.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.